Transcribers Notes. Obvious typographical errors have been silently corrected. Variations in hyphenation and accents have been standardized, but all other spelling and punctuation remains unchanged. Italics are represented thus italic, and superscripts thus YN. Duplicate headings of the 7 books have been removed. The History of Magic. The History of Magic, including a clear and precise exposition of its procedure, its rites, and its mysteries. By Éliphas Lévi. Alphonse Louis Constant. Opus Hierarchicum et Catholicum. Definition of the great work, according to Heinrich Kunrath. Translated, with a preface and notes, by Arthur Edward Waite. The original illustrations are included, and portraits of the author. Second edition. London. William Ryder & Son, Limited. Cathedral House, Paternoster Row, EC. Copyright. Preface to the English translation. In several casual references scattered through periodical literature. In the biographical sketch which preceded my rendering of Dogme et Riddle de la Haute Magie and elsewhere, as occasion prompted, I have put on record an opinion that the History of Magic, by Alphonse Louis Constant, written, like the majority of his works, under the pseudonym of Éliphas Lévi, is the most arresting, entertaining, and brilliant of all studies on the subject with which I am acquainted. So far back as 1896, I said that it was admirable as a philosophical survey, its historical inaccuracies notwithstanding, and that there is nothing in occult literature which can suffer comparison therewith. Moreover, there is nothing so comprehensive in the French language, while as regards ourselves, it must be said that, outside records of research on the part of folklore scholarship, we have depended so far on a history by Joseph Ennemoser, translated from the German and explaining everything within the domain included under the denomination of magic by the phenomena of animal magnetism. Other texts than this are available in that language, but they have not been put into English, while none of them has so great an appeal as that which is here rendered into our tongue. Having certified so far regarding its titles, it is perhaps desirable to add, from my own standpoint, that I have not translated the book merely because it is entertaining and brilliant, or because it will afford those who are concerned with magic in history a serviceable general account. The task has been undertaken still less in the interests of any who may have other, that is to say, direct occult, reasons for acquaintance with its procedure, its rites, and its mysteries. I have no object in providing unwary and foolish seekers with material of this kind, and it so happens that the present history does not fulfill the promise of its subtitle in these respects, or at least to any extent that they would term practical in their folly. Through all my later literary life, I have sought to make it plain, as the result of antecedent years spent in occult research, that the occult sciences, in all their general understanding, are paths of danger when they are not paths of simple make-believe and imposture. The importance of Éliphas Lévi's account at large of the claims, and of their story throughout the centuries, arises from the fact that he is the authoritative exponent-in-chief of all the alleged sciences. B. That it is he who, in a sense, restored and placed them under a new and more attractive vesture before public notice at the middle period of the 19th century. C. That he claimed, as we shall see, the very fullest knowledge concerning them, being that of an adept and master. But D. That, subject to one qualification, the worth of which will be mentioned, it follows from his long examination that magic, as understood not in the streets only but in the houses of research concerning it, has no ground in the truth of things, and is of the region of delusion only. It is for this reason that I have translated his History of Magic, as one who reckons a not too gracious task for something which leans toward righteousness, at least in the sense of charity. The world is full at this day of the false claims which arise out of that region, and I have better reasons than most even of my readers can imagine to undeceive those who, having been drawn in such directions, may be still saved from deception. It is well, therefore, that out of the mouth of a master we can draw the fullest evidence required for this purpose. In the present prefatory words I propose to show, firstly, the nature of Éliphas Lévi's personal claims, so that there may be no misconception as to what they were actually, and as to the kind of voice which is speaking. Secondly, his original statement of the claims, nature and value of transcendental magic. And thirdly, his later evidences on its phenomenal or so-called practical side, as established by its own history. In this manner, we shall obtain his canon of criticism, and I regard it as valuable because, with all his imperfections, he had better titles of knowledge at his own day than anyone, while it cannot be said that his place has been filled since, though many workers have risen up in the same field of inquiry and have specialized in the numerous departments which he covered generally and superficially. Before entering upon these matters, it may be thought that I should speak at some length of the author's life. But the outlines have been given already in an extended introduction prefixed to a digest of his writings, which I published many years ago under the title of Mysteries of Magic. And again, but from another point of view, in the preface to the Doctrine and Ritual of Transcendental Magic already mentioned. The latter will be made available shortly in a new annotated edition. For the rest, an authoritative life of Éliphas Lévi has been promised for years in France, but is still delayed. And in its absence, the salient biographical facts are not numerous. In the present place, it will be therefore sufficient to say that Alphonse Louis Constant was born at Paris in 1810 and was the son of a shoemaker, apparently in very poor circumstances. His precocity in childhood seemed to give some promise of future ability. He was brought to the notice of a priest belonging to his parish, and this, in its turn, led to his gratuitous education at St. Sulpice, obviously with a view to the priesthood. There his superiors must have recognized sufficient traces of vocation, according to the measures of the particular place and period, for he proceeded to minor orders and subsequently became a deacon. He seems, however, to have conceived strange views on doctrinal subjects, though no particulars are forthcoming, and, being deficient in gifts of silence, the displeasure of authority was marked by various checks, ending finally in his expulsion from the seminary. Such is one story at least, but an alternative says more simply that he relinquished the sacerdotal career in consequence of doubts and scruples. Thereafter he must, I suppose, have supported himself by some kind of teaching, and by obscure efforts in literature. Of these latter, the remains are numerous, though their value has been much exaggerated for bookselling purposes in France. His adventures with Alphonse Esquiros over the Gospel of the Prophet Gano are told in the pages that follow, and are an interesting biographical fragment which may be left to speak for itself. He was then approaching the age of 30 years. I have failed to ascertain at what period he married Emile Naimi, a girl of 16, who became afterwards of some repute as a sculptor, but it was a runaway match, and in the end she left him. It is even said that she succeeded in a nullity suit, not on the usual grounds, for she had borne him 2 children, who died in their early years if not during infancy, but on the plea that she was a minor while he had taken irrevocable vows. St. Sulpice is, however, a seminary for secular priests who are not pledged to celibacy, though the rule of the Latin Church forbids them to enter the married state. In or about the year 1851, Alphonse Louis Constant contributed a large volume to the encyclopedic series of Abbé Mine, under the title of Dictionnaire de littérature chrétienne. He is described therein as ancient professeur au Petit Séminaire de Paris, and it is to be supposed that his past was unknown at the publishing bureau. The volume is more memorable on account of his later writings than important by its own merits. As a critical work, and indeed as a work of learning, it is naturally quite negligible, like most productions of the series, while as a dictionary it is disproportioned and piecemeal. Yet it is exceedingly readable and not unsuggestive in its views. There is no need to add that, as the circumstances of the case required, it is written along rigid lines of orthodoxy and is consequently no less narrow, no less illiberal than the endless volumes of its predecessors and successors in the same field of industry. The doubting heart of St. Sulpice had become again a convinced Catholic, or had assumed that mask for the purpose of a particular literary production. 4 years later, however, the voice of the churchman, speaking the characteristic language of the Mine encyclopedias, was succeeded by the voice of the magus. The doctrine of transcendental magic appeared in 1855, the ritual in 1856, and henceforth Alphonse Louis Constant, under the pseudonym of Éliphas Lévi, which has become almost of European celebrity, was known only as an exponent of occult science. It is these works which more especially embody his claims in respect of the alleged science and in respect of his own absolute authority thereon and therein. Various later volumes, which followed from his pen in somewhat rapid succession, are very curious when compared with the doctrine and ritual for their apparent submission to church authority and their parade of sincere orthodoxy. I have dealt with this question at length in my introduction to the mysteries of magic, and I shall be dispensed therefore from covering the same ground in the present place. Such discrepancy notwithstanding, Éliphas Lévi became, in a private as well as in a public sense, a teacher of occult science and of Kabbalism as its primary source. It was apparently his means of livelihood. He was in Paris during the siege which brought the Franco-German War to its disastrous close, and he died in 1875, fortified by the last rites of the Catholic Church. He left behind him a large sheaf of manuscripts, many of which have been published since, and some await an editor. Passing now to the subject-in-chief of this preface, it is affirmed as follows in the Doctrine and Ritual of Transcendental Magic. 1. There is a potent and real magic, popular exaggerations of which are actually below the truth. 2. There is a formidable secret which constitutes the fatal science of good and evil. 3. It confers on man powers apparently superhuman. 4. It is the traditional science of the secrets of nature which has been transmitted to us from the Magi. 5. Initiation therein gives empire over souls to the sage and full capacity for ruling human wills. 6. Arising apparently from this science, there is one infallible, indefectible, and truly Catholic religion which has always existed in the world, but it is unadapted for the multitude. 7. For this reason there has come into being the exoteric religion of apologue, fable, and wonder stories, which is all that is possible for the profane. It has undergone various transformations, and it is represented at this day by Latin Christianity under the obedience of Rome. 8. Its veils are valid in their symbolism, and it may be called valid for the crowd, but the doctrine of initiates is tantamount to a negation of any literal truth therein. 9. It is magic alone which imparts true science. Hereof is what may be termed the theoretical, philosophical, or doctrinal part, the dogma of absolute science. That which is practical follows, and it deals with the exercise of a natural power, but one superior to the ordinary forces of nature. It is to all intents and purposes comprised in a grimoire of magic, and is a work of ceremonial evocations, whether of elementary spirits, with the aid of panticles, talismans, and the other magical instruments and properties, whether of spirits belonging ex hypothesi to the planetary sphere, whether of the shades or souls of the dead in necromancy. These works are lawful, and their results apparently veridic, but beyond them is the domain of black magic, which is a realm of delusion and nightmare, though phenomenal enough in its results. By his dedications, Éliphas Lévi happened to be a magus of light. It will be observed that all this offers a clear issue, and for the rest, the grimoire of transcendental magic, according to Éliphas Lévi, does not differ generically from the Key of Solomon and its counterparts, except in so far as the author has excised here and enlarged there, in obedience to his own lights. He had full authority for doing so on the basis of his personal claims, which may be summarized at this point. 1. He has discovered the secret of human omnipotence and indefinite progress, the key of all symbolism, the first and final doctrine. 2. He is alchemist as well as magician, and he makes public the same secret as Raymond Lully, Nicholas Flamel, and probably Heinrich Kunrath. They produced true gold, nor did they take away their secret with them. 3. And finally, at an epoch when the sanctuary has been devastated and has fallen into ruins because its key has been thrown over the hedge to the profit of no one, I have deemed it my duty to pick up that key, and I offer it to him who can take it. In his turn, he will be doctor of the nations and liberator of the world. It must be said that these claims do not rest on a mere theory or practice of ceremonial evocations. There is no question that for Éliphas Lévi, his secret doctrine of occult science is contained in a hypothesis concerning an universal medium denominated the astral light, which is neither more nor less than the odyllic force of Baron Reichenbach, as the French writer himself admits substantially, but it is dilated in his speculation and issues therein greatly transformed as follows. 1. It is an universal plastic mediator, a common receptacle for vibrations of movement and images of form. It may be called the imagination of nature. 2. It is that which God created when he uttered the fiat lux. 3. It is the great medium of occult force, but as such it is a blind force, which can be used for good or evil, being especially obedient to the light of grace. 4. It is the element of electricity and lightning. 5. The four imponderable fluids are diverse manifestations of this one force, which is inseparable from the first matter and sets the latter in motion. 6. It is now resplendent, now igneous, now electric, now magnetic. 7. It has apparently two modes, which tend to equilibrium, and to know the middle point of this equilibrium seems to be the attainment of the great work. 8. It is ethereal in the infinite, astral in stars and planets, metallic, specific or mercurial in metals, vegetable in plants, vital in animals, magnetic or personal in men. 9. It is extracted from animals by absorption and from men by generation. 10. In magic it is the glass of visions, the receptacle of all reflections. The seer has his visions therein, the diviner divines by its means, and the magus evokes spirits. 11. When the astral light is fixed about a center by condensation, it becomes the philosophical stone of alchemy, in which form it is an artificial phosphorus, containing the concentrated virtues of all generative heat. 12. When condensed by a triple fire, it resolves into oil, and this oil is the universal medicine. It can then only be contained in glass, this being a non-conductor. Again, here is a clear issue at its value, and I make this qualification because the astral light is, as I have said, a speculation, and personally I neither know nor care whether such a fluid exists, or, in such case, whether it is applicable to the uses indicated. It is enough that Éliphas Lévi has made his affirmations concerning it in unmistakable language. Let us pass therefore to the Histoire de la Magie, though I have been borrowing from it already in respect of the putative universal fluid. Magic therein is still the science of the ancient Magi. It is still the exact and absolute science of nature and her laws, because it is the science of equilibrium. Its secret, the secret of occult science, is that of God's omnipotence. It comprises all that is most certain in philosophy, all that is eternal and infallible in religion. It is the sacerdotal art and the royal art. Its chief memorial is found in Kabbalism, but it derives apparently from primeval Zoroastrian doctrine, of which Abraham seems to have been a depositary. This doctrine attained its perfection in Egypt. Thereafter, on its religious side, the succession appears to have been A. From Egypt to Moses, B. From Moses to Solomon, through certain custodians of the secret law and jury, C. From the temple at Jerusalem to St. Peter S. at Rome, though the method of transition is obscure, as that which was affirmed previously is still maintained, namely, that Rome has lost the Kabbalistic keys. It is naturally left to our conjecture as to when the Church possessed them. From Éliphas Lévi's point of view, perhaps in the days of Dionysius, perhaps in those of Synesius, but not from my standpoint, and so the question remains. Now, if these things do not differ specifically from the heads of the previous testimony, on the surface and in the letter thereof, it is no less certain that there is a marked distinction alike in general atmosphere and inward spirit. About this, all can satisfy themselves who will compare the two texts, and I need not insist on it here. What, however, in the Histoire de la Magie, has befallen that practical side which, after all the dreamings, the high and decorative philosophy, the adornments, now golden, now meretricious, was the evidence, term, and crown of the previous work. Those who are reading can again check me. But my answer is this: whether the subject of the moment is the art of evoking spirits, whether it is old cases of possession, whether it is witchcraft or necromancy, whether it is modern phenomena like direct writing, table rapping, and the other occurrences of spiritism, as they were known to the writer and his period, they have one and all fallen under the ban of unreserved condemnation. It is not that they are imposture, for Éliphas Lévi does not dispute the facts and derides those who do, but they belong to the abyss of delusion, and all who practice them are workers of madness and apostles of evil only. The advent of Christianity has put a decisive period to every activity of magic, and anathema has been pronounced thereon. It is from this point of view that Lévi takes the disciple through each century of the subject, sometimes indeed explaining things from the standpoint of a complete skeptic, sometimes as Joseph Enemoser might himself have explained them, but never, No, not once. Like the authorized exponent of practical magic who has tried the admirable and terrifying experiments, who returns to say that they are true and real, which is the testimony of the doctrine and ritual. If these volumes can be held to signify anything, necromancy as a science of the abyss, spiritism as the abyss giving up every form of delusion, sorcery, witchcraft, as rich indeed in testimony, but to human perversity alone, apart from intervention of diabolism belonging to the other world. I testify with my whole heart to the truth of these accusations, though I do not believe that the unseen world is so utterly cut off from the world of things manifest as Éliphas Lévi considered in his own paradoxical moods. But once more, what has become of magic? What has happened to the one science which is coeval with creation itself, to the key of all miracles, and to almost omnipotent adeptship? They are reduced as follows. A. To that which in its palmary respects is the sympathetic and miraculous physics of Mesmer, who is grand as Prometheus because of them. B. To a general theory of hallucination, when hallucination has been carried, by self-induced delusion or otherwise, to its ne plus ultra degree. And C. But I mention this under very grave reserves, because, for the life of me, I do not understand how or why it should remain to the physical operations of alchemy, which are still possible and actual under the conditions set forth in the speculation concerning the astral light. It is not as such, one would say, a thaumaturgic process, unless indeed the dream should rule. As it tends to do, that fulfillment depends on an electrifying power in the projected will of the adept. In any case, the ethical transliteration of alchemical symbolism is seemingly a more important aspect of this subject. I need not register here that I disbelieve utterly in Lévi's construction of the art of metallic transmutation, or that I regard his allegorizing thereon as a negligible product when it is compared with the real doctrine of Hermetic mysticism. But this is not the point at issue. The possessor of the key of magic, of the Kabbalistic keys, thrown aside or lost by the Church, comes forward to tell us that after the advent of Christ, magical orthodoxy was transfigured into the orthodoxy of religion, that those who dissented could be only Illuminati and sorcerers, that the very name of magic must be interpreted only according to its evil sense, that we are forbidden by the Church to consult oracles, and that this is, in its great wisdom, that the fundamental dogma of transcendental science attained its plenary realization in the constitution of the Christian world, being the equilibrium between church and state. All that is done outside the lawful hierarchy stands under an act of condemnation. As to visions, all fools are visionaries. To communicate with the hierarchy of unseen intelligence, we must seek the natural and mathematical revelations set forth in tarot cards, but it cannot be done without danger and crime, while mediums, enchanters, fortune-tellers, and casters of spells are generally diseased creatures in whom the void opens. Finally, as regards the philosophical side of magic, its great doctrine is equilibrium. Its great hypothesis is analogy, and in the moral sense, equilibrium is the concurrence of science and faith. What has happened to a writer who has thus gone back on his own most strenuous claims? One explanation is, and long ago I was inclined to it on my own part, that Éliphas Lévi had passed through certain grades of knowledge in a secret school of the instituted mysteries, that he was brought to a pause because of disclosures contained in his earlier books, and that he had been set to unsay what he had affirmed therein. I know now by what quality of school, working under what titles, this report was fabricated, and that it is the last with which I am acquainted to be accepted on its own statements, either respecting itself or any points of fact. An alternative is that Éliphas Lévi had spoken originally, as a magus might be supposed to speak when trafficking in his particular wares, which is something like a quack doctor describing his nostrums to a populace in the marketplace, and that his later writings represent a process of retrenchment as to the most florid side of his claims. This notion is apart from all likelihood, because it offers no reason for the specific change in policy, while, if it be worthwhile to say so, I do not regard Lévi as comparable to a quack doctor. I think that he had been a student of occult literature and history for a considerable period, in a very particular sense, that he believed himself to have discovered a key to all the alleged phenomena, that he wrote the doctrine and ritual in a mood of enthusiasm consequent thereupon. That between the appearance of these volumes and that of the Histoire de la Magie, he had reconsidered the question of the phenomena, and had come to the conclusion that so far from being veridic in their nature, they were projected hallucinations variously differentiated and in successively aggravated grades. But that he still regarded his supposed universal fluid as a great provisional hypothesis respecting thaumaturgic facts, and that he still held to his general philosophy of the subject, being the persistence of a secret tradition from remote times and surviving at the present day. 1. In the tenets of Kabbalism, and 2. In the pictorial symbols of the tarot. It is no part of my province in the present connection to debate his views either on the fact of a secret tradition or on the alleged modes of its perpetuation. My standpoint is known otherwise and has been expressed fully elsewhere. But in the explanation just given, I feel that I have saved the sincerity of one who has many titles to consideration, who is still respected by many, and for whom my own discriminating sympathy has been expressed frequently in no uncertain way. I have saved it so far at least as can be expected. One does not anticipate that a Frenchman, an occultist and a magus is going to retract distinctly under the eye of his disciples, more especially when he has testified so much. I feel further that I have justified the fact of the present translation of a work which is memorable in several respects, but chiefly as the history of a magic which is not magic, as a testimony which destroys indeed the whole imputed basis of its subject. It does not follow that Lévi's explanation of physical phenomena, especially of the modern kind, is always or generally correct, but some of it is workable in its way, and my purpose is more than served if those who are drawn toward the science of the mystics may be led hereby to take warning as to some of the dangers and false seemings which fringe that science. A few things remain to be said. Readers of his history must be prepared for manifold inaccuracies, which are to be expected in a writer like Éliphas Lévi. Those who know anything of Egypt, the antiquities of its religion and literature, will have a bad experience with the chapter on Hermetic magic. Those who know Eastern religion on its deeper side will regard the discourse on magic in India as title deeds of all incompetence. While in respect of later Jewish theosophy, I have had occasion in certain annotations to indicate that Lévi had no extensive knowledge of those Kabbalistic texts on the importance of which he dwells so much and about which he claims to speak with full understanding. He presents, however, some of their lesser aspects. As regards the religion of his childhood, I feel certainly that it appealed to him strongly through all his life, and in the revulsion which seems to have followed the doctrine and ritual he was drawn back towards it, but rather as to a great hierarchic system and a great sequence of holy pageants, of living symbolism. Respecting the root matter of its teachings, probably he deceived himself better than he fooled his readers. In a multitude of statements, and in the spirit of the text throughout, it is certain that the Histoire de la Magie offers negation of dogma on its absolute side. We obtain a continual insight into free subsurface opinions, ill-concealed under external conformity to the Church, and we get also useful sidelights on the vanity of the author's sham submissions. In this manner, we know exactly what quality of sentiment led him to lay all his writings at the foot of the seat of Peter, for Peter to decide thereon. It is needless to add that his constructions of doctrine throughout are of the last kind that would be commended to the custodians of doctrine. At the same time, there is very little doubt that he believed genuinely in the necessity of a hierarchic teaching. That, in his view, it reposed from a very early period in certain sanctuaries of initiation, that the existence of these is intimated in the records of the Mosaic dispensation, that they were depositaries of science rather than revelation. That Kabbalistic literature is one of their witnesses, but that the sanctuaries were everywhere in the world, Egypt and Greece included. Of all these, the Church of Christ is the heir, and though it may have lost the keys of knowledge, though it mistakes everywhere the sign for the thing signified, it is, from his standpoint, entitled to our respect as a witness and at least to qualified obedience. I think that Éliphas Lévi has said true things and even great things on the distinctions and analogies between science and faith, but the latter he understood as aspiration, not as experience. A long essay on the mystics, which is perhaps his most important contribution to the Dictionnaire de littérature création, indicates that he was thinly acquainted with the mind of Suso, Saint John of the Cross, Saint Teresa, and Saint Francis of Sales. Accordingly, he has a word here and there on the interior life and its secrets, but of that which remains for the elect in the heights of sanctity, he had no consciousness whatever. For him, the records of such experience are literature and mystic poetry, and as he is far from the term herein, so is he remote also when he discourses of false mystics, meaning Gnostic sects, Albigensian sects, Illuminati so-called, and members of secret heretical societies representing Reformed doctrine. As the religion of the mystics is my whole concern in literature, let me add that the true idea of religion is not constituted by universal suffrage. See text, p. 517. But by the agreement of those who have attained in the divine experience that which is understood by attainment. In conclusion, after we have set aside, on the warrants of this history, the phenomenal side of magic, that which may be held to remain in the mind of the author is transcendental magic, referred to when I spoke of a qualification earlier in these remarks. But by this is to be understood so much of the old philosophical systems as had passed within his consciousness and had been interpreted therein. It will be unacceptable to most readers at this day, but it has curious aspects of interest and may be left to stand at its value. A.E. Waite. Contents. Page preface to the English translation v. Introduction. False definition of magic. It is not to be defined at hazard. Explanation of the blazing star. Existence of the absolute nature of magical science. Errors of Dupuy. Profanation of the science. Prediction of Count Joseph de Maistre. Extent and import of the science. The divine justice. Power of the adept. The devil and science. Existence of demons. False idea of the devil. Conception of the Manichaeans. Crimes of sorcerers. The astral light. The so-called imagination of nature. Of what is to be understood hereby, the effects hereof, definition of magnetism, agreement between reason and faith, Jachin and Bose, principle of the hierarchy, religion of Kabbalists, images of God, theory of the light, mysteries of sexual love, antagonism of forces, the mythical Pope Joan, the Kabbalah as an explanation and reconciliation of all, why the Church condemns magic, dogmatic magic and explanation of the philosophy of history, culpable curiosity regarding magic, plan of the present work. The author's submission to the established order. Book 1. The Derivations of Magic. Hebrew Aleph. Chapter 1. Fabulous Sources. The apocryphal Book of Enoch says that there were angels who consented to fall from heaven that they might have intercourse with the daughters of earth. For in those days the sons of men having multiplied, there were born to them daughters of great beauty. And when the angels, or sons of heaven, beheld them, they were filled with desire. Wherefore they said to one another, Come, let us choose wives from among the race of man, and let us beget children. Their leader, Samiasa, answered thereupon and said, Perchance you will be wanting in the courage needed to fulfill this resolution, and then I alone shall be answerable for your fall. But they swore that they would in no wise repent, and that they would achieve their whole design. Now there were 200 who descended on Mount Armin, and it was from this time that the mountain received its designation, which signifies Mount of the Oath. Hereinafter follow the names of those angelic leaders who descended with this object. Samiasa, chief among all, Eurycabramal, Azabil Tamiel, Ramuel, Danel, Askiel, Serachiel, Asael, Armers, Batral Anane, Zave, Samsevil, Ertrel, Tirel, Jomiel, Araziel. They took wives with whom they had intercourse, to whom also they taught magic, the art of enchantment and the diverse properties of roots and trees. Amazarach gave instruction in all secrets of sorcerers. Barkil was the master of those who study the stars, Achibiel manifested signs, and Azrael taught the motions of the moon. This legend of the Kabbalistic Book of Enoch is a variant account of the same profanation of mysteries, which we meet with under another form of symbolism in the history of the sin of Adam. Those angels, the sons of God, of whom Enoch speaks, were initiates of magic, and it was this that they communicated to profane men, using incautious women as their instruments. They split upon the rock of sense attraction, becoming enamored of the female sex, and the secrets of royalty and priesthood were extracted from them unawares. Primitive civilization collapsed as a consequence, and the giants, who typified brute force and unbridled appetite, fought together for the world, which escaped only by immersion in the waters of the deluge, wherein all traces of the past were effaced. This deluge symbolized that universal confusion into which humanity is brought of necessity when it ignores and does outrage to the harmonies of nature. There is kinship between the fall of Samyaza and that of Adam. The lure of sense seduced both profaned the tree of knowledge, and both were driven far away from the tree of life. It is needless here to discuss the views, or rather the simplicity, of those who take everything literally and believe that knowledge and life were once manifested under the form of trees. Let us confess rather, and only to the deep meaning of sacred symbols. The tree of knowledge does actually inflict death when its fruit is eaten. That fruit is the adornment of this world. Those golden apples are the glitter of earth. In the Arsenal Library, there is a very curious manuscript entitled The Book of the Penitents of Adam, and herein Kabbalistic tradition is presented under the guise of legend to the following effect. Adam had two sons, Cain, who signifies brute force, and Abel, the type of intelligence and mildness. Agreement was impossible between them. They perished at each other's hands, and their inheritance passed to a third son, named Seth. Here is the conflict of two opposing forces diverted to the advantage of a synthetic and united force. Now Seth, who was just, was permitted to approach as far as the entrance of the earthly paradise, without being threatened by the cherub and his flaming sword. In other words, Seth represented primeval initiation. It came to pass in this manner that Seth beheld the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, incorporated together after such a manner that they formed but a single tree, signifying the harmony of science and religion in the transcendental Kabbalah. And the angel gave him 3 seeds containing the vital power of the said tree. The reference is here to the Kabbalistic triad. When Adam died, Seth, in obedience to the directions of the angel, placed the 3 seeds in the mouth of his father as a token of eternal life. The saplings which sprang up from these became the burning bush, in the midst of which God communicated to Moses his eternal name. Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He, signifying he who is and is to come. Moses plucked a triple branch of the sacred bush and used it as his miraculous wand. Although separated from its root, the branch continued to live and blossom, and it was subsequently preserved in the ark. King David planted the branch on Mount Zion, and Solomon took wood from each section of the triple trunk to make the 2 pillars, jachin and bows, which were placed at the entrance of the temple. They were covered with bronze, and the 3rd section was inserted at the threshold of the chief gate. It was a talisman which hindered things unclean from entering within. But certain nefarious Levites removed during the night this obstacle to their unholy freedom and cast it, loaded with stones, at the bottom of the temple reservoir. From this time forward, an angel of God troubled the waters of the pool, imparting to them a miraculous value, so that men might be distracted from seeking the tree of Solomon in its depths. In the days of Jesus Christ, the pool was cleansed, and the Jews, finding the beam of wood, which in their eyes seemed useless, carried the latter outside the town and threw it across the brook Cedron. It was over this bridge that our Savior passed after his arrest at night in the Garden of Olives. His executioners cast him from it into the water, and then in their haste to prepare the instrument-in-chief of his passion, they took the beam with them, which was made of 3 kinds of wood, and formed the cross therewith. This allegory embodies all the great traditions of the Kabbalah and the secret Christian doctrine of St. John, which is now utterly unknown. It follows that Seth, Moses, David, Solomon, and Christ obtained from the same Kabbalistic tree their royal scepters and pontifical crooks. We can understand in this manner why the Christ was adored in his manger by the Magi. Let us recur, however, to the Book of Enoch, as greater authority attaches to it than can be attributed to an unknown manuscript. The former is cited in the New Testament by the Apostle St. Jude. Tradition refers the invention of letters to Enoch, and it is to him that we must therefore trace back the teachings embodied in the Sefer Yetzirah, which is the elementary work of the Kabbalah, its compiler. According to the rabbins, being the patriarch Abraham, as the heir of the secrets of Enoch, and as the father of initiation in Israel. Enoch would seem in this manner to be identical with the Egyptian Hermes Trismegistus, while the famous Book of Thoth, written throughout in hieroglyphics and in numbers, would be that occult Bible. anterior to the Book of Moses and full of mysteries, to which the initiated William Postal alludes so frequently throughout his works, under the title of the Genesis of Enoch. The Bible says that Enoch did not die, but that God translated him from one life to another. He is to return and confound Antichrist at the end of time, when he will be one of the last martyrs or witnesses of truth, mentioned in the Apocalypse of St. John. That which is said of Enoch in this respect has been said also of all the great initiators recorded in Kabbalism. St. John himself, according to the primitive Christians, was saved from death, and it was long thought that he could be seen breathing in his tomb. The explanation is that the absolute science of life preserves against death, as the instinct of the people has always led them to divine. However this may be, the extant memorials of Enoch are contained in 2 books, one of which is hieroglyphic and the other of the nature of allegory. The first comprises the hieratic keys of initiation, while the second is the history of a great profanation which caused the destruction of the world and the reign of chaos after that of the giants. Saint Methodius, a bishop in the early days of Christianity, whose writings are found in the collection of the Fathers of the Church, has left a prophetic apocalypse which unfolds the world's history in a series of visions. It is not included among the saints' acknowledged writings, but it was preserved by the Gnostics and has been printed in the Liber Mirabilis under the assumed name of Burmachabas, which illiterate compositors have substituted in place of B. Methodius, an abbreviation of Beatus Methodius. This book corresponds in several respects with the allegorical treatise entitled The Penitence of Adam. It tells how Seth migrated eastward with his family and so reached a mountain in the vicinity of the earthly paradise. This was the country of initiates, whilst the posterity of Cain invented a spurious or debased magic in India, the land of fratricide, and put witchcraft into the hands of the reckless. Saint Methodius predicts in a later place the struggles and successive predominance of the Ishmaelites, being the name given in his apocalypse to those who conquered the Romans, of the Franks, who overcame the Ishmaelites, and then of a great race from the north, whose invasion will precede the personal reign of Antichrist. An universal kingdom will be founded thereafter and will fall into the hands of a French prince, after which there will be the reign of justice for a long period of years. We are not concerned with prophecy in the present place, but it is desirable to note the distinction between good and evil magic, between the sanctuary of the sons of Seth and the profanation of science by the descendants of Cain. Transcendental knowledge, as a fact, is reserved for those who are masters of their passions, and virgin nature does not deliver the keys of her nuptial chamber to adulterers. There are 2 classes, freemen and slaves. Man is born in the bondage of his passions, but he can reach emancipation through intelligence. Between those who are free already and those who as yet are not, there is no equality possible. The part of reason is to rule and of instinct to obey. On the other hand, if you impose on the blind the office of leading the blind, both will end in the abyss. We should never forget that liberty does not consist in the license of passion emancipated from law, which license would prove the most hideous of tyrannies. Liberation consists in willing obedience to law. It is the right to do one's duty, and only just men can be called free. Now, those who are in liberation should govern those who are in bondage, and slaves are called to be released, not from the government of the free, but from the yoke of brutal passions, as a consequence of which they cannot exist without masters. Confess with us now, for a moment, to the truth of the transcendental sciences. Suppose that there does actually exist a force which can be mastered, and by which the miracles of nature are made subservient to the will of man. Tell us, in such case, whether the secrets of wealth and the bonds of sympathy can be entrusted to brutal greed, the art of fascination to libertines, the supremacy over other wills to those who cannot attain the government of their proper selves. It is terrifying to reflect upon the disorders which would follow from such a profanation. Some cataclysm is needed to efface the crimes of earth when all are steeped in slime and blood. Now, it is this state of things that is indicated by the allegorical history of the fall of the angels, according to the Book of Enoch. It is this which was the sin of Adam, and hereof are its fatal consequences. Of such also was the deluge and its wreckage, of such at a later period the malediction of Canaan. The revelation of occult secrets is typified by the insolence of that son who exposes his father's nakedness. The intoxication of Noah is a lesson for the priesthood of all ages. Woe to those who lay bare the secret of divine generation to the impure gaze of the crowd. Keep the sanctuary shut, all ye who would spare your sleeping father the mockery of the imitators of Ham. Such is the tradition of the children of Seth respecting the laws of the human hierarchy, but the latter were not acknowledged by the family of Cain. The Cainites of India invented a Genesis to consecrate the oppression of the strong and to perpetuate the ignorance of the weak. Initiation became an exclusive privilege of the high castes, and entire races of humanity were doomed to unending servitude on the pretense of inferior birth. They issued, as it was said, from the feet or knees of Brahma. Now nature engenders neither slaves nor kings, but all men indifferently are born to labor. He who pretends that man is perfect at birth, but is degraded and perverted by society, is the wildest of anarchists, though he may be the most poetic of maniacs. But in vain was Jean-Jacques a sentimentalist and dreamer. His deep implicit of misanthropy, when explicated by the logic of fanatical partisans, bore fruits in hate and destruction. The consistent architects of the utopia imagined by the susceptible philosopher of Geneva were Robespierre and Marat. Society is no abstract personality that can be rendered responsible separately for the stubbornness of man. Society is the association of men. It is defective by reason of their vices and sublime in respect of their virtues. But in itself, it is holy, like the religion which is bound up inseparably therewith. Is not religion, as a fact, an association of the highest aspirations and the most generous endeavors? After this manner does the blasphemy of antisocial equality and of right in the teeth of duty give answer to the lie about castes privileged by nature. Christianity alone has solved the problem by assigning supremacy to self-sacrifice, and by proclaiming him as the greatest who offers up his pride for society and his appetites for the sake of the law. Though they were the depositaries of the tradition of Seth, the Jews did not preserve it in all its purity, and were infected by the unjust ambitions of the posterity of Cain. Believing that they were a chosen people, they deemed that God had allotted them truth as a patrimony rather than as a security held in trust for humanity at large. Side by side with the sublime traditions of the Sefer Yetzirah, we meet with very curious revelations among the Talmudists. For example, they do not shrink from ascribing the idolatry of the Gentiles to the patriarch Abraham himself. They say that to the Israelites he bequeathed his inheritance, namely, the knowledge of the true divine names. In a word, the Kabbalah was the lawful and hereditary property of Isaac. But the patriarch gave, as they tell us, certain presents to the children of his concubines. And by such presents they understand veiled dogmas and cryptic names, which became materialized speedily, and were transformed into idols. False religions and their absurd mysteries, Oriental superstitions, with all their horrible sacrifices, what a gift from a father to his disowned family. Was it not sufficient to drive Hagar with her son into the desert? To their one loaf and their pitcher of water must he add the burden of falsehood, as a torment and poison in their exile. The glory of Christianity is that it called all men to truth, without distinction of races and castes, though not without distinction in respect of intelligence and of virtue. Cast not your pearls before swine, said the divine founder of Christianity, lest treading them underfoot, they turn and rend you. The Apocalypse or Revelation of St. John, which comprises all the Kabbalistic secrets concerning the doctrine of Christ Jesus, is a book no less obscure than the Zohar. It is written hieroglyphically in the language of numbers and images, and the apostle appeals frequently to the knowledge of initiates. Let him understand who has knowledge, let him who understands compute, he says frequently, after reciting an allegory or giving a mystic number. St. John, the beloved disciple and depositary of all the secrets of the Savior, did not therefore write to be understood by the multitude. The Sefer Yetzirah, the Zohar, and the Apocalypse are the masterpieces of occultism. They contain more meanings than words. Their method of expression is figurative, like poetry, and exact, like numerical formulae. The Apocalypse summarizes, completes, and surpasses all the science of Abraham and Solomon, as we will prove by explaining the keys of the transcendent Kabbalah. It is not less astonishing to observe at the beginning of the Zohar the profundity of its notions and the sublime simplicity of its images. It is said as follows: the science of equilibrium is the key of occult science. Unbalanced forces perish in the void. So passed the kings of the elder world, the princes of the giants. They have fallen like trees without roots, and their place is found no more. Through the conflict of unbalanced forces, the devastated earth was void and formless, until the Spirit of God made for itself a place in heaven and reduced the mass of waters. All the aspirations of nature were directed then towards unity of form, towards the living synthesis of equilibrated forces. The face of God, crowned with light, rose over the vast sea and was reflected in the waters thereof. His two eyes were manifested, radiating with splendor, darting two beams of light which crossed with those of the reflection. The brow of God and his eyes formed a triangle in heaven, and its reflection formed a second triangle in the waters. So was revealed the number 6, being that of universal creation. The text, which would be unintelligible in a literal version, is translated here by way of interpretation. The author makes it plain that the human form which he ascribes to deity is only an image of his meaning, and that God is beyond expression by human thought or representation by any figure. Pascal said that God is a circle, of which the center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. But how is one to imagine a circle apart from its circumference? The Zohar adopts the antithesis of this paradoxical image, and in respect of the circle of Pascal, would say rather that the circumference is everywhere, while that which is nowhere is the center. It is, however, to a balance, and not to a circle, that it compares the universal equilibrium of things. It affirms that equilibrium is everywhere, and so also is that central point where the balance hangs in suspension. We find that the Zohar is thus more forcible and more profound than Pascal. Its author continues as follows his sublime dream. That synthesis of the word, formulated by the human figure, ascended slowly and emerged from the water, like the sun in its rising. When the eyes appeared, light was made. When the mouth was manifested, there was the creation of spirits, and the word passed into expression. The entire head was revealed, and this completed the first day of creation. The shoulders, the arms, the breast arose, and thereupon work began. With one hand the divine image put back the sea, while with the other it raised up continents and mountains. The image grew and grew, the generative organs appeared, and all beings began to increase and multiply. The form stood at length erect, having one foot upon the earth and one upon the waters. Beholding itself at full length in the ocean of creation, it breathed on its own reflection and called its likeness into life. It said, "Let us make man," and thus man was made. There is nothing so beautiful in the masterpiece of any poet as this vision of creation accomplished by the prototype of humanity. Hereby is man but the shadow of a shadow, and yet he is the image of divine power. He also can stretch forth his hands from east to west. To him is the earth given as a dominion. Such is Adam Kadmon, the primordial Adam of the Kabbalists. Such is the sense in which he is depicted as a giant. And this is why Swedenborg, haunted in his dreams by reminiscences of the Kabbalah, says that entire creation is only a titanic man, and that we are made in the image of the universe. The Zohar is a genesis of light. The Sefer Yetzirah is a ladder of truth. Therein are expounded the 32 absolute symbols of speech, being numbers and letters. Each letter produces a number, an idea, and a form, so that mathematics are applicable to forms and ideas, even as to numbers, in virtue of an exact proportion and a perfect correspondence. By the science of the Sefer Yetzirah, the human mind is rooted in truth and in reason. It accounts for all progress possible to intelligence by means of the evolution of numbers. Thus does the Zohar represent absolute truth, while the Sefer Yetzirah furnishes the method of its acquisition, its discernment and application. Chapter 2. Magic of the Magi. It is within probability that Zoroaster is a symbolical name, like that of Thoth or Hermes. According to Eudoxus and Aristotle, he flourished 6,000 years before the birth of Plato, but others say that he antedated the siege of Troy by about 500 years. He is sometimes represented as a king of the Bactrians, but the existence of 2 or 3 distinct Zoroasters is also one of the speculations. Eudoxus and Aristotle alone would seem to have realized that his personality was magical, and this is why they have placed the Kabbalistic epic of an entire world between the birth of his doctrine and the theurgic reign of Platonic philosophy. As a fact, there are 2 Zoroasters, that is to say, 2 expounders of mysteries, one being the son of Ormuzd and the founder of an enlightened instruction, the other being the son of Ahriman and the author of a profanatory unveiling of truth. Zoroaster is the incarnate word of the Chaldeans, the Medes, and the Persians. His legend reads like a prophecy concerning that of Christ, and hence it must be assumed that he had also his Antichrist, in accordance with the magical law of universal equilibrium. To the false Zoroaster must be referred the cultus of material fire, and that impious doctrine of divine dualism which produced at a later period the monstrous gnosis of Manes and the false principles of spurious masonry. The Zoroaster in question was the father of that materialized magic which led to the massacre of the Magi and brought their true doctrine at first into proscription and then oblivion. Ever inspired by the spirit of truth, the Church was compelled to condemn, under the names of magic, Manichaeism, Illuminism, and Masonry, all that was in kinship, remote, or approximate with the primitive profanation of the mysteries. One signal example is the history of the Knights Templar, which has been misunderstood to this day. The doctrines of the true Zoroaster are identical with those of pure Kabbalism, and his conceptions of divinity differ in no wise from those of the Fathers of the Church. It is the names only that vary. For example, the triad of Zoroaster is the trinity of Christian teaching, and when he postulates that triad as subsisting without diminution or division in each of its units, he is expressing in another manner that which is understood by our theologians as the circumcision of the divine persons. In his multiplication of the triad by itself, Zoroaster arrives at the absolute reason of the number 9 and the universal key of all numbers and forms. But those whom we term the three divine persons are called the three depths by Zoroaster. The first, or that of the Father, is the source of faith. The second, being that of the Word, is the well of truth, while the third, or creative action, is the font of love. To check what is here advanced, the reader may consult the commentary of Psellus on the doctrine of the ancient Assyrians. It may be found in the work of Franciscus Patricius on philosophical magic p. 24 of the Hamburg edition, which appeared in 1593. Zoroaster established the celestial hierarchy and all the harmonies of nature on his scale of 9 degrees. He explains by means of the triad whatsoever emanates from the idea, and by the tetrad all that belongs to form, thus arriving at the number 7 as the type of creation. Here ends the first initiation, and the scholastic hypotheses begin. Numbers are personified, and ideas pass into emblems, which at a later period become idols. The Synoches, the Teletarchy, and the Fathers, ministers of the triple Hecate, the three Amaleks, and the threefold visage of Hypazokos, all these intervene. The angels follow in their order, the demons, and lastly human souls. The stars are images and reflections of intellectual splendors. The material sun is an emblem of the Sun of Truth, which itself is a shadow of that first source whence all glory springs. This is why the disciples of Zoroaster saluted the rising day, and so passed as sun-worshippers among barbarians. Such were the doctrines of the Magi, but they were the possessors in addition of secrets, which gave them mastery over the occult powers of nature. The sum of these secrets might be termed transcendental pyrotechny, for it was intimately related to the deep knowledge of fire and its ruling. It is certain that the Magi were not only familiar with electricity, but were able to generate and direct it in ways that are now unknown. Numa, who studied their rites and was initiated into their mysteries, possessed, according to Lucius Pisson, the art of producing and controlling the lightning. This sacerdotal secret, which the Roman initiator would have reserved to the kings of Rome, was lost by Tullus Hostilius, who mismanaged the electrical discharge and was destroyed. Pliny relates these facts on the authority of an ancient Etruscan tradition and mentions that Numa directed his battery with success against a monster named Volta, which was ravaging the district about Rome. In reading this story, one is almost tempted to think that Volta, the discoverer, is himself a myth, and that the name of voltaic piles goes back to the days of Numa. All Assyrian symbols connect with this science of fire, which was the great secret of the Magi. On every side we meet with the enchanter who slays the lion and controls the serpents. That lion is the celestial fire, while the serpents are the electric and magnetic currents of the earth. To this same great secret of the Magi are referable all marvels of Hermetic magic, the extant traditions of which still bear witness that the mystery of the great work consists in the ruling of fire. The learned Patricius published in his philosophical magic the Oracles of Zoroaster, collected from the works of Platonic writers, from Proclus on Theurgy, from the commentaries on the Parmenides, commentaries of Hermias on the Phaedrus, and from the notes of Olympiodorus on the Philebos and Phaedon. These oracles are firstly a clear and precise formulation of the doctrine here stated, and secondly, the prescriptions of magical ritual expressed in such terms as follow. Demons and sacrifices. We are taught by induction from nature that there are incorporeal demons, and that the germs of evil which exist in matter turn to the common good and utility. But these are mysteries which must be buried in the recesses of thought. Forever agitated and ever leaping in the atmosphere, the fire can assume a configuration like that of bodies. Let us go further and affirm the existence of a fire which abounds in images and reflections. Term it, if you will, a superabundant light which radiates, which speaks, which goes back into itself. It is the flaming courser of light, or rather it is the stalwart child who overcomes and breaks in that heavenly steed. Picture him as vested in flame and emblazoned with gold, or think of him naked as love and bearing the arrows of Eros. But if thy meditation prolongeth itself, thou wilt combine all these emblems under the form of the lion. Thereafter, when things are no longer visible, when the vault of heaven and the expanse of the universe have dissolved, when the stars have ceased to shine and the lamp of the moon is veiled, when the earth trembles and the lightning plays around it, invoke not the visible phantom of nature's soul. For thou must in no wise behold it until thy body has been purified by the holy ordeals. Enervators of souls, which they distract from sacred occupations, the dog-faced demons issue from the confines of matter and expose to mortal eyes the semblances of illusory bodies. Labor round the circles described by the rhombus of Hecate. Change thou nothing in the barbarous names of evocation, for they are pantheistic titles of God. They are magnetized by the devotion of multitudes, and their power is ineffable. When after all the phantoms thou shalt behold the shining of that incorporeal fire, that sacred fire the darts of which penetrate in every direction through the depths of the world, hearken to the words of the fire. These astonishing sentences, which are taken from the Latin of Patricius, embody the secrets of magnetism and of things far deeper, which it has not entered into the heart or people like Dupotet and Mesmer to conceive. We find the astral light described perfectly together with its power of producing fluidic forms, of reflecting language and echoing the voice. B, the will of the adept signified by the stalwart child mounted on a white horse, a symbol met with in an ancient tarot card preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale. C, the dangers of hallucination arising from misdirected magical works. D, the raison-d'être of enchantments accomplished by the use of barbarous names and words. E, the magnetic instrument termed rhombos, which is comparable to a child's humming top. F, the term of magical practice, which is the stilling of imagination and of the senses into a state of complete somnambulism and perfect lucidity. It follows from this revelation of the ancient world that clairvoyant ecstasies is a voluntary and immediate application of the soul to the universal fire, or rather to that light, abounding in images, which radiates, which speaks and circulates about all objects and every sphere of the universe. This application is operated by the persistence of will liberated from the senses and fortified by a succession of tests. Herein consisted the beginning of magical initiation. Having attained the power of direct reading in the light, the adept became a seer or prophet. Then, having established communication between this light and his own will, he learned to direct the former, even as the head of an arrow is set in a certain direction. He communicated at his pleasure either strife or peace to the souls of others. He established intercourse at a distance with those fellow adepts who were his peers, and, in fine, he availed himself of that force which is represented by the celestial lion. Herein lies the meaning of those great Assyrian figures which hold vanquished lions in their arms. The astral light is otherwise represented by gigantic sphinxes, having the bodies of lions and the heads of magi. Considered as an instrument made subject to magical power, the astral light is that golden sword of Mithra used in his immolation of the sacred bull. And it is the arrow of Phobos which pierced the serpent Python. Let us now reconstruct in thought the great metropolitan cities of Assyria, Babylon, and Nineveh. Let us restore to their proper place the granite colossi. Let us formulate the massive temples, held up by elephants and sphinxes, let us raise once more those obelisks from which dragons look down with shining eyes and wings outspread. Temples and palaces tower above these wondrous piles. Forever concealed, but manifested also forever by the fact of their miracles, the priesthood and the royalty, like visible divinities of earth, abide therein. The temple is surrounded with clouds or glows with supernatural brilliance at the will of the priests. Now it is dark in the daylight, and again the night is enlightened. The lamps of the temple spring of themselves into flame, the gods are radiant, the thunders roll, and woe to that impious person who may have invoked on his own head the malediction of initiates. The temples protect the palaces, and the king's retainers do battle for the religion of the Magi. The monarch himself is sacred. He is a god on earth. The people lie prone as he passes, and the maniac who would attempt to cross the threshold of his palace falls dead immediately by the intervention of an invisible hand and without stroke of mace or sword. He is slain as if by the bolt, blasted by fire from heaven. What religion and what power! How mighty are the shadows of Nimrod, of Belus, of Semiramis! What can surpass these almost fabulous cities, where such mighty royalties were enthroned, these capitals of giants, capitals of magicians, of personalities identified by tradition with angels and still termed sons of God or princes of heaven? What mysteries have been put to sleep in these sepulchres of past nations? And are we better than children when we exalt our enlightenment and our progress, without recalling these startling memorials? In his work on magic, M. du Patet affirms, with a certain timidity, that it is possible to overwhelm a living being by a current of magnetic fluid. Magical power extends beyond this limit, but it is not confined within the measures of the putative magnetic fluid. The astral light as a whole, that element of electricity and of lightning, can be placed at the disposition of human will. What must be done, however, to acquire this formidable power? Zoroaster has just told us. We must know those mysterious laws of equilibrium which subjugate the very powers of evil to the empire of good. We must have purified our bodies by sacred trials, must have conquered the phantoms of hallucination and taken hold bodily of the light, imitating Jacob in his struggle with the angel. We must have vanquished those fantastic dogs which howl in the world of dreams. In a word, and to use the forcible expression of the oracle, we must have heard the light speak. We are then its masters and can direct it, as Numa did, against the enemies of the holy mysteries. But if in the absence of perfect purity, and if under the government of some animal passion, by which we are still subjected to the fatalities of tempestuous life, we proceed to this kind of work, the fire which we kindle will consume ourselves. We shall fall victims to the serpent which we unloose, and shall perish like Tullus Hostilius. It is not in conformity with the laws of nature for man to be devoured by wild beasts. God has armed him with the power of resistance. His eyes can fascinate them, his voice restrain, his sign bring them to a pause. We know indeed, as a literal fact, that the most savage animals quail before a steady human glance and seem to tremble at the human voice. The explanation is that they are paralyzed and awe-stricken by projections of the astral light. When Daniel was accused of imposture and false magic, both he and his accusers were subjected by the king of Babylon to an ordeal of lions. Such beasts attack those only who fear them or of whom they are themselves afraid. It is utterly certain that the tiger will recede before the magnetic glance of a brave man, although the latter may be disarmed. The Magi utilized this power, and the kings of Assyria kept tigers, leopards, and lions in their gardens, in a state of docility. Others were reserved in vaults beneath the temples for use in the ordeals of initiation. The symbolic bas-reliefs are the proof. They depict trials of strength between men and animals, and the adept, clothed in his priestly garb, controls the brutes by a glance of his eye and stays them with his hand. When such animals are depicted in one of the forms ascribed to the Sphinx, they are doubtless symbolical, but in other representations the brute is of the natural order, and then the struggle seems to illustrate a theory of actual enchantment. Magic is a science. To abuse is to lose it, and it is also to destroy oneself. The kings and priests of the Assyrian world were too great to be free from this danger, if ever they fell. As a fact, pride did come upon them, and they did therefore fall. The great magical epic of Chaldea is anterior to the reigns of Semiramis and Ninus. At this time, religion had begun already to materialize and idolatry to prevail. The cultus of Astarte succeeded that of the heavenly Venus, and royalty arrogated to itself divine attributes under the names of Baal and of Bel, or Belus. Semiramis made religion subservient to politics and conquests, replacing the old mysterious temples by ostentatious and ill-advised monuments. This notwithstanding, the magical idea continued to prevail in art and science, sealing the constructions of that epoch with the characteristics of inimitable power and grandeur. The Palace of Semiramis was a building synthesis of entire Zoroastrian dogma, and we shall recur to it in explaining the symbolism of those 7 masterpieces of antiquity, which are called the wonders of the world. The priesthood became secondary to the empire as the result of an attempt to materialize its own power. The fall of the one was bound to involve the other, and it came to pass under the effeminate Sardanapalus. This prince, abandoned to luxury and indolence, reduced the science of the Magi to the level of one of his courtesans. What purpose did marvels serve if they failed in ministration to pleasure? Compel, O enchanters, compel the winter to produce roses, double the savor of wine, apply your power over the light to make the beauty of women shine like that of divinities. The Magi obeyed, and the king passed from intoxication to intoxication. But it came about that war was declared, and that the enemy was already on the march. That enemy might signify little to the Sybarite steeped in his pleasures, but it was ruin, it was infamy, it was death. Now Sardanapalus did not fear death, since for him it was an endless sleep, and he knew how to avoid the toils and humiliations of servitude. The last night came, the victor was already upon the threshold, the city could stand out no longer, the kingdom of Assyria must end on the morrow. The palace of Sardanapalus was illuminated and blazed with such splendor that it lightened all the consternated city. Amidst piles of precious stuffs, amidst jewels and golden vessels, the king held his final orgy. His women, his favorites, his accomplices, his degenerate priests surrounded him. The riot of drunkenness mingled with the music of 1,000 instruments. The tame lions roared, and a smoke of perfumes, going up from the vaults of the palace, enveloped the whole edifice in a heavy cloud. But tongues of fire began to penetrate the cedar paneling. The frenzied songs were replaced by cries of terror and groans of agony. The magic which, in the hands of its degraded adepts, could not safeguard the empire of Ninus, did at least mingle its marvels to emblazon the terrible memories of this titanic suicide. A vast and sinister splendor, such as the night of Babylon had never seen, seemed suddenly to set back and enlarge the vault of heaven. A noise, like all the thunders of the world pealing together, shook the earth, and the walls of the city collapsed. Thereafter a deeper night descended. The palace of Sardanapalus melted, and when the morrow came, his conqueror found no trace of its riches, no trace even of the king's body and all his luxuries. So ended the first empire of Assyria, and the civilization founded of old by the true Zoroaster. Thus also ended magic, properly so called, and the reign of the Kabbalah began. Abraham, on coming out from Chaldea, carried its mysteries with him. The people of God increased in silence, and we shall meet before long with Daniel, confounding the miserable enchanters of Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar. Introduction. Magic has been confounded too long with the jugglery of mountebanks, the hallucinations of disordered minds, and the crimes of certain unusual malefactors. There are otherwise many who would promptly explain magic as the art of producing effects in the absence of causes, and on the strength of such a definition, it will be said by ordinary people, with the good sense which characterizes the ordinary, in the midst of much injustice, that magic is an absurdity. But it can have no analogy in fact with the descriptions of those who know nothing of the subject. Furthermore, it is not to be represented as this or that by any person whomsoever. It is that which it is, drawing from itself only, even as mathematics do, for it is the exact and absolute science of nature and her laws. Magic is the science of the ancient Magi, and the Christian religion, which silenced the counterfeit oracles and put a stop to the illusions of false gods, does, this notwithstanding, revere those mystic kings who came from the east, led by a star, to adore the Savior of the world in his cradle. They are elevated by tradition to the rank of kings, because magical initiation constitutes a true royalty, because also the great art of the Magi is characterized by all adepts as the royal art, as the Holy Kingdom, Sanctum Regnum. The star which conducted the pilgrims is the same burning star which is met with in all initiations. For alchemists, it is the sign of the quintessence, for magicians it is the great arcanum, for Kabbalists the sacred pentagram. Our design is to prove that the study of this pentagram did itself lead the Magi to a knowledge of that new name, which was to be exalted above all names, and to bend the knees of all beings who were capable of adoration. Magic, therefore, combines in a single science that which is most certain in philosophy, which is eternal and infallible in religion. It reconciles perfectly and incontestably those two terms, so opposed on the first view, faith and reason, science and belief, authority and liberty. It furnishes the human mind with an instrument of philosophical and religious certitude as exact as mathematics, and even accounting for the infallibility of mathematics themselves. An absolute exists, therefore, in the realms of understanding and faith. The lights of human intelligence have not been left by the supreme reason to waver at hazard. There is an incontestable truth. There is an infallible method of knowing that truth, while those who attain this knowledge and adopt it as a rule of life can endow their will with a sovereign power which can make them masters of all inferior things, all wandering spirits, or, in other words, arbiters and kings of the world. If such be the case, how comes it that so exalted a science is still unrecognized? How is it possible to assume that so bright a sun is hidden in a sky so dark? The transcendental science has been known always, but only to the flowers of intelligence who have understood the necessity of silence and patience. Should a skillful surgeon open at midnight the eyes of a man born blind, it would still be impossible to make him realize the nature or existence of daylight till morning came. Science has its nights and its mornings, because the life which it communicates to the world of mind is characterized by regular modes of motion and progressive phases. It is the same with truths as it is with radiations of light. Nothing which is hidden is lost, but at the same time nothing that is found is absolutely new. The seal of eternity is affixed by God to that science which is the reflection of His glory. The transcendental science, the absolute science, is assuredly magic, though the affirmation may seem utterly paradoxical to those who have never questioned the infallibility of Voltaire, that marvelous smatterer who thought that he knew so much because he never missed an opportunity for laughter instead of learning. Magic was the science of Abraham and Orpheus, of Confucius and Zoroaster, and it was magical doctrines which were graven on tables of stone by Enoch and by Trismegistus. Moses purified and revealed them, this being the sense of the word reveal. The new disguise which he gave them was that of the Holy Kabbalah, that exclusive heritage of Israel and inviolable secret of its priests. The mysteries of Eleusis and of Thebes preserved among the Gentiles some of its symbols, but in a debased form, and the mystic key was lost amidst the apparatus of an ever-increasing superstition. Jerusalem, murderer of its prophets and prostituted over and over again to false Assyrian and Babylonian gods, ended by losing in its turn the sacred word. When a Savior, declared to the Magi by the holy star of initiation, came to rend the threadbare veil of the old temple, to endow the church with a new network of legends and symbols, ever concealing from the profane and always preserving for the elect that truth which is the same forever. It is this that the erudite and ill-starred Dupuy should have found on Indian planispheres and in tables of Dendera. He would not have ended by rejecting the truly Catholic or universal and eternal religion in the presence of the unanimous affirmation of all nature, as well as all monuments of science throughout the ages. It was the memory of this scientific and religious absolute, of this doctrine summarized in a word, of this word alternately lost and recovered, which was transmitted to the elect of all antique initiations. Whether preserved or profaned in the celebrated order of the temple, it was this same memory handed on to secret associations of Rosicrucians, Illuminati and Freemasons, which gave a meaning to their strange rites, to their less or more conventional signs, and a justification above all to their devotion in common, as well as a clue to their power. That profanation has befallen the doctrines and mysteries of magic we have no intention to deny. Repeated from age to age, the misuse itself has been a great and terrible lesson for those who made secret things unwisely known. The Gnostics caused the gnosis to be prohibited by Christians, and the official sanctuary was closed to high initiation. The hierarchy of knowledge was thus compromised by the intervention of usurping ignorance, while the disorders within the sanctuary were reproduced in the state. For, willingly or otherwise, the king always depends from the priest, and it is towards the eternal addendum of divine instruction that earthly powers will ever look for consecration and for energy to ensure their permanence. The key of science has been thrown to children. As might have been expected, it is now, therefore, mislaid and practically lost. This notwithstanding, a man of high intuitions and great moral courage, Count Joseph de Maistre, who was also a resolute Catholic, acknowledging that the world was void of religion and could not so remain, turned his eyes instinctively towards the last sanctuaries of occultism, and called, with heartfelt prayers, for that day when the natural affinity which subsists between science and faith should combine them in the mind of a single man of genius. "This will be grand," said he. "It will finish that 18th century which is still with us. We shall talk then of our present stupidity as we now dilate on the barbarism of the Middle Ages." The prediction of Count Joseph de Maistre is in course of realization. The alliance of science and faith, accomplished long since, is here in fine made manifest, though not by a man of genius. Genius is not needed to see the sun, and moreover, it has never demonstrated anything but its rare greatness and its lights inaccessible to the crowd. The grand truth demands only to be found, when the simplest will be able to comprehend it and to prove it also at need. At the same time, that truth will never become vulgar, because it is hierarchic and because anarchy alone humors the bias of the crowd. The masses are not in need of absolute truths. Were it otherwise, progress would be arrested and life would cease in humanity. The ebb and flow of contrary ideas, the clash of opinions, the passions of the time, ever impelled by its dreams, are necessary to the intellectual growth of peoples. The masses know it full well, and hence they desert so readily the chair of doctors to collect about the rostrum of mountebanks. Some even who are assumed to be concerned in philosophy, and that perhaps especially, too often resemble the children playing at charades, who hasten to turn out those who know the answer already, lest the game should be spoiled by depriving the puzzle of the questions of all its interest. "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God," has been said by eternal wisdom. Purity of heart therefore purifies intelligence, and rectitude of will makes for precision in understanding. Whosoever prefers truth and justice, before all things shall have justice and truth for his reward, because supreme providence has endowed us with freedom in order that we may attain life. And very truth, all its exactitude notwithstanding, intervenes only with mildness, never does outrage to tardiness or violence to the errors of our will when it is beguiled by the allurements of falsehood. It remains, however, according to Bossuet, that antecedent to anything which may please or repel our senses, there is a truth, and it is by this that our conduct should be governed, not by our appetites. The kingdom of heaven is not the empire of caprice, either in respect of man or God. "A thing is not just because it is willed by God," said St. Thomas, "but God wills it because it is just." The divine balance rules and necessitates eternal mathematics. God has made all things with number, weight, and measure. Here it is the Bible speaking. Measure and angle of creation make a proportionally progressive multiplication, and all infinity shall multiply its circles, peopled by universes, passing in proportional segments between the extending symbolical arms of your compass. Suppose now that, from whatever point of the infinite above you, a hand holds another compass or square. Then the lines of the celestial triangle will meet of necessity those of the compass of science, and will form therewith the mysterious star of Solomon. With what measure you meet, it shall be measured to you again, says the Gospel. God does not strive with man that he may crush man by his grandeur, and he never places unequal weights in his balance. When he would test the strength of Jacob, he assumes the form of man. The patriarch withstands the onset through an entire night. At the end, there is a blessing for the conquered, and in addition to the glory of having sustained such a struggle, he is given the national title of Israel, being a name which signifies strong against God. We have heard Christians more zealous than instructed hazarding a strange explanation of the dogma concerning eternal punishment by suggesting that God may avenge infinitely an offense which itself is finite, because if the offender is limited, the grandeur of the offended being is not. An emperor of the world might, on the strength of a similar pretext, sentenced to death some unreasoning child who had soiled accidentally the hem of his purple. Far otherwise are the prerogatives of greatness, and St. Augustine understood them better when he said that God is patient because he is eternal. In God all is justice, seeing that all is goodness. He never forgives after the manner of men, for he is never angered like them. But evil being, by its nature, incompatible with good, as night is with day, as discord is with harmony, and the liberty of man being furthermore inviolable, all error is expiated, and all evil punished by suffering proportioned thereto. It is vain to invoke the help of Jupiter when our cart is stuck in the mud. Unless we take pick and shovel, like the wagoner in the fable, heaven will not draw us out of the rut. Help yourself and God will help you. In such a reasonable and wholly philosophical way is explained the possible and necessary eternity of punishment, with still a narrow way open for man to escape therefrom, being that of toil and repentance. It is by conformity with the rules of eternal power that man may unite himself to the creative energy and become creator and preserver in his turn. God has not limited narrowly the number of rounds on Jacob's ladder of light. Whatsoever nature has constituted inferior to man is thereby to him made subject. It is for man to extend his domain in virtue of continual ascent. Length and even perpetuity of life, the field of air and its storms, the earth and its metallic veins, light and its wondrous illusions, darkness and the dreams thereof, death and its ghosts, all these do therefore obey the royal scepter of the Magi, the shepherd's staff of Jacob, and the terrible wand of Moses. The adept becomes king of the elements, transmuter of metals, interpreter of visions, controller of oracles, master of life in fine, according to the mathematical order of nature, and conformably to the will of the supreme intelligence. This is magic in all its glory. But is there anyone who in these days will dare to give credence to such words? The answer is, those who will study loyally and attain knowledge frankly. We make no attempt to conceal truth under the veil of parables or hieroglyphical signs. The time has come when everything should be told, and we propose to tell everything. It is our intention, in short, to unveil that ever-secret science which, as we have indicated, is hidden behind the shadows of ancient mysteries, which the Gnostics betrayed clumsily, or rather disfigured unworthily, which is recognized dimly under the darkness shrouding the pretended crimes of Templars, which is met with once again beneath the now impenetrable enigmas of high-grade Masonic rites. We purpose further to bring into open day the fantastic king of the Sabbath, to expose the very roots of black magic and its frightful realities, long since surrendered to the derision of the grandchildren of Voltaire. For a great number of readers, magic is the science of the devil, even as the science of light is identified with that of darkness. We confess boldly at the outset that we are not in terror of the devil. My fear is for those who fear him, said Saint Teresa, but we testify also that he does not prompt our laughter, and that the ridicule of which he is often the object seems to us exceedingly misplaced. However this may be, it is our intention to bring him before the light of science. But the devil and science, the apposition of two names so strangely incongruous, must seem to have disclosed the whole intent in view. If the mystic personification of darkness be thus dragged into light, is it not to annihilate the phantom of falsehood in the presence of truth? Is it not to dispel in the day all formless monsters of the night? Superficial persons will think so and will condemn without hearing. Ill-instructed Christians will conclude that we are sapping the fundamental dogma of their ethics by decrying hell, and others will question the utility of combating error in which, as they imagine, no one believes longer. It is, therefore, important to enunciate our object clearly and establish our principles solidly. We say, therefore, to Christians that the author of this book is a Christian like yourselves. His faith is that of a Catholic strongly and deeply convinced. For this reason, he does not come forward to deny dogmas, but to combat impiety under its most pernicious forms, which are those of false belief and superstition. He comes to drag from the darkness the black successor of Ahriman, in order to expose in broad day his colossal impotence and redoubtable misery. He comes to make subject the age-long problem of evil to the solutions of science, to uncrown the king of hell, and to bow down his head at the foot of the cross. Is not virginal and maternal science, that science of which Mary is the sweet and luminous image, destined like her to crush the head of the old serpent. The author, on the other hand, would say to pretended philosophy, "Why seek to deny that which you cannot understand? Is not the unbelief which affirms in the face of the unknown more precipitate and less consoling than faith? Does the dreadful form of personified evil only prompt you to smile? Hear you not the ceaseless sobbing of humanity which writhes and weeps in the crushing folds of the monster? Have you never heard the atrocious laugh of the evildoer who is persecuting the just man? Have you never experienced in yourselves the opening of those infernal deeps which the genius of perversity furrows in every soul? Moral evil exists, such is the unhappy truth. It reigns in certain spirits. It incarnates in certain men. It is therefore personified, and thus demons exist. But the most wicked of these demons is Satan. More than this I do not ask you to admit, and it will be difficult for you to grant me less. Let it be otherwise, and clearly understood that science and faith render mutual support to one another only in so far as their respective realms remain inviolably distinct. What is it that we believe? That which we do not know absolutely, though we may yearn for it with all our strength. The object of faith is not more than an indispensable hypothesis for science. The things which are in the domain of knowledge must never be judged by the processes of faith, nor, conversely, the things of faith according to the measures of science. The end of faith is not scientifically debatable. I believe because it is absurd, said Tertullian, and this utterance, paradoxical on the surface as it is, belongs to the highest reason. As a fact, beyond all that we can suppose rationally, there is an infinite towards which we aspire with unquenchable thirst, and it eludes even our dreams. But is not the infinite itself an absurdity for our finite appreciation? We feel all the same that it is. The infinite invades us, overflows us, renders us dizzy at its abysses, and crushes us by its awful height. Scientifically probable hypotheses are one and all the last half-lights or shadows of science. Faith begins where reason falls exhausted. Beyond human reason, there is that reason which is divine, for my weakness a supreme absurdity, but an infinite absurdity which confounds me, and in which I believe. The good alone is infinite, evil is not, and hence if God be the eternal object of faith, then the devil belongs to science. In which of the Catholic creeds is there any question concerning him? Would it not be blasphemy to say that we believe in him? In Holy Scripture, he is named but not defined. Genesis makes no allusion to a reputed revolt of angels. It ascribes the fall of Adam to the serpent, as to the most subtle and dangerous of living beings. We are acquainted with Christian tradition on this subject. But if that tradition is explicable by one of the greatest and most diffused allegories of science, what can such solutions signify to the faith which aspires only to God, which despises the pomps and works of Lucifer? Lucifer, light-bearer, how strange a name attributed to the spirit of darkness. Is it he who carries the light and yet blinds feeble souls? The answer is yes, unquestionably, for traditions are full of divine disclosures and inspirations. Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light, says St. Paul, and Christ himself said, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. So also the prophet Isaiah, How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Lucifer is then a fallen star, a meteor which is on fire always, which burns when it enlightens no longer. But is this Lucifer a person or a force, an angel or a strayed thunderbolt? Tradition supposes that it is an angel, but the psalmist says, Who maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flaming fire? The word angel is applied in the Bible to all messengers of God, emissaries or new creations, revealers or scourges, radiant spirits or brilliant objects. The shafts of fire, which the Most High darts through the clouds, are angels of his wrath, and such figurative language is familiar to all readers of Eastern poetry. Having been the world's terror through the period of the Middle Ages, the devil has become its mockery. Heir to the monstrous forms of all false gods cast down successively from their thrones, the grotesque scarecrow has turned into a mere bugbear through very deformity and hideousness. Yet observe as to this that those only dare to laugh at the devil who know not the fear of God. Can it be that, for many diseased imaginations, he is God's own shadow? Or is he not often the idol of degenerate souls who only understand supernatural power as the exercise of cruelty with impunity? But it is important to ascertain whether the notion of this evil power can be reconciled with that of God, in a word, whether the devil exists, and in such case what he is. There is no longer any question of superstition or of ridiculous invention. It is a question of religion alone and hence of the whole future, with all the interests of humanity. Strange reasoners indeed are we. We call ourselves strong-minded when we are indifferent to everything except material advantages, as, for example, money, and we leave to their own devices the ideas which are mothers of opinions and may, or at least can, by their sudden veering, upset all fortunes. A conquest of science is much more important than the discovery of a gold mine. Given science, gold is utilized in the service of life. Given ignorance, wealth furnishes only destroying weapons. For the rest, it is to be understood absolutely that our scientific revelations pause in the presence of faith, that, as Christian and Catholic, our work is submitted entirely to the supreme judgment of the Church. This said, to those who question the existence of a devil, we would point out that whatsoever has a name exists. Speech may be uttered in vain, but in itself it cannot be vain, and it has a meaning invariably. The word is never void, and if it be written that it is in God, as also that it is God, this is because it is the expression and the proof of being and of truth. The devil is named and personified in the gospel, which is the word of truth. He exists, therefore, and can be considered as a person. But here it is the Christian who differs. Let science or reason speak. These two are one. Evil exists. It is impossible to doubt it. We can work good or evil. There are beings who work evil knowingly and willingly. The spirit which animates these beings and prompts them to do ill is bewrayed, turned aside from the right road, and thrown across the path of good as an obstacle. This is the precise meaning of the Greek word diabolos, which we render as devil. The spirits who love and perform evil are accidentally bad. There is therefore a devil who is the spirit of error, willful ignorance, vertigo. There are beings under his obedience who are his envoys, emissaries, angels. And it is for this reason that the gospel speaks of an eternal fire which is prepared, and in a sense predestined, for the devil and his angels. These words are themselves a revelation, so let us search their meaning, giving, in the first place, a concise definition of evil. Evil is the absence of rectitude in being. Moral evil is falsehood in action, as the lie is a crime in speech. Injustice is of the essence of lying, and every lie is an injustice. When that which we utter is just, there is no falsity. When that which we do is equitable and true in mode, there is no sin. Injustice is the death of moral being, as lying is the poison of intelligence. The false spirit is therefore a spirit of death. Those who hearken to him become his dupes and are by him poisoned. But if we had to take his absolute personification seriously, he would be himself absolutely dead and absolutely deceived, which means that the affirmation of his existence must imply a patent contradiction. Jesus said that the devil is a liar like his father. Who then is the father of the devil? Whosoever gives him a personal existence by living in accordance with his inspirations. The man who diabolizes himself is the father of the incarnate spirit of evil. But there is a rash, impious, and monstrous conception, traditional like the pride of the Pharisees, and in fine there is a hybrid creation which armed the paltry philosophy of the 18th century with an apparent defense. It is the false Lucifer of the heterodox legend, that angel proud enough to think that he was God, brave enough to buy independence at the price of eternal torment, beautiful enough to worship himself in the plenary divine light, strong enough to reign still in darkness and in dole, and to make a throne of his inextinguishable fire. It is the Satan of the heretical and republican Milton, the pretended hero of black eternities, calumniated by deformity, bedecked with horns and talons which would better become his implacable tormentor. It is the devil who is king of evil, as if evil were a kingdom, who is more intelligent than the men of genius that fear his wiles. It is that black light, that darkness with eyes, that power which God has not willed but which no fallen creature could create. Be that prince of anarchy served by a hierarchy of pure spirits. See that exile of God who on earth seems, like him, everywhere, but is more tangible, is more for the majority in evidence, and is served better than God himself. D, that conquered one, to whom the victor gives his children that he may devour them. E, that artificer of sins of the flesh, to whom flesh is nothing, and who therefore can be nothing to flesh, unless indeed he be its creator and master, like God. F, that immense, realized, personified, and eternal lie. G, that death which cannot die. H. That blasphemy which the word of God will never silence. I. That poisoner of souls whom God tolerates by a contradiction of his omnipotence or preserves as the Roman emperors guarded Locusta among the trophies of their reign. K. That executed criminal, living still to curse his judge and still have a cause against him, since he will never repent. L. That monster accepted as executioner by the sovereign power, and who, according to the forcible expression of an old Catholic writer, may term God the God of the devil by describing himself as a devil of God. Such is the irreligious phantom which blasphemes religion. Away with this idol which hides our Savior. Down with the tyrant of falsehood, the black god of Manichaeans, the Ahriman of old idolaters. Live God and his word incarnate, who saw Satan fall from heaven, and live Mary, the divine mother, who crushed the head of the infernal serpent. So cry with one voice the traditions of saints, and so cry faithful hearts. The attribution of any greatness whatsoever to a fallen spirit is a slander on divinity. The ascription of any royalty whatsoever to the rebel spirit is to encourage revolt and be guilty, at least in thought, of that crime which the horror of the Middle Ages termed sorcery. For all the offenses visited with death on the old sorcerers were real crimes and were indeed the greatest of all. They stole fire from heaven, like Prometheus. They rode winged dragons and the flying serpent, like Medea. They poisoned the breathable air, like the shadow of the manchineal tree. They profaned sacred things and even used the body of the Lord in works of destruction and malevolence. How is all this possible? Because there is a composite agent, a natural and divine agent, at once corporeal and spiritual, and universal plastic mediator, a common receptacle for vibrations of movement and images of form, a fluid and a force which may be called, in a sense at least, the imagination of nature. By the mediation of this force, every nervous apparatus is in secret communication together. Hence comes sympathy and antipathy, hence dreams, hence the phenomena of second sight and extranatural vision. This universal agent of nature's works is the Odd of the Jews and of Reichenbach, the astral light of the Martionists, which denomination we prefer as the more explicit. The existence and possible employment of this force constitute the great secret of practical magic. It is the wand of thaumaturgy and the key of black magic. It is the Edenic serpent who transmitted to Eve the seductions of a fallen angel. The astral light warms, illuminates, magnetizes, attracts, repels, vivifies, destroys, coagulates, separates, breaks, and conjoins everything under the impetus of powerful wills. God created it on the first day when he said, "Let there be light." This force of itself is blind but is directed by egregores, that is, by chiefs of souls, or, in other words, by energetic and active spirits. Herein is the complete explanatory theory of prodigies and miracles. How, as a fact, could good and bad alike compel nature to reveal her hidden forces? How could there be divine and diabolical miracles? How could the reprobate and bewrayed spirit have more power in certain ways and cases than the just spirit, which is in truth so powerful in simplicity and wisdom, unless we postulate an instrument which all can use, upon certain conditions, but some for the great good and others for the great evil? Pharaoh's magicians accomplished at first the same miracles as Moses. The instrument which they used was therefore the same. The inspiration alone differed. When they confessed themselves conquered, they proclaimed that, for them, human powers had reached their limit, and that there must be something superhuman in Moses. This took place in Egypt, that mother of magical initiations, that land where it was all occult science, hierarchic and sacred instruction. Was it, however, more difficult to make flies appear than frogs? No, assuredly. But the magicians knew that the fluidic projection by which the eyes are biologized cannot proceed beyond certain bounds, and these had been passed already by Moses. A particular phenomenon occurs when the brain is congested or overcharged by astral light. Sight is turned inward instead of outward. Night falls on the external and real world, while fantastic brilliance shines on the world of dreams. Even the physical eyes experience a slight quivering and turn up inside the lids. The soul then perceives by means of images the reflection of its impressions and thoughts. This is to say that the analogy subsisting between idea and form attracts in the astral light a reflection representing that form, configuration being the essence of the vital light. It is the universal imagination, of which each of us appropriates a lesser or greater part according to our grade of sensibility and memory. Therein is the source of all apparitions, all extraordinary visions, and all the intuitive phenomena peculiar to madness or ecstasy. The appropriation or assimilation of the light by clairvoyant sensibility is one of the greatest phenomena which can be studied by science. It may be understood in a day to come that seeing is actually speaking, and that the consciousness of light is a twilight of eternal life in being. The Word of God Himself, who creates light, and is uttered by all intelligence that conceives of forms and seeks to visualize them. Let there be light. Light in the mode of brightness exists only for eyes which look thereon, and the soul enamored with the pageant of universal beauty, and fixing its attention on that luminous script of the endless book which is called things manifest, seems to cry on its own part, as God at the dawn of the first day, the sublime and creative words, Fiat lux. We do not all see with the same eyes, and creation is not for all the same in color and form. Our brain is a book printed within and without, and with the smallest degree of excitement, the writing becomes blurred, as occurs continually in cases of intoxication and madness. Dream then triumphs over real life and plunges reason in a sleep which knows no waking. This condition of hallucination has its degrees. All passions are intoxications, all enthusiasms are comparative and graduated manias. The lover sees only infinite perfections encompassing that object by which he is fascinated. But, unhappy infatuation of voluptuaries, tomorrow this odor of wine, which allures him, will become a repugnant reminiscence, causing 1,000 loathings and 1,000 disgusts. To understand the use of this force, but never to be obsessed and never overcome thereby, is to trample on the serpent's head, and it is this which we learn from the magic of light. In such secrets are contained all mysteries of magnetism, which name can indeed be applied to the whole practical part of antique transcendental magic. Magnetism is the wand of miracles, but it is this for initiates only. For rash and uninstructed people, who would sport with it or make it subserve their passions, it is as dangerous as that consuming glory which, according to the allegorical fable, destroyed the two ambitious Semele in the embraces of Jupiter. One of the great benefits of magnetism is that it demonstrates by incontestable facts the spirituality, unity, and immortality of the soul. And these things once made certain, God is manifested to all intelligences and all hearts. Thereafter, from the belief in God and from the harmonies of creation, we are led to that great religious harmony which does not exist outside the miraculous and lawful hierarchy of the Catholic Church, for this alone has preserved all traditions of science and faith. The primal tradition of the one and only revelation has been preserved under the name of Kabbalah by the priesthood of Israel. Kabbalistic doctrine, which is that of transcendental magic, is contained in the Sefer Yetzirah, the Zohar, and the Talmud. According to this doctrine, the Absolute is being, and therein is the Word, which expresses the reason of being and of life. The principle, therefore, is that being is being, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Dalet, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He. In the beginning the Word was, which means that it is, has been, and shall be, and this is reason which speaks. In the beginning was the Word. The Word is the reason of belief, and therein also is the expression of that faith which gives life to science. The Word, or Logos, is the wellspring of logic. Jesus is the incarnate Word. The concord of reason with faith, of science with belief, of authority with liberty, has become in these modern days the real enigma of the Sphinx. Coincidentally with this great problem, there has come forward that which concerns the respective rights of man and woman. This was inevitable, for between the several terms of a great and supreme question, there is a constant analogy, and the difficulties, like the correspondences, are invariably the same. The loosening of this Gordian knot of philosophy and modern politics is rendered apparently paradoxical, because in order to effect an agreement between the terms of the required equation, there is always a tendency to confuse the one with the other. If there is anything that deserves to be called supreme absurdity, it is to inquire how faith becomes a reason a belief and liberty an authority, or reciprocally, how the woman becomes a man and the man a woman. The definitions themselves intervene against such confusion, and it is by maintaining a perfect distinction between the terms, and so only, that we can bring them into agreement. The perfect and eternal distinction between the two primal terms of the creative syllogism, for the demonstration of their harmony in virtue of the analogy of opposites, is the second great principle of that occult philosophy veiled under the name of Kabbalah and indicated by all sacred hieroglyphics of the old sanctuaries, as by the rites, even now understood so little, of ancient and modern masonry. We read in Scripture that Solomon erected 2 brazen columns before the door of his temple, one of them being called Jachin and the other Boaz, meaning the strong and the weak. These 2 pillars represented man and woman, reason and faith, power and liberty, Cain and Abel, right and duty. They were pillars of the intellectual and moral world, the monumental hieroglyphic of the antinomy, inevitable to the grand law of creation. The meaning is that every force postulates a resistance on which it can work, every light a shadow as its foil, every convex a concave, every influx a receptacle, every reign a kingdom, every sovereign a people, every workman a first matter, every conqueror something to overcome. Affirmation rests on negation. The strong can only triumph because of weakness. The aristocracy cannot be manifested except by rising above the people. For the weak to become strong, for the people to acquire an aristocratic position, is a question of transformation and of progress, but it is without prejudice to the first principles. The weak will be ever the weak, and it matters nothing if they are not always the same persons. The people in like manner will ever remain the people, the mass which is ruled and is not capable of ruling. In the vast army of inferiors, every personal emancipation is an automatic desertion, which happily is imperceptible because it is replaced, also automatically. A king-nation or a people of kings would presuppose the slavery of the world and anarchy in a single city, outside all discipline, as at Rome in the days of its greatest glory. A nation of sovereigns would be inevitably as anarchic as a class of experts or of scholars who deemed that they were masters. There would be none to listen. All would dogmatize and all give orders at once. The radical emancipation of womanhood falls within the same category. If, integrally and radically, the woman leaves the passive and enters the active condition, she abdicates her sex and becomes man, or rather, as such a transformation is impossible physically, she attains affirmation by a double negation, placing herself outside both sexes like a sterile and monstrous androgyne. These are strict consequences of the great Kabbalistic dogma, respecting that distinction of contraries which reaches harmony by the analogy of their proportions. This dogma once recognized, and the application of its results being made universally by the law of analogies, will mean a discovery of the greatest secrets concerning maternal sympathy and antipathy. It will mean also a discovery of the science of government in things political, in marriage, in all branches of occult medicine, whether magnetism, homeopathy, or moral influence. Moreover, and as it is intended to explain, the law of equilibrium in analogy leads to the discovery of an universal agent, which was the grand secret of alchemists and magicians in the Middle Ages. It has been said that this agent is a light of life by which animated beings are rendered magnetic, electricity being only its accident and transient perturbation, so to speak. The practice of that marvelous Kabbalah to which we shall turn shortly, for the satisfaction of those who look, in the secret sciences, after emotions rather than wise teachings, reposes entirely in the knowledge and use of this agent. The religion of the Kabbalists is at once hypothesis and certitude, for it proceeds from known to unknown by the help of analogy. They recognize religion as a need of humanity, as an evident and necessary fact, and it is this alone which for them is divine, permanent, and universal revelation. They dispute about nothing which is, but they provide the reason for everything. So also their doctrine, by distinguishing clearly the line of demarcation which must exist forever between science and faith, provides a basis for faith in the highest reason, guaranteeing its incontestable and permanent duration. After this come the popular forms of doctrine, which alone can vary and alone destroy one another. The Kabbalist is not only undisturbed by trivialities of this kind, but can provide on the spot a reason for the most astonishing formulae. It follows that his prayer can be joined to that of humanity at large, to direct it by illustrations from science and reason, and draw it into orthodox channels. If Mary be mentioned, he will revere the realization in her of all that is divine in the dreams of innocence, all that is adorable in the sacred enthusiasm of every maternal heart. It is not he who will refuse flowers to adorn the altars of the Mother of God, or white banners for her chapels, or even tears for her ingenuous legends. It is not he who will mock at the newborn God weeping in the manger or the wounded victim of Calvary. He repeats nevertheless, from the bottom of his heart, like the sages of Israel and the faithful believers of Islam, there is no God but God. For the initiates of true science, this signifies, there is but one being, and this is being. But all that is expedient and touching in beliefs, but the splendor of rituals, the pageant of divine creations, the grace of prayers, the magic of heavenly hopes, are not these the radiance of moral life in all its youth and beauty? Could anything alienate the true initiate from public prayers and temples? Could anything raise his disgust or indignation against religious forms of all kinds? It would be the manifest unbelief of priests or people, want of dignity in the ceremonies of the cultus, in a word, the profanation of holy things. God is truly present when he is worshipped by recollected souls and feeling hearts. He is absent, sensibly and terribly, when discussed without light or zeal, that is to say, without understanding or love. The adequate conception of God according to instructed Kabbalism is that which was revealed by St. Paul when he said that to attain God we must believe that he is, and that he recompenses those who seek him out. So, is there nothing outside the idea of being, in combination with the idea of goodness and justice? These alone are absolute. To say that there is no God or to define what he is constitutes equal blasphemy. Every definition of God hazarded by human intelligence is a recipe of religious empiricism, out of which superstition will subsequently extract a devil. In Kabbalistic symbolism, the representation of God is always by a duplicated image, one erect, the other reversed, one white, and the other black. In such manner did the sages seek to express the intelligent and vulgar conceptions of the same idea, that of the god of light and the god of shadow. To the miscomprehension of this symbol must be referred the Persian Ahriman, that black but divine ancestor of all demons. The dream of the infernal king is but a false notion of God. Light in the absence of shadow would be invisible for our eyes, since it would produce an overpowering brilliance equal to the greatest darkness. In the analogies of this physical truth, understood and considered adequately, a solution will be found for one of the most terrible of problems, the origin of evil. But to grasp it fully, together with all its consequences, is not meant for the multitude, who must not penetrate so readily into the secrets of universal harmony. It was only after the initiate of the Eleusinian mysteries had passed victoriously through all the tests, had seen and touched the holy things, that, if he were judged strong enough to withstand the last and most dreadful secret, a veiled priest passed him at flying pace and uttered in his ear the enigmatic words, "Osiris is a black god." So was Osiris, of whom Typhon is the oracle, and so was the divine religious son of Egypt, eclipsed suddenly, becoming the shadow of that grand, indefinable Isis who is all that has been and shall be, and whose eternal veil has no one lifted. Light is the active principle for Kabbalists, while darkness is analogous to the passive principle, for which reason they regarded the sun and moon as emblems of the two divine sexes and the two creative forces. So also they attributed to woman the first temptation and sin, and subsequently the first labor, the maternal labor of redemption. It is from the bosom of the dark itself that light is reborn. The void attracts the plenum, and thus the abyss of poverty and wretchedness, pretended evil, seeming nothingness, and the ephemeral rebellion of creatures, attracts eternally an ocean of being, wealth, mercy, and love. This interprets the symbol of the Christ descending into hell after pouring out upon the cross all immensities of the most marvelous forgiveness. By the same law of harmony in the analogy of opposites, the Kabbalists explain also all mysteries of sexual love. Why is this passion more permanent between two unequal natures and two contrary characters? Why is there in love one always who immolates and one who is victim? Why are the most obstinate passions those the satisfaction of which would seem impossible? By this law also they would have decided once and forever the question of precedence between the sexes, as brought forward in all seriousness by the Saint-Simonism of our own day. The natural strength of woman being that of inertia or resistance, they would have ruled that modesty is the most imprescriptible of her rights. and hence that she must neither perform nor desire anything demanding a species of masculine boldness. Nature has otherwise provided to this end by giving her a soft voice, not to be heard in large assemblies, unless raised to a ridiculously discordant pitch. She who would aspire to the functions of the opposite sex must forfeit thereby the prerogatives of her own. We know not to what point she may arrive in the ruling of men, but it is certain at least that in reaching it she will lose the love of men, and that which will be more cruel for her, the love of children. The conjugal law of the Kabbalists furnishes further, by analogy, a solution of the most interesting and difficult problem of modern philosophy, being the agreement between reason and faith, authority and liberty of conscience, science and belief. If science be the sun, belief is the moon, a reflection of day amidst night. Faith is the supplement of reason in the darkness left by science before and behind it. It emanates from reason, but can neither be confounded therewith nor bring it to confusion. The trespasses of reason upon faith or of faith upon reason are eclipses of sun or moon. When they come about, both source and reflector of light are rendered useless. Science perishes on account of systems, which are no other than beliefs, and faith succumbs to reason. In order to sustain the edifice, the two pillars of the temple must be parallel and separate. When they are brought by force together, as Samson brought them, they are thrown down, and the whole building collapses on the blind zealot or revolutionary, whose personal or national resentment has destined him beforehand to death. The struggles between the spiritual and temporal powers at all periods of humanity have been quarrels over domestic management. The papacy has been a jealous mother, seeking to supplant a husband in the temporal power, and she has lost the confidence of her children, while the temporal power in its usurpation of the priesthood is not less ridiculous than a man who should pretend to know better than a mother how to manage the home and nursery. The English, for example, from the moral and religious point of view, are like children swaddled by men, as we may appreciate by their spleen and dullness. If religious doctrine is comparable to a nurse's story, on the understanding that it is ingenious and beneficial morally, it is perfectly true for the child, and the father would be very foolish to contradict it. Give therefore to mothers a monopoly in tales of fairy, in songs and household solicitudes. Maternity is a type of the priesthoods, and it is because the Church must be a mother only that the Catholic priest renounces the right of man and transfers in advance to herself his claim on fatherhood. It must never be forgotten that the papacy is either nothing or that it is the universal mother. It may be even that Pope Joan, out of which Protestants have constructed a tale of scandal, is only an ingenious allegory, and when sovereign pontiffs have ill-used emperors and kings, it has been Pope Joan trying to beat her husband, to the great scandal of the Christian world. So also schisms and heresies have been other conjugal quarrels. The Church and Protestantism speak evil one of another, lament one another, make a show of avoiding and being weary one of another, like spouses living apart. It is by the Kabbalah, and this alone, that all is explained and reconciled. All other doctrines are vivified and made fruitful thereby. It destroys nothing, but, on the contrary, gives reason to all that is. So all the forces of the world are at the service of this one and supreme science, while the true Kabbalist can make use at his pleasure, without hypocrisy and without falsehood, of the science possessed by the wise and the zeal of believers. He is more Catholic than de Maester, more Protestant than Luther, more Jewish than the chief rabbi, and a prophet more than Mahomet. Is he not above systems and the passions which darken truth? Can he not at will bring together their scattered rays, so variously reflected in all the fragments of that broken mirror which is universal faith, fragments which are taken by men for so many opposite beliefs? There is one being, one law and one faith, as there is only one race of man. Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He. On such intellectual and moral heights, it will be understood that the human mind and heart enter into the deep peace. Peace profound, my brethren, such was the masterword of high-grade masonry, being the association of Kabbalistic initiates. The war which the Church has been forced to make against magic was necessitated by the profanations of false Gnostics, but the true science of the Magi is Catholic essentially, basing all its realization on the hierarchic principle. Now, the only serious and absolute hierarchy is found in the Catholic Church, and hence true adepts have always shewn for it the deepest respect and obedience. Henry Cunrath alone was a resolute Protestant, but in this he was a German of his period rather than a mystic citizen of the eternal kingdom. The essence of anti-Christianity is exclusion and heresy. It is the partition of the body of Christ, according to the beautiful expression of St. John, omnis spiritus qui solvit Christum hic antichristus est. The reason is that religion is charity and that there is no charity in anarchy. Magic had also its anarchists, its makers and adherents of sex, its thaumaturgists and sorcerers. Our design is to vindicate the legality of the science from the usurpations of ignorance, fraud, and folly. It is in this respect more especially that our work will stand to be useful, as it will be also entirely new. So far, the history of magic has been presented as annals of a thing prejudged, or as chronicles, less or more exact, of a sequence in phenomena, seeing that no one believed that magic belonged to science. A serious account of this science in its rediscovery, so to speak, must set forth its developments or progress. We are walking in open sanctuary instead of among ruins, and we find that the holy places, so long buried under the debris of 4 civilizations, have been preserved more wonderfully than the mummified cities which excavation has unearthed, in all their dead beauty and desolate majesty, beneath the lava of Vesuvius. Bossuet, in his magnificent work, has shewn us religion bound up everywhere with history. But what would he have said had he known that a science which, in a sense, was born with the world, provides an explanation of primeval dogmas, belonging to the one and universal religion, in virtue of their combination with the most incontestable theorems of mathematics and reason? Dogmatic magic is the key of all secrets, as yet unfathomed by the philosophy of history, while practical magic alone opens the secret temple of nature to that power of human will which is ever limited, yet ever progressive. We are far from any impious pretense of explaining the mysteries of religion by means of magic, but our intention is to indicate after what manner science is compelled to accept and revere those mysteries. It shall be said no longer that reason must humble itself in the presence of faith. On the contrary, it must do honor to itself by believing, since it is faith which saves reason from the horrors of the void on the brink of the abyss, and it is its bond of union with the infinite. Orthodoxy in religion is respect for the hierarchy as the sole guardian of unity. Let us therefore not fear to repeat that magic is essentially the science of the hierarchy, remembering clearly that, before all things else, it condemns anarchic doctrines, while it demonstrates, by the very laws of nature, that harmony is inseparable both from power and authority. The chief attraction of magic for the great number of curious persons is that they see therein an exceptional means for the satisfaction of their passions. The unbeliever's horizon is of the same order. The avaricious would deny that there is any secret of Hermes corresponding to the transmutation of metals, for otherwise they would buy it and so enjoy wealth. But they are fools who believe that such a secret is sold. Of what use would be money to those who could make gold? That is true, says the skeptic, but if you, Éliphas Lévi, possessed it, would you not be richer than we are? Who has told you that I am poor? Have I asked for anything at your hands? Where is the sovereign in the world who can boast that he has acquired from me any secret of science? Where is the millionaire whom I have given reason to believe that I would set my fortune against his? When we look at earthly wealth from beneath it, we may yearn for it as the sovereign felicity. But it is despised when we consider it from above and when one realizes how little temptation there can be to recover that which has been dropped as if it were hot iron. But apart from this, a young man will exclaim that if magical secrets were true, he would attain them that he might be loved by all women. Nothing of the sort. A day will come, poor child, when it will be too much to be loved by one of them, for sensual desire is a dual orgy, the intoxication of which causes disgust to supervene quickly, after which anger and separation follow. There was once an old idiot who would have liked to have become a magician in order to upset the world. But if you were a magician, my hero, you would not be an imbecile, and before the tribunal of your conscience you would find no extenuating circumstances did you become a criminal. The Epicurean, on his part, demands the recipes of magic that he may enjoy forever and suffer nothing at all. In this case, the science itself intervenes and says, as religion also says, blessed are those who suffer. But that is the reason why the Epicurean has lost faith in religion. Blessed are those who mourn, but the Epicurean scoffs at the promise. Hear now what is said by experience and by reason. Sufferings test and awaken generous sentiments. Pleasures promote and fortify base instincts. Sufferings arm against pleasure. Enjoyment begets weakness in suffering. Pleasure squanders, pain garners. Pleasure is man's rock of peril, the pain of motherhood is woman's triumph. Pleasure fertilizes and conceives, but pain brings forth. Woe to him who cannot and will not suffer, he shall be overwhelmed by pain. Nature drives unmercifully those who will not walk. We are cast into life as into an open sea, we must swim or drown. Such are the laws of nature, as taught by transcendent magic. And now reconsider whether one can become a magician in order to enjoy everything and suffer nothing. Yet the world will ask, in such case, what profits magic? What would the prophet Balaam have replied to his she-ass had the patient brute asked him what profits intelligence? What would Hercules have answered to a pygmy if he had inquired what profits strength? We do not compare worldly people to pygmies and still less to Balaam's ass. It would be wanting in politeness and good taste. We say, therefore, with all possible graciousness, to such brilliant and amiable people, that for them magic is absolutely useless, it being understood further that they will never take it seriously. Our work is addressed to souls that toil and think. They will find an explanation therein of whatsoever has remained obscure in our doctrine and ritual. On the pattern of the great masters, we have followed the rational order of sacred numbers in the plan and division of our works, for which reason this history of magic is arranged in 7 books, having 7 chapters in each. The first book is dedicated to the sources of magic. It is the genesis of that science, and we have provided it with a key in the letter Aleph expressing, Kabbalistically, the original and primal unity. The second book contains historical and social formulae of the magical word in antiquity. Its seal is the letter Beit, symbolizing the duad as an expression of the word which realizes the special character of the gnosis and occultism. The third book is concerned with the realizations of antique science in Christian society. It shows after what manner, even for science itself, the word takes flesh. The number 3 is that of generation, of realization, and the key of this book is the letter Gimel, a hieroglyph of birth. We are introduced in the 4th book to the civilizing power of magic among barbarous races, to the natural productions of this science amidst peoples still in their childhood, to the mysteries of druids and their miracles, to the legends of bards. And it is shewn after what manner these things concurred in the formation of modern societies, thus preparing a brilliant and permanent victory for Christianity. The number 4 expresses nature and force, while the letter Daleth, which stands for it in the Hebrew alphabet, is represented in that of the Kabbalists by an emperor on his throne. The 5th book is consecrated to the sacerdotal era of the Middle Ages, and we are present at the dissensions and struggles of science, the formation of secret societies, their unknown achievements, the secret rites of grimoires, the mysteries of the Divine Comedy, the divisions within the sanctuary which must lead later on to a glorious unity. The number 5 is that of the quintessence, religion, and the priesthood. Its character is the letter He, represented in the magical alphabet by the symbol of a high priest. The 6th book exhibits the intervention of magic in the work of the revolution. The number 6 is that of antagonism and strife in preparation for universal synthesis, and the corresponding letter is Vow, symbol of the creative lingam and the reaper's sickle. The 7th book is synthetic, containing an exposition of modern workings and discoveries, new theories on light and magnetism, the revelation of the great Rosicrucian secret, the explanation of mysterious alphabets, the science of the word and its magical works, in fine, the summary of the science itself, including an appreciation of what has been accomplished by contemporaneous mystics. This book is the complement and the crown of the work, as the septenary is the crown of numbers, uniting the triangle of idea to the square of form. Its corresponding letter is Zain, and the Kabbalistic hieroglyphic is a victor mounted on a chariot, drawn by 2 sphinxes. Far from us be the ridiculous vanity of posing as a Kabbalistic victor. It is the science alone which should triumph. And that which we expose before the intelligent world, mounted on the cubic chariot and drawn by sphinxes, is the word of light, the divine fulfiller of the Messianic Kabbalah, the human son of the gospel, that man-God who has come once as Savior and will manifest soon as Messiah. That is, as definitive and absolute king of temporal institutions. It is this thought which animates our courage and sustains our hope. But now it remains to submit all our conceptions, all our discoveries, and all our labors to the infallible judgment of the hierarchy. To the authorized men of science be that which belongs to science, but the things which connect with religion are set apart to the Church alone, and to that one hierarchic Church, the preserver of unity, which has been Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman from the days of Christ Jesus to our own. To scholars our discoveries, to bishops our aspirations and beliefs. Woe to the child who believes himself wiser than his parents, to the man who acknowledges no masters, to that dreamer who thinks and prays by himself. Life is in universal communion, and in such communion do we find immortality. He who isolates himself is given over to death thereby, and an eternity of isolation would be eternal death. Éliphas Lévi. Chapter 3. Mesmerists and Somnambulists. The Church, in its great wisdom, forbids us to consult oracles and to violate by indiscreet curiosity the secrets of futurity. In our day, the voice of the Church is no longer heeded. The people go back to diviners and pythonesses. The somnambulists have become prophets for those who believe no longer in the gospel precepts. It is not realized that preoccupation over a predicted event suppresses our freedom in a sense and paralyses our means of defense. By consulting magic to foresee future events, we give earnests to fatality. The somnambulists are the Sibyls of our epoch, as the Sibyls were somnambulists of antiquity. Happy are those querents who do not place their credulity at the service of immoral or senseless magnetists, for by the very fact of their friendly consultations, they place themselves in communion with the immorality or folly of those who inspire the oracle. The business of the mesmerist is easy, and his dupes are manifold. Among those who are devoted to magnetism, it is therefore important to know who are in earnest. Among these, Le Baron du Patet must be placed in the front rank, and his conscientious work has already done much to advance the science of mesmer. He has opened at Paris a practical school of magnetism, to which the public is admitted for instruction in the processes and verification of the phenomena obtained. Baron du Patet is of an exceptional and highly intuitive nature. Like all our contemporaries, including the most instructed, he knows nothing of the Kabbalah and its mysteries, but magnetism has notwithstanding revealed to him the science of magic, and as it is still dread in his eyes, he has concealed that which he has found, even while feeling it necessary to reveal it. The book which he has written on the subject is sold only to his adepts and then under the seal absolute of secrecy. We have entered into no bond with M. du Patet, but we shall reserve his secret out of respect for the convictions of a hierophant. It is sufficient to say that his work is the most remarkable of all products of pure intuition. We do not regard it as dangerous, because the writer indicates forces without being precise as to their use. He is aware that we can do good or evil, can destroy or save by means of magnetic processes, but the nature of these is not clearly and practically put forward, on which we offer him our felicitations. For the right of life and death presupposes a divine sovereignty, and we should regard its possessor as unworthy if he consented to sell it, in what manner soever. M. du Patet establishes triumphantly the existence of that universal light, wherein lucids perceive all images and all reflections of thought. He assists the vital projection of this light by means of an absorbent apparatus which he calls the magic mirror. It is simply a circle or square covered with powdered charcoal, finely sifted. In this negative space, the combined light projected by the magnetic subject and the operator soon tinges and realizes the forms corresponding to their nervous impressions. The somnambulist sees manifested therein all dreams of opium and hashish, and if he were not distracted from the spectacle, convulsions would follow. The phenomena are analogous to those of hydromancy as practiced by Cagliostro. The process of staring at water dazzles and troubles the sight. The fatigue of the eye, in its turn, favors hallucinations of the brain. Cagliostro sought to secure for his experiments virgin subjects in a state of perfect innocence, so as to set aside interference due to nervous divagations occasioned by erotic reminiscences. Du Patet's magic mirror is perhaps more fatiguing for the nervous system as a whole, but the dazzlements of hydromancy would have a more dangerous effect upon the brain. M. du Patet is one of those deeply convinced men who suffer bravely the disdain of science and the prejudgment of opinion, repeating beneath his breath the profession of secret faith cherished by Galileo. E per se muove. It has been discovered quite recently that the tables turn as the Earth itself turns, and that human magnetization imparts to portable articles, made subject to the influence of mediums, a specific movement of rotation. Objects of extraordinary weight can be lifted and transported through space by this force, for weight exists only by reason of equilibrium between the two forces of the astral light. Augment the action of one of them, and the other will give way immediately. Now, if the nervous apparatus indraws and expels this light, rendering it positive or negative according to the personal superexcitation of the subject, all inert bodies submitted to its action and impregnated with its life will become lighter or heavier, following the flux and reflux of the light which, in the new equilibrium of its movement, draws porous bodies and nonconductors about a living center, as planets in space are drawn, balanced, and gravitate about their sun. This eccentric power of attraction or projection supposes invariably a diseased condition in the person who is the subject thereof. The mediums are all eccentric and badly equilibrated beings. Mediamania supposes or occasions a sequence of other nervous manias, fixed notions, deordinated appetites, disorderly erotomania, tendencies to murder or suicide. Among persons so affected, moral responsibility seems to exist no more. They do evil with good as their motive. They shed tears of emotion in a church and may be surprised at bacchanalian orgies. They have a way of explaining everything by the devil or the spirits which obsess and carry them away. What would you have of them? They live no more in themselves. Some mysterious creature animates them and acts in their place. This being is named Legion. The reiterated efforts of a healthy person to develop mediumistic faculties cause fatigue, disease, and may even derange reason. It is this which happened to Victor Hennequin, formerly an editor of La Démocratie Pacifique, and after 1848, a member of the National Assembly. He was a young barrister, with a plentiful flow of eloquence, wanting neither education nor talent, but he was infatuated with the reveries of Fourier. Being banished as an after consequence of December 2, he took up table turning during his enforced inactivity. He fell a victim all too soon to mediamania and believed himself an instrument for the revelations of the soul of the earth. He published a book entitled Save the Human Race. It was a medley of socialistic and Christian reminiscences. A last gleam of reason flickered therein, but the experiences continued and folly triumphed. In a final work, of which only one volume was issued, Victor Hennequin represents God in the guise of an immense polypus located at the center of the earth, having antennae and horns turned inwards like tendrils all over his brain, as also over that of his wife Octavia. Soon afterwards, it was reported that Victor Hennequin had died from the consequences of a maniacal paroxysm in a madhouse. We have also heard of a lady belonging to the aristocracy who gave herself up to communications with pretended spirits in tables, and who, scandalized beyond measure at the unsuitable replies of her particular piece of furniture, undertook a journey to Rome to submit the heretical article to the chair of St. Peter. She carried it with her and had an auto da fe in the capital of the Christian world. Better to burn her furniture than to court madness, and to say the truth, it was in imminent danger for the lady here in question. Let us not laugh at the episode, for we are children of an age of reason in which men who pass as serious, like the Comte de Merville, ascribe to the devil unexplained phenomena of nature. In a drama which is well known on the boulevards, there is much to be heard of a magician who, requiring a formidable auxiliary, created an automaton, being a monster with the paws of a lion, a bull's horns, and the scales of Leviathan. To this hybrid sphinx he imparted life, but took flight incontinently, being terrified at the work of his hands. The monster followed in pursuit, appeared between him and his betrothed, set fire to his house, burnt his father, carried off his son, and continuing the chase to the sea, followed him on board a ship which he caused to be engulfed, but finally made an end of himself amidst thunder. This awful spectacle, rendered visible by fear, has been realized in the history of humanity. Poetry has personified the phantom of evil and has endowed it with all forces of nature. It has sought to enlist the chimera as an aid to morality, and has then gone in fear of the ugliness begotten by its own dreams. From this time forward, the monster has pursued us through the ages. It makes grimaces between us and the objects of our love, and in pure nightmare, it strangles our children in their sleep. It carries through creation, that Father's house of humanity, the inextinguishable torch of hell. It burns and tortures our parents everlastingly. It spreads black wings to hide heaven from our eyes. It shrieks to us, "Hope no more." It mounts the crupper and gallops behind us like remorse. It plunges into the ocean of despair, the last rock of our hopes. It is the old Persian Ahriman, the Egyptian Typhon, the darksome god confessed by the heretics of Manes, the Comte de Merville, and the black magic of the devil. It is the world's horror and the idol of bad Christians. Men have tried to laugh at it and have been afraid. They have caricatured it and then trembled, for the cartoons have seemed to take life and to mock at those who made them. All this notwithstanding, its reign is over. Though it will not perish overwhelmed by a bolt from heaven, science has conquered the lightning and converted it into torches. The monster will dissolve before the brightness of science and truth. The genius of ignorance and darkness can only be blasted by the light. Chapter 4. The fantastic side of magical literature. It is now 20 years since Alphonse Esquiros, one of the friends of our childhood, issued a work of high fantasy entitled The Magician. All that the romanticism of that period conceived to be most bizarre was embodied in the story. The author provided his magus with a seraglio of dead ladies, embalmed according to a process which has since been discovered by Ganel. The characters included an automaton of bronze who preached chastity, a hermaphrodite who was in love with the moon and conducted a regular correspondence with that satellite. There were other wonderful things which one has forgotten at this day. Alphonse Esquiros may be said to have founded a school of fantasiasts in magic by the publication of this romance, its most distinguished present representative being the young and interesting Henry de Lodge, who is a productive writer, an unrecognized thaumaturgist, and a gifted charmer. His style is not less astonishing than were the notions of Alphonse Esquiros, his initiator and master. Thus, in his book dealing with those who have risen from the dead, he remarks as follows concerning some objection against Christianity. "I take this objection by the throat, and when I loose my grasp, the earth shall resound sullenly under the weight of its strangled corpse." It is true that his reply to the objection comes to very little, but what would you, when an objection has been strangled, and when the earth has resounded sullenly under the weight of its body? We have said that Henry de Lodge is an unrecognized thaumaturgist. As a fact, he has informed a person of our acquaintance that during a winter when influenza was prevalent, it was sufficient for him to enter a room, and everyone who happened to be therein was cured immediately. Unhappily, he became himself a victim of the miracle, for he contracted a slight hoarseness which has never left him. Many of our friends declare that he has the gift of ubiquity. He is left at the office of La Patrie and is found again with his publisher Dantu. One retires in dismay and goes home, there to find de Lodge awaiting one's arrival. He is a skillful charmer. A society lady who had been reading one of his books testified that she knew nothing better written or more beautiful, but it is not to his works alone that de Lodge imparts beauty. We had been reading an article signed Fiorentino, which said that the physical attractions of the young magician equaled or even surpassed those of angels. We encountered de Lodge and questioned him with curiosity on this singular revelation. De Lodge then put his hand in his waistcoat turned 3 parts round and looked smiling to heaven. It happened fortunately that we were carrying the Enchiridion of Leo Roman III, which is known to preserve from enchantments, so that the charmer's angelical beauty was hidden from our eyes. Let us offer on our part a more serious eulogium to Henry de Lodge than do those who admire his good looks. He is sincere when he says that he is a Catholic, and when he proclaims loudly his love and respect for religion. Now religion can make you a saint, and this title is more estimable and glorious than that of a sorcerer. It is owing to his rank as a publicist that we have placed this young man in the first place among the fantasiasts of magic, but in all other respects, it belongs to the Comte d'Auerchez, a man of venerable age who has devoted his life and fortune to mesmeric experiments. Ladies in a state of somnambulism, and any furniture at his house, give themselves up to frenzied dances. The furniture becomes worn out and is broken, but it is said that the ladies are all the better for their gyrations. For a long time, the Comte d'Orchez has been dominated by a fixed idea, which is the fear of being buried alive, and he has written a number of memorials on the need for verifying decease in a more certain way than obtains usually. He has some justification for such a fear on his own part, because his temperament is plethoric, while his extreme nervous susceptibility, continually superexcited by experiments with fair somnambulists, may expose him to attacks of apoplexy. In magnetism, he is the pupil of Abbé Feria, and in necromancy, he belongs to the school of Baron de Guldenstubbe. The latter has published a work entitled Practical Experimental Pneumatology, or the Reality of Spirits and the Marvelous Phenomenon of Their Direct Writing. He gives an account of his discovery as follows. It was in the course of the year 1850, or about 3 years prior to the epidemic of table rapping, that the author sought to introduce into France the circles of American spiritualism, the mysterious Rochester knockings, and the purely automatic writing of mediums. Unfortunately, he met with many obstacles raised by other mesmerists. Those who were committed to the hypothesis of a magnetic fluid, and even those who styled themselves spiritual mesmerists, but who were really inferior inducers of somnambulism, treated the mysterious knockings of American spiritualism as visionary follies. It was therefore only after more than 6 months that the author was able to form his first circle on the American plan. And then, thanks to the zealous concurrence of M. Roustan, a former member of the Société des Magnétiseurs Spiritualists, a simple man who was full of enthusiasm for the holy cause of spiritualism. We were joined by a number of other persons, amongst whom was the Abbé Chadel, founder of the Églises Francaises, who, despite his rationalistic tendencies, ended by admitting the reality of objective and supernatural revelation as an indispensable condition of spiritualism and all practical religions. Setting aside the moral conditions, which are equally requisite, it is known that American circles are based on the distinction of positive and electric or negative magnetic currents. The circles consist of 12 persons, representing in equal proportions the positive and negative or sensitive elements. This distinction does not follow the sex of the members, though generally women are negative and sensitive, while men are positive and magnetic. The mental and physical constitution of each individual must be studied before forming the circles, for some delicate women have masculine qualities, while some strong men are, morally speaking, women. A table is placed in a clear and ventilated spot. The medium is seated at one end and entirely isolated. By his calm and contemplative quietude, he serves as a conductor for the electricity, and it may be noted that a good somnambulist is usually an excellent medium. The 6 electrical or negative dispositions, which are generally recognized by their emotional qualities and their sensibility, are placed at the right of the medium, the most sensitive of all being next him. The same rule is followed with the positive personalities, who are at the left of the medium, with the most positive among them next to him. In order to form a chain, the 12 persons each place their right hand on the table and their left hand on that of their neighbor, thus making a circle round the table. Observe that the medium or mediums, if there be more than one, are entirely isolated from those who form the chain. After a number of seances, certain remarkable phenomena have been obtained, such as simultaneous shocks, felt by all present at the moment of mental evocation on the part of the most intelligent persons. It is the same with mysterious knockings and other strange sounds. Many people, including those least sensitive, have had simultaneous visions, though remaining in the ordinary waking state. Sensitive persons have acquired that most wonderful gift of mediumship, namely automatic writing, as the result of an invisible attraction, which uses the non-intelligent instrument of a human arm to express its ideas. For the rest, non-sensitive persons experience the mysterious influence of an external wind, but the effect is not strong enough to put their limbs in motion. All these phenomena, obtained according to the mode of American spiritualism, have the defect of being more or less indirect, because it is impossible in these experiences to dispense with the mediation of a human being or medium. It is the same with the table turning which invaded Europe in the middle of the year 1853. The author has had many table experiences with his honorable friend, the Comte d'Orchez, one of the most instructed persons in magic and the occult sciences. We attained by degrees the point when tables moved apart from any contact whatever, while the Compte d'Orchez has caused them to rise, also without contact. The author has made tables rush across a room with great rapidity, and not only without contact, but without the magnetic aid of a circle of sitters. The vibration of piano chords under similar circumstances took place on January 20, 1856, in the presence of the Comte de Chapery and Comte d'Orchez. Now all such phenomena are proof positive of certain occult forces, but they do not demonstrate adequately the real and substantial existence of unseen intelligences, independent of our will and imagination, though the limits of these have been vastly extended in respect of their possibilities. Hence the reproach made against American spiritualists, because their communications with the world of spirits are so insignificant in character, being confined to mysterious knockings and other sound vibrations. As a fact, there is no direct phenomenon at once intelligent and material, independent of our will and imagination, to compare with the direct writing of spirits, who have neither been invoked nor evoked, and it is this only which offers irrefutable proof as to the reality of the supernatural world. The author, being always in search of such proof, at once intelligent and palpable, concerning the substantial reality of the supernatural world, in order to demonstrate by certain facts the immortality of the soul, has never wearied of addressing fervent prayers to the Eternal, that he might vouchsafe to indicate an infallible means for strengthening that faith in immortality which is the eternal basis of religion. The Eternal, whose mercy is infinite, has abundantly answered this feeble prayer. On August 1, 1856, the idea came to the author of trying whether spirits could write directly, that is, apart from the presence of a medium. Remembering the marvelous direct writing of the Decalogue, communicated to Moses, and that other writing, equally direct and mysterious, at the feast of Belshazzar, recorded by Daniel, having further heard about those modern mysteries of Stratford in America, where certain strange and illegible characters were found upon slips of paper, apparently apart from mediumship, the author sought to establish the actuality of such important phenomena, if indeed within the limits of possibility. He therefore placed a sheet of blank letter paper and a sharply pointed pencil in a box, which he then locked and carried the key about him, imparting his design to no one. 12 days he waited in vain, but what was his astonishment on August 13, 1856, when he found certain mysterious characters traced on the paper. He repeated the experiment 10 times on that day, placing a new sheet of paper each time in the box, with the same result invariably. On the following day, he made 20 experiments, but left the box open, without losing sight of it. He witnessed the formation of characters and words in the Esthonian language with no motion of the pencil. The latter being obviously useless, he decided to dispense with it, and placed blank paper sometimes on a table of his own, sometimes on the pedestals of old statues, on sarcophagi, on urns, and in the Louvre, at Saint Denis, at the Church of Saint Etienne du Mont, and similar experiments were made in different cemeteries of Paris. But the author has no liking for cemeteries. While most spirits prefer the localities where they have lived on earth to those in which their mortal remains are laid to rest, we are far from disputing the singular phenomena observed by Baron de Guldenstubbe, but would point out to him that the discovery had been made previously by Lavater, and that the watercolor portrait painted by the Kabbalist Gabladon is of far greater importance than the few lines of writing obtained on his part. Speaking next in the name of science, we would tell him, not indeed for his benefit, seeing that he will not believe us, but for serious observers of these strange phenomena, that the writings obtained by him do not come from the other world but have been made unconsciously by himself. We would say to him that your experiments, so unduly multiplied, and the excessive tension of your will, have destroyed the equilibrium of your fluidic and astral body. You have compelled it to realize your dreams, and it has traced, in characters borrowed from your own remembrance, the reflections of your imagination and of your thoughts. Had you been placed in a perfectly lucid state of magnetic sleep, you would have seen a luminous counterpart of your hand, lengthened out like a shadow in the setting sun. You would have seen it trace on the paper prepared by yourself or your friends those characters which have so much surprised you. That corporeal light which emanates from the earth, and from you, is contained by a fluidic envelope of extreme elasticity, and that envelope is formed from the quintessence of your vital spirits and your blood. This quintessence derives from the light, a color determined by your secret will. It is made in the likeness of your dream, and the characters are impressed on the paper as signs on the bodies of unborn children are imprinted by the imagination of their mothers. That which seems to you ink is your blackened and transfigured blood. You are expending yourself in proportion as such writings multiply. If you continue your experiments, your brain will be weakened gradually, and your memory will suffer. You will experience unspeakable pains in the joints of the limbs and fingers, and you will finally die, either struck down suddenly or after a prolonged agony, characterized by hallucinations and madness. So much for Baron de Guldenstabay. To the Comte d'Orchez we would say, you will not be buried alive, but you run the risk of dying by the very precautions which you are taking against such a possibility. The awakening of those who are so buried can only be rapid and brief, but they may live long underground, conserved by the astral light in a complete state of lucid somnambulism. Their souls are then bound to the sleeping body by an invisible chain, and if those souls are greedy and criminal, they can draw on the quintessence of the blood in persons who are naturally asleep. They can transmit this sap to their interred bodies for their longer preservation, in the vague hope that they may be restored ultimately to life. It is this frightful phenomenon which is called vampirism, and its reality has been established by many cases as well attested as the most serious things in history. If you question the possibility of this magnetic life of the human body under earth, read the following account of an English officer, named Osborne, the good faith of which was attested to Baron du Patet by General Ventura. On June 6, 1838, says Mr. Osborne, the monotony of our camp life was happily interrupted by the arrival of an individual who was famous throughout the Punjab. He was the subject of great veneration among the Sikhs because of his power to remain buried underground for so long a time as he pleased. Such extraordinary stories are told of this man, and their authenticity has been guaranteed by so many reputable persons that we were most anxious to see him. He told us on his own part that he had followed this business of interment for a number of years in various parts of India. Among serious and creditable people who have borne witness in his favor, I may mention Captain Wade, the political agent at Ladrin. This officer has told me most seriously that he himself assisted at the resurrection of the said fakir after a burial which took place several months previously, in the presence of General Ventura, the Maharaja and the principal Sikh chiefs. The details concerning the interment as given to Captain Wade, and those which he added on his own authority respecting the exhumation, are as follows. After certain precautions, which lasted for several days and the details of which are distasteful, the fakir announced that he was ready to undergo the trial. The Maharaja, Sikh chiefs, and General Ventura assembled round a grave of stonework constructed for the express purpose. In their presence the fakir sealed up with wax every opening of his body by which air could enter, with the exception of the mouth. He then cast off his garments, was enveloped in a linen bag, and by his own wish, his tongue was turned back so that it obstructed the gullet. He fell after this into a kind of lethargy. The bag which contained him was closed up, and a seal was placed therein by the Maharaja. It was then put into a sealed and padlocked chest, which was lowered into the grave. A large quantity of earth was thrown on it, it was trodden down, and barley was sown therein. Finally, sentinels were stationed round the spot, with orders to watch day and night. These precautions notwithstanding, the Maharaja still had doubts. Thrice during the period of 10 months, during which the fakir was to remain interred, he visited the grave and had it opened in his presence, but the body was in the sack, just as it had been placed therein, cold and inanimate to all appearance. When the 10 months had expired, the fakir was exhumed finally. General Ventura and Captain Wade undid the padlocks, broke the seals, and raised the chest from the grave. The fakir was taken out, but there was no indication of life either at heart or pulse. As a first means to reanimate him, one of the spectators inserted his finger very gently in the mouth and restored the tongue to its natural position. The top of the head was the sole seat of any sensible heat. By pouring warm water slowly over the body, some signs of life were obtained by degrees. After 2 hours of attention, the fakir rose up and began to move about smiling. The extraordinary being declared that he had delicious dreams during his entombment, but that the time of awaking was always exceedingly painful, and that he was in a state of vertigo before his return to consciousness. His age is about 30 years, his countenance is ill-favored, and his expressions somewhat crafty. We had long conversations with him, and he offered to be buried in our presence. We took him at his word and appointed a meeting at Lahore, where we promised that he would remain underground throughout our stay in that city. Such was the story of Osborne. The question was whether the fakir would really allow himself to be interred once more. The new experiment might well be decisive, but that which happened was as follows. 15 days after the fakir's visit to their camp, the English officers arrived at Lahore. They chose a spot which seemed favorable for the coming operation, had a mural tomb constructed, as well as a very solid chest, and then awaited the fakir. He came on the day following, expressing an ardent desire to prove that he was no impostor. He stated further that he had made the necessary preparations for an experiment, but his demeanor evidenced a certain disquiet and despondency. He began to stipulate concerning his compensation, which was fixed at 1,500 rupees down and 2,000 rupees annually, which the officers undertook to obtain from the king. Satisfied on this point, he wished to be informed as to the precautions that they were proposing to take. The officers showed him the chest, the keys belonging thereto, and warned him that sentinels chosen among the English soldiers would watch round the place for a week. The fakir cried out and gave vent to much abuse of the Feringhees and skeptics, who sought to rob him of his reputation. He expressed also a fear that some attempt would be made on his life, and refusing to trust himself entirely to the surveillance of Europeans, he demanded that duplicate keys should be committed to one of his coreligionists, further insisting, and this indeed above all, that the sentries should not be enemies of his faith. The officers declined to entertain these conditions. Several interviews followed, leading to no result, and finally the fakir intimated, through one of the Sikh chiefs, that the Maharaja having menaced him with his anger if he did not fulfill his engagement with the English, it was his wish to undertake the trial, though he rested assured that the sole object of the officers was to deprive him of life, and that he would never come forth from his tomb. The officers admitted that, as to the last point, they all shared his conviction, adding that as they did not wish to have his death as a reproach against them, they relieved him of his promise. Are such hesitations and fears proof positive against the fakir? Does it follow that all who have testified previously how they had beheld with their own eyes the occurrences to which he owes his celebrity have been guilty of deception themselves, or were the victims of skillful trickery? We confess that, having regard to the extent and quality of the evidence, we cannot doubt that the fakir was frequently and literally interred. And even admitting that after his burial he has, on each occasion, continued to communicate with the world above ground, it would still be inexplicable how he could be deprived of respiration during the time which intervened between his burial and that moment when his accomplices came to his aid. Mr. Osborne adds in a note a quotation from the medical topography of Ludhiana by Dr. MacGregor, an English physician who assisted at one of the exhumations, was a witness of the fakir's lethargy, of his gradual return to life, and who tries seriously to explain it. Mr. Boileau, another English officer, in a work published some years ago, recounts how he witnessed another experience which reproduced all the facts in precisely the same manner. Those who are anxious to satisfy their curiosity more fully, those who discern in the narrative an indication of a curious physiological fact, may refer with confidence to the sources which are here indicated. A number of official records of the exhumation of vampires are still extant. In each case the flesh was in a remarkable state of preservation, but blood oozed from the body. The hair had grown in an abnormal manner and protruded in tufts through the chinks of the coffin. There was no sign of life in the respiratory apparatus, save in the heart only, and this seemed to have become a vegetable rather than an animal organ. To kill the vampire, a stake had to be driven through the breast, and then a frightful cry showed that the somnambulist of the grave had awakened with a start into a veritable death. To render such death definitive, swords were driven point upward into the vampire's grave, for the phantoms of astral light are disintegrated by the action of metallic points, which attract that light towards the common reservoir and dissipate its coagulated clusters. To reassure nervous people, it may be added that cases of vampirism are fortunately exceedingly rare, and that no one who is healthy in mind and body can be personally victimized, unless he or she has been abandoned, body and soul, to the creature in its lifetime by some criminal complicity or irregular passion. The following history of a vampire is related by Tournefort in his voyage to the Levant. In the island of Mycona, we witnessed a very singular scene, being the alleged return of a deceased person after interment. In Northern Europe, those who come back in this manner are called vampires, while the Greeks designated them under the name of braucolax. The case in question was that of a peasant of Mycona who was naturally gloomy and quarrelsome. It is a circumstance worthy of note, on account of parallel instances. He was killed in the countryside, no one knew why or by whom. 2 days after his burial in a church of the city, a report went abroad that he was seen nightly wandering about at a great pace. He also visited houses, turned over the furniture, put out the lights, embraced people from behind, and performed innumerable other tricks. At first it was a laughing matter, but it took a serious turn when reliable people began to complain. The priests themselves certified to the fact, and no doubt they had their reasons. Recourse was had to masses, said for the purpose, but the peasant continued the same course with no sign of amendment. After several meetings of the chief persons, priests, and monks of the town, it was concluded to wait for the expiration of 9 days after the interment, following I know not what ancient procedure. On the 10th day, a mass was said in the church wherein the body had been buried, for the purpose of expelling the demon who was thought to have entered into it. The mass over, the corpse was disinterred and the heart removed. It was necessary to burn incense owing to the evil smell, but the combination made bad worse and almost stifled those present. It was testified that a thick smoke exhaled from the corpse, and we who were present at the operations did not venture to suggest that it was really the smoke of the incense. There were also those who affirmed that the blood of the unfortunate person was abnormally scarlet, while yet others declared that the flesh was still warm, whence it was concluded that the deceased person was seriously wrong in not being properly dead, or rather in allowing himself to be brought to life by the devil. This is precisely the idea which obtains concerning the vampire, and that word began to be repeated persistently. A crowd assembled, loudly protesting that the body was obviously not rigid when it was carried to the church for burial, and that it was therefore a veritable vampire. Appeal being made to us, we expressed the opinion that the person was undoubtedly dead, and as for the supposed scarlet blood, it was easy to see that it was only bad-smelling slime. For the rest, we attempted to cure or at least not provoke further their excited imaginations by explaining the fumes and warmth attributed to the corpse. Such arguments notwithstanding, it was determined to burn the heart of the deceased person, but after this had been done, he was not more amenable than formerly and indeed created greater stir. He was accused of beating people at night, of breaking down doors and windows, tearing garments and emptying pitchers and bottles. Altogether, the deceased made himself highly objectionable. There is reason to believe that he spared no house save that of the consul, in which we happened to be lodging. Every imagination was overwrought, people of good sense being affected as much as others. A disease of the brain seemed abroad, as dangerous as that of madness. Entire families abandoned their houses and carried their pallets to the outskirts, there to pass the night. Even then they complained of fresh insults, and the most sober retired into the country. Citizens who were imbued with a sense of public zeal decided that one essential detail had been missed, so far, in the observance. From their point of view, the Mass should have been celebrated after and not before removing the heart from the body. With this precaution, it was pretended that the devil would have been taken by surprise and would not have attempted to return. But unfortunately they began with the Mass, which gave him time to depart, and he was able to come back at his ease. These considerations left matters in their original state of difficulty. There were meetings and still meetings, both evening and morning. There were processions for 3 days and 3 nights, fasts were imposed on the priests, houses were visited by them, aspergillus in hand. There was sprinkling with holy water and doors were purified. Even the mouth of the miserable vampire was filled with holy water. In the midst of such prepossessions, our course was to say nothing. We should have been regarded as jesters and infidels. What, however, was to be done to help the inhabitants? Every morning brought a fresh scene in the comedy by the recital of new pranks of this night bird, who was even accused of committing the most abominable crimes. We did, however, represent more than once to the governor of the town that in our own country, under such circumstances, a watch would not fail to be set, to take note of what passed. The precaution was ultimately taken and led to the arrest of some vagabonds who were undoubtedly at the bottom of the disorder. It was, of course, relaxed too soon, and 2 days subsequently, to atone for the fast which the said wastrels had undergone in prison, they betook themselves to emptying the wine jars in some of the abandoned houses. After driving in numberless drawn swords over the grave of the body, people now returned to their prayers, combined with disinterring the corpse as caprice led them, when an Albanian, who happened to be there, pointed out in an authoritative tone that it was highly ridiculous, in a case of the kind, to make use of the swords of Christians. These being cross-handled effectually prevented the devil from leaving the body, and his recommendation was therefore to substitute Turkish sabers. The advice of this expert came to nothing. The vampire was not more tractable, and they knew not what saint to invoke, when all with one voice, as if a word of command had been given, cried out through the whole town that the vampire must be burned completely, after which they might defy the devil, and that certainly it was better to have recourse to this extremity rather than that the island should be deserted. As a fact, certain families were preparing already for their departure. The vampire was therefore carried, by order of the governors, to the extremity of the Isle of St. George, where a great pyre had been prepared with tar, lest even dry wood should not kindle quickly enough. What remained of the miserable body was cast therein and speedily consumed. This was on the 1st day of January, 1701. Henceforth there were no complaints against the vampire. It was agreed that the devil had that time been overreached, and songs were made to deride him. It is to be observed in this account of Tournefort that he admits the reality of the visions which paralyzed the whole people. He does not deny the flexibility or warmth of the corpse, but seeks to explain these with the praiseworthy object of reassuring those who were concerned. He does not mention the decomposition of the body, but only its evil smell, which is not less characteristic of vampire corpses than of venomous toadstools. Finally, he allows that once the body was burned, the wonders and visions ceased. But we have wandered far from the subject of fantasiasts in magic. Let us return to them, and, forgetting the problem of vampires, a word shall be said on the cartomancist, Edmund. He is the pet sorcerer of ladies in the Quartier de Notre Dame de Lorette, and he occupies, in the Rue Fontaine St. George's, number 30, a dainty little room, where the vestibule is always full of clients, including those occasionally of the male sex. Edmund is a man of tall stature, somewhat stout, of pale complexion, open countenance and sympathetic voice. He appears to believe in his own art and carries on conscientiously the methods of people like Attila and Emdil. Lenormand. We have questioned him as to his processes, and he has answered frankly and civilly that he has been passionately devoted to the occult sciences from childhood, that he began divination early, that he is unacquainted with the philosophical secrets of transcendental knowledge, and that the keys of the Kabbalah of Solomon are not in his possession. He states, however, that he is highly sensitive, and that the mere proximity of his clients impresses him so keenly that in a way he feels their destiny. I seem to hear singular noises and clankings of chains about those who are doomed to the scaffold, cries and moans round those who will die violently. Supernatural odors assail and almost stifle me. One day, in the presence of a veiled lady, clothed in black, I began to tremble at an odor of straw and blood. "Madam," I cried, "pray leave here, for you are surrounded by an atmosphere of murder and prison." "You say truly," she answered, unveiling her pale face, "I have been accused of infanticide and have just come out of prison. Since you have seen the past, tell me also the future." One of our friends and disciples in Kabbalism, utterly unknown to Edmund, went on a day to consult him, and having paid in advance he awaited the oracles, when Edmund, rising respectfully, begged him to take back his money. "I have nothing to tell you," he explained. "Your destiny is closed against me by the key of occultism. Whatsoever I might say you would know already as well as myself." He showed him out with many bows. Edmund is also occupied with judicial astrology. He erects horoscopes and judges nativities at very moderate prices. In a word, he deals with everything belonging to his business, which is otherwise a wearisome and disenchanting thing. With how many disordered brains and diseased hearts must he be continually in relation, and the imbecile requirements of some, the unjust reproaches of others, the tiring confidences, the demands for philters and spells, the obsessions of fools, all combine in making him gain his income hardly. To sum up, Edmund is a somnambulist like Alexis. He is self-magnetized by his cards and by the diabolical figures which adorn them. He wears black and gives his consultations in a black cabinet. In a word, he is the prophet of mystery. Chapter 5. Some private recollections of the writer. On a certain morning in 1839, the author of this book had a visit from Alphonse Esquiros, who said, "Let us pay our respects to the Mappa." The natural question arose, but in any case, who or what is the Mappa? "He is a god," was the answer. "Many thanks," said the author, "but I pay my devotions only to gods unseen. Come notwithstanding, he is the most eloquent, most radiant and magnificent fool in the visible order of things. My friend, I am in terror of fools, their complaint is contagious. Granted, Dalktasheim, and yet I am calling on you. Admitted, and things being so, we will pay our respects to the Mappa." In an appalling garret there was a bearded man of majestic demeanor who invariably wore over his clothes the tattered cloak of a woman, and had in consequence rather the air of a destitute dervish. He was surrounded by several men, bearded and ecstatic like himself, and in addition to these there was a woman with motionless features, who seemed like an entranced somnambulist. The prophet's manner was abrupt and yet sympathetic. He had hallucinated eyes and an infectious quality of eloquence. He spoke with emphasis, warmed to his subject quickly, chafed and fumed till a white froth gathered on his lips. Abbé Lamennais was once termed Old 93, fulfilling its Easter duties. The catchphrase is more suited to the Mappa and his mysticism, as will be shewn by a fragment from one of his lyrical enthusiasms. Transgression was inevitable for man. It was decreed by his destiny that he might be the instrument of his own reconstruction, that the greatness and majesty of God might be manifested in the majesty and greatness of human toil, passing through its successive phases of light and darkness. But primitive unity was destroyed by the fall, suffering entered the world in the guise of the serpent, and the tree of life became the tree of death. Things being at this pass, God said to the woman, "In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children," yet added afterwards, "Thou shalt crush the serpent's head." And the first slave was a woman. She accepted her divine mission, and the pains of travail began. From the first hour of the fall, the task of humanity has been, for this reason, a great and terrible task of initiation. For this also the terms of that initiation are all equally sacred in the eyes of God. Their Alpha is our common mother Eve, while the Omega is liberty, who is our common mother also. I beheld a vast ship, having a gigantic mast with its crow's nest at the top. One of the ship's extremities looked to the west, the other to the east. On the western side it was poised upon the cloudy summits of 3 mountains, their bases lost in a raging sea. On the flank of each mountain was inscribed its ominous name. The first was Golgotha, the second Mont Saint-Jean, but the third was Saint Helena. In the middle way of the mast, on the western side, there was erected a 5-armed cross, on which a woman was expiring. The inscription above her head was, "France, June 18, 1815, Good Friday." The 5 arms of the cross represented the 5 divisions of the globe. The woman's head rested on Europe and was encircled by a cloud. But at the end of the ship to the east there was no darkness, and the keel paused at the threshold of the city of God, by the summit of a triumphal arch in the full rays of the sun. Here the woman reappeared, but this time transfigured and glorious. She rolled away the stone from the sepulchre, and on that stone was written, "Restoration, Days of the Tomb, July 29, 1830, Easter." It will be seen that the Mappa was a successor of Catherine Theot and Domgerel. And yet, such is the strange sympathy between follies. He told us one day confidentially that he was Louis Roman 17 returned to Earth for a work of regeneration, while the woman who shared his life was Marie Antoinette of France. He explained further that his revolutionary theories were the last word of the violent pretensions of Cain, destined as such to ensure, by a fatal reaction, the victory of the just Abel. Now Esquiros and I visited the Mappa to enjoy his extravagances, but our imaginations were overcome by his eloquence. We were 2 college friends, like Louis Lambert and Balzac, and we had nourished dreams in common concerning impossible renunciations and unheard of heroisms. After visiting Gano, for this was the name of the Mappa, We took it into our heads that it would be a great thing to communicate the last word of revolution to the world, and to seal the abyss of anarchy, like Curtius, by casting ourselves therein. Our students, extravagance gave birth to the gospel of the people and the Bible of liberty, follies for which Esquiros and his ill-starred friend paid but too dearly. Hereof is the danger of enthusiastic manias. They are catching. One does not approach with impunity the edge of the precipice of madness. The incident which now follows is a different and more terrible fatality. A nervous and delicate young man named Sabrier was numbered among the Mappa's disciples. He lost his head completely and believed himself predestined to save the world by provoking the supreme crisis of an universal revolution. The days of 1848 drew towards the threshold. A commotion had led to some change in the ministry, but the episode seemed closed. Paris had an air of contentment, and the boulevards were illuminated. Suddenly, a young man appeared in the populous streets of the Quartier Saint-Martin. He was preceded by two street Arabs, one bearing a torch and the other beating to arms. A large crowd gathered. The young man got upon a post and harangued the people. His words were incoherent and incendiary, but the gist was to proceed to the Boulevard des Capucines and acquaint the ministry with the will of the people. The demoniac repeated the same harangue at every corner of the streets, and presently he was marching at the head of a great concourse, a pistol in each hand, still heralded by torch and tambour. The frequenters of the boulevards joined out of mere curiosity, and subsequently it was a crowd no longer, but the massed populace surging through the Boulevard des Italiens. In the midst of this, the young man and his street Arabs disappeared, but before the Hotel des Capucines, a pistol shot was fired upon the people. This shot was the revolution, and it was fired by a fool. Throughout that night 2 carts loaded with corpses perambulated the streets by torchlight. On the morrow all Paris was barricaded, and Sabrier was reported at home in a state of unconsciousness. It was he who, without knowing what he did, had for a moment shaken the world. Gano and Sabrier are dead, and no harm is done them by reciting this terrible instance of the magnetism of enthusiasts and the fatalities which may be entailed by the nervous diseases of certain persons. The story is drawn from a reliable source, and its revelations may soothe the conscience of that Belisarius of poetry, who is the author of the history of the Girondins. The magnetic phenomena produced by Gano continued even after his death. His widow, a woman of no education and little intelligence, the daughter of an honest peasant of Auvergne, remained in the static somnambulism in which she had been placed by her husband. Like the child which assumes the form of its mother's imagination, she has become a living image of Marie Antoinette when a prisoner at the conciergerie. Her manners are those of a queen who is widowed and desolate forever. A complaint sometimes escapes her, as though she were weary of her dream, but she is sovereignly indignant with any who seek to awake her. For the rest, she has no symptom of mental alienation. Her outward conduct is reasonable, her life perfectly honorable and regular. Nothing is more pathetic, to our thinking, than this persistent obsession of a being fondly loved who lives again in a conjugal hallucination. Had Artemis existed literally, it would be permissible to believe that Mossol was also a powerful mesmerist, and that he had gained and fixed forever the affections of an extremely sensitive woman, outside all limits of free will and reason. Chapter 6. The Occult Sciences. The secret of the occult sciences is that of nature herself. It is the secret of the generation of angels and worlds. It is that of God's own omnipotence. Ye shall be as the Elohim, knowing good and evil. So testified the serpent of Genesis, and so did the tree of knowledge become the tree of death. For 6,000 years, the martyrs of science have toiled and perished at the foot of this tree, so that it may become once more the tree of life. That absolute which is sought by the foolish and found only by the wise is the truth, the reality, and the reason of universal equilibrium. Such equilibrium is the harmony which proceeds from the analogy of opposites. Humanity has sought so far to balance itself as if on one leg, now on one and now again on the other. Civilizations have sprung up and have fallen through the anarchic alienation of despotism, or alternatively through the despotic anarchy of revolt. Here superstitious enthusiasms, and there the pitiful schemes of materialistic instinct have misguided the nations. But at last, it is God himself who impels the world towards believing reason and reasonable beliefs. We have had enough and to spare of the prophets apart from philosophy, and the philosophers destitute of religion. Blind believers and skeptics are on a par with one another, and both are equally remote from eternal salvation. In the chaos of universal doubt, and amidst the conflict of science and faith, the great men and the seers figure as sickly artists, seeking the ideal beauty at the risk of their reason and their life. Look at them now even, these sublime children. They are whimsical and nervous, like women. A shadow maims them, reason injures, they are unjust even to each other. And though assuredly on the quest of crowns in their fantastic excesses, they are the first to be guilty of that which Pythagoras forbids in one of his admirable symbols. They are the first to revile crowns and to trample them under their feet. They are fanatics of glory, but the good God has bound them by the chains of opinion so that they may not be openly dangerous. Genius is judged by the tribunal of mediocrity, and this judgment is without appeal, because, being the light of the world, genius is accounted as a thing that is null and dead whenever it ceases to enlighten. The ecstasy of the poet is controlled by the indifference of the prosaic multitude, and every enthusiast who is rejected by general good sense is a fool and not a genius. Do not count the great artists as bondsmen of the ignorant crowd, for it is the crowd which imparts to their talent the balance of reason. Light is the equilibrium between shadow and brightness. Motion is the equilibrium between inertia and activity. Authority is the equilibrium between liberty and power. Wisdom is equilibrium in thought. Virtue is equilibrium in the affections. Beauty is equilibrium in form. Outlines that are lovely are true outlines, and the magnificence of nature is an algebra of graces and splendors. Whatsoever is true is beautiful. All that is beautiful should be true. Heaven and hell are the equilibrium of moral life. Good and evil are the equilibrium of liberty. The great work is the attainment of that middle point in which equilibrating force abides. Furthermore, the reactions of equilibrated force do everywhere conserve universal life by the perpetual motion of birth and death. It is for this reason that the philosophers have compared their gold to the sun. For the same reason that same gold cures all diseases of the soul and communicates immortality. Those who have found this middle point are true and wonder-working adepts of science and reason. They are masters of the wealth of worlds, confidants and friends of the princes of heaven itself, and nature obeys them because they will what is willed by the law which is the motive power of nature. It is this which the Savior of the world spoke of as the kingdom of heaven. This also is the sanctum regnum of the Holy Kabbalah. It is the crown and ring of Solomon. It is the scepter of Joseph which the stars obeyed in heaven and the harvests on earth. We have discovered this secret of omnipotence. It is not for sale in the market, but if God had commanded us to set a price thereon, we question whether the whole fortune of the buyers would seem its equivalent. Not for ourselves, but for them, we should demand in addition their undivided soul and their entire life. Chapter 6. Some famous prosecutions. The societies of the elder world perished through the materialistic egoism of castes, becoming petrified on their own part, isolating the common people in a hopeless reprobation and reserving the reins of power to a small number of the elect, so that it was deprived of that circulation which is the principle of progress, motion, and life. Power without antagonism, without competition, and hence without control, proved fatal to the sacerdotal royalties. The republics, on the other hand, perished by the conflict of liberties which, in the absence of all duty, hierarchically and highly sanctioned, are speedily converted into so many tyrannies in rivalry with one another. To find a stable point between these two abysses, the idea of Christian hierophants was to create a society pledged to self-sacrifice by solemn vows, protected by severe rules, recruited by initiation, and as sole depositary of the great religious and social secrets, making kings and pontiffs without being itself exposed to the corruptions of empire. Such was the secret of that kingdom of Christ Jesus, which, without being of this world, ruled over all its grandeurs. The same idea presided over the establishments of the great religious orders which were so often at war with secular authorities, whether ecclesiastical or civil. A similar realization was also dreamed by dissident sects of Gnostics and Illuminati, which claimed to pin their faith on the primitive Christian tradition of St. John. A time came when this dream was an actual menace for the Church and the state, when a rich and dissolute order, initiated into the mysterious doctrines of the Kabbalah, seemed ready to turn on legitimate authority, on the conservative principles of the hierarchy, menacing the entire world with a gigantic revolution. The Templars, whose history is understood so little, were the terrible conspirators in question, and it is time at length to reveal the secret of their fall, so absolving the memory of Clement V and Philippe the Fair. In 1118 crusading knights, then in the East, among whom was Geoffrey de Saint-Omer and Hugh de Payens, dedicated themselves to religion, placing their vows in the hands of the Patriarch of Constantinople, which seat had always been hostile, secretly or openly, to that of Rome since the days of Photius. The avowed object of the Templars was to protect Christians on pilgrimage to the holy places. Their concealed end was to rebuild the Temple of Solomon on the model foreshewn by Ezekiel. Such a restoration, predicted formally by Judaizing mystics of the first Christian centuries, had become the secret dream of the Eastern patriarchs. So rebuilt and consecrated to the Catholic worship, the Temple of Solomon would have been in effect the metropolis of the universe. East would prevail over West, and the patriarchs of Constantinople would seize the papacy. To explain the name of Templars adopted by this military order, historians assume that Baldwin Roman II, king of Jerusalem, gave them a house in the vicinity of the Temple of Solomon. But they are guilty of a serious anachronism, since at that period the edifice in question had not only ceased to exist, and not only was there no stone of Zerubbabel's second temple left upon another, but it would have been difficult to indicate the site on which they stood. It is to be concluded that the house allotted to the Templars by Baldwin was not situated in the vicinity of Solomon's temple, but of that place on which these secret and armed missionaries of the Eastern Patriarch designed to rebuild it. The Templars took for their scriptural models the military masons of Zerubbabel, who worked with sword in one hand and trowel in the other. Hence, sword and trowel became their insignia when at a later period, as we shall see, they concealed themselves under the name of Masonic Brothers. The trowel of the Templars is fourfold. The triangular blades are disposed in the form of a cross, constituting a Kabbalistic pantacle known as the Cross of the East. The inmost thought of Hugh de Payens, in establishing his order, was not precisely to serve the ambition of the patriarchs of Constantinople. At that period, there was a sect of Christian Johannites in the East who claimed to be alone initiated into the inner mysteries of the Savior's religion. They claimed also to know the true history of Jesus Christ. Adopting some part of the Jewish traditions and Talmudic accounts, they regarded the facts in the Gospels as allegories, of which St. John had the key. The proof was his saying that if all things done by Jesus were recorded, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that should be written. They held that such a statement would be ridiculous exaggeration unless it referred to allegory and legend, which can be varied and prolonged to infinity. As to the actual historical facts, the Johannites recounted what follows. A young girl of Nazareth named Miriam, betrothed to a young man of her own tribe named Jechanan, was surprised by a certain Pandira or Panther, who entered her chamber in the garb and under the name of her lover, and by force fulfilled his desires. Jechanan, becoming acquainted with her misfortune, left her without compromising her because as a fact she was innocent, and the girl was delivered of a son, who received the name of Joshua or Jesus. The infant was adopted by a rabbi named Joseph, who carried him into Egypt, where he was initiated into the secret sciences. And the priests of Osiris, recognizing that he was the true incarnation of Horus so long promised to the adepts, consecrated him sovereign pontiff of the universal religion. Joshua and Joseph returned to Judea, where the knowledge and virtue of the young man excited very soon the envy and hatred of the priests, who one day reproached him publicly with the illegitimacy of his birth. Joshua, who loved and venerated his mother, questioned his master and learned the whole history respecting the crime of Pandira and the misfortunes of Miriam. His first impulse was to deny her in public when he said in the middle of a marriage feast, "Woman, what is there in common between you and me?" But afterwards, realizing that an unfortunate woman must not be punished for having suffered what she could not prevent, he cried, "My mother has in no wise sinned, nor has she lost her innocence. She is virgin and yet is mother. Let the twofold honor be paid to her. As for me, I have no father on earth. I am the son of God and humanity." We will not proceed further with a fiction so distressing to the hearts of Christians, Let it suffice to say that the Johannites went so far as to make St. John the Evangelist responsible for this spurious tradition, and that they attributed to the apostle in question the foundation of their secret church. The grand pontiffs of this sect assumed the title of Christ and claimed an uninterrupted transmission of powers from the days of St. John. The person who boasted these imaginary privileges at the epoch of the foundation of the temple was named Theoclet. He was acquainted with Hugh de Payens, whom he initiated into the mysteries and the hopes of his supposititious church. He seduced him by ideas of sovereign priesthood and supreme royalty. In fine, he designated him his successor. Thus was the order of Knights of the Temple tainted from the beginning with schism and conspiracy against kings. These tendencies were wrapped in profound mystery, for the order made profession externally of the uttermost orthodoxy. The chiefs alone knew whither it was tending, the rest following in good faith. To acquire wealth and influence, to intrigue on the basis of these and at need fight for the establishment of Johannite dogma, such were the means and end proposed by the initiated brethren. Observe, they argued to themselves, the papacy and rival monarchies engaged in the work of haggling, selling one another, falling into corruption, and tomorrow perhaps destroying one another. All this indicates heritage for the temple, a little while, and the nations will demand sovereigns and pontiffs from among us. We shall be the equilibrium of the universe, arbiters and masters of the world. The Templars had two doctrines. One was concealed and reserved to the leaders, being that of Johannism. The other was public, being Roman Catholic doctrine. They deceived in this manner the enemies that they hoped to supplant. The Johannism of the adepts was the Kabbalah of the Gnostics, but it degenerated speedily into a mystic pantheism carried even to idolatry of nature and hatred of all revealed dogma. For their better success, and in order to secure partisans, they fostered the regrets of every fallen worship and the hopes of every new cultus, promising to all liberty of conscience and a new orthodoxy which should be the synthesis of all persecuted beliefs. They went even so far as to recognize the pantheistic symbolism of the grand masters of black magic, and the better to isolate themselves from obedience to a religion by which they were condemned beforehand. They rendered divine honors to the monstrous idol Baphomet. Even as of old, the dissenting tribes had adored the golden calf of Dan and Bethel. Certain monuments of recent discovery and certain precious documents belonging to the 13th century offer abundant proof of all that is advanced here. Other evidences are concealed in the annals and beneath the symbols of occult masonry. With the seeds of death sown in its very principle and anarchic, because it was heretical, the Order of Knights of the Temple had conceived a great work which it was incapable of executing, because it understood neither humility nor personal abnegation. For the rest, the Templars, being in most cases without education and capable only of wielding the sword successfully, possessed no qualification for overruling or for binding at need that queen of the world called public opinion. Hugh de Payens did not possess the depth of view which distinguished at a later period the military founder of a militia not less formidable to kings. The Templars were Jesuits who failed. Their principle was to become rich in order to purchase the world, and as a fact, they so became. For in 1312, they possessed in Europe alone more than 9,000 manors. Wealth was also the rock on which they broke. They became insolent and permitted their disdain for the religious and social institutions which they hoped to upset to appear in public. Everyone knows the answer of Richard Coeur de Lion to the confidential priest who had said to him, "Sire, you have 3 daughters who cost you dearly, and of whom it would be to your great advantage if you were set free. They are ambition, avarice, and luxury." "That is true," said the king. Well, let us marry them." I give ambition to the Templars, avarice to the monks, and luxury to the bishops. I am certain in advance of the consent of all the parties. The ambition of the Templars proved fatal to themselves. Their projects were divined and anticipated. Pope Clement V and King Philip the Fair gave the signal to Europe, and the Templars, caught so to speak in a net, were arrested, disarmed, and cast into prison. Never was a coup d'etat accomplished with such appalling uniformity. The entire world was dumbfounded and awaited the strange revelations of a prosecution which was to echo down through the ages. But it was impossible to unveil before the people the plan of the Templar conspiracy. To do so would have initiated the multitude into secrets reserved for masters. Recourse was had therefore to the charge of magic, for which accusers and witnesses were both forthcoming. The Templars, in the ceremony of their reception, spat upon the image of Christ, denied God, gave obscene kisses to the Grand Master, adored a brazen head with carbuncles for eyes, held commune with a great black cat, and had intercourse with female demons. Such are the items put forward seriously in the act of indictment. The end of this drama is familiar. Jacques de Molay and his companions perished in the flames, but before dying the Grand Master of the Temple organized and instituted occult masonry. Within the walls of his prison, he founded 4 metropolitan lodges, at Naples for the east, Edinburgh for the west, Stockholm for the north, and Paris for the south. The Pope and King perished speedily in a strange and sudden manner. Squin de Florian, the accuser-in-chief of the order, was assassinated. In breaking the sword of the Templars, it was converted into a dagger, and their proscribed trowels henceforth were utilized only in the erection of tombs. Let them pass at this point into darkness, wherein they took refuge while maturing their vengeance. We shall see them reappear at the great epoch of the Revolution, and we shall recognize them by their signs and by their works. The greatest magical prosecution to be found in history, after that of the Temple, was the trial of a maid who was, moreover, almost a saint. The Church, in this case, has been accused of subservience to the base resentment of a vanquished party, and it has been asked earnestly what anathemas of the chair of St. Peter fell upon the assassins of Joan of Arc. To those who are really unacquainted, it may be said at once that Pierre Cauchon, the unworthy Bishop of Beauvais, struck suddenly with death by the hand of God, was excommunicated after death by Calixtus Roman IV, his remains being taken from consecrated ground and cast into the public sewers. It was not therefore the Church which judged and condemned the Maid of Orleans, but a bad priest and an apostate. Charles Roman VII, who gave up this noble girl to her destroyers, fell afterwards into the hands of an avenging providence. He died of self-starvation, through dread of being poisoned by his own son. Fear is the torment of the base. The king in question gave up his life to a courtesan, and for her he burdened with debt a kingdom which had been saved to him by a virgin. Courtesan and virgin have been celebrated by our national poets, Joan of Arc by Voltaire and Agnes Sorel by Béranger. Joan perished in her innocence, but the laws against magic were vindicated soon after in the case of one who was chief among the guilty. The personage in question was one of the most valiant captains under Charles Roman VII, but the services which he rendered to the state could not counterbalance the extent and enormity of his crimes. All tales of ogres and croquemitaine were realized and surpassed by the deeds of this fantastic scoundrel, whose history has remained in the memory of children under the name of Bluebeard. Gilles de Laval, Lord of Rays, had indeed so black a beard that it seemed to be almost blue, as shewn by his portrait in the Salle des Marchaux at the Museum of Versailles. A Marshal of Brittany, he was brave because he was French, being rich, he was also ostentatious, and he became a sorcerer because he was insane. The mental derangement of the Lord of Rays was manifested in the first instance by sumptuous devotion and extravagant magnificence. When he went abroad, he was preceded invariably by cross and banner. His chaplains were covered with gold and vested like prelates. He had a college of little pages or choristers, who were always richly clothed. But day by day, one of these children was called before the marshal, and was seen no more by his comrades. A newcomer succeeded him who disappeared, and the children were sternly forbidden to ask what became of the missing ones or even refer to them among themselves. The children were obtained by the marshal from poor parents, whom he dazzled by his promises, and who were pledged to trouble no further concerning their offspring. These, according to his stories, being assured a brilliant future. The explanation is that, in his case, seeming devotion was the mask and safeguard of infamous practices. Ruined by imbecile prodigality, the marshal desired at any cost to create wealth. Alchemy had exhausted his last resources, and loans on usurious terms were about to fail him. He determined therefore to attempt the last and most execrable experiments of black magic, in the hope of obtaining gold by the aid of hell. An apostate priest of the diocese of St. Malo, a Florentine named Prelati, and Salé, who was the marshal's steward, became his confidants and accomplices. He had espoused a young woman of high birth and kept her practically shut up in his castle at Machical, which had a tower with the entrance walled up. A report was spread by the marshal that it was in a ruinous state and no one sought to penetrate therein. This notwithstanding, Madame de Reyes, who was frequently alone during the dark hours, saw red lights moving to and fro in this tower. But she did not venture to question her husband, whose bizarre and somber character filled her with extreme terror. On Easter Day in the year 1440, the marshal, having communicated solemnly in his chapel, bade farewell to the Lady of Machecoul, telling her that he was departing to the Holy Land. The poor creature was even then afraid to question, so much did she tremble in his presence. She was also several months in her pregnancy. The marshal permitted her sister to come on a visit as a companion during his absence. Madame de Reyes took advantage of this indulgence, after which Gilles de Laval mounted his horse and departed. To her sister, Madame de Reyes communicated her fears and anxieties. What went on in the castle? Why was her lord so gloomy? What signified his repeated absences? What became of the children who disappeared day by day? What were those nocturnal lights in the walled-up tower? These and the other problems excited the curiosity of both women to the utmost degree. What all the same could be done? The marshal had forbidden them expressly even to approach the tower, and before leaving he had repeated this injunction. It must assuredly have a secret entrance, for which Madame de Reyes and her sister Anne proceeded to search through the lower rooms of the castle, corner by corner and stone after stone. At last, in the chapel, behind the altar, they came upon a copper button, hidden in a mass of sculpture. It yielded under pressure. A stone slid back, and the two curiosity seekers, now all in a tremble, distinguished the lowermost steps of a staircase, which led them to the condemned tower. At the top of the first flight there was a kind of chapel, with a cross upside down and black candles. On the altar stood a hideous figure, no doubt representing the demon. On the second floor they came upon furnaces, retorts, alembics, charcoal, in a word, all the apparatus of alchemy. The third flight led to a dark chamber, where the heavy and fetid atmosphere compelled the young women to retreat. Madame de Reyes came into collision with a vase, which fell over, and she was conscious that her robe and feet were soaked by some thick and unknown liquid. On returning to the light at the head of the stairs, she found that she was bathed in blood. Sister Anne would have fled from the place, but in Madame de Reyes' curiosity was even stronger than disgust or fear. She descended the stairs, took a lamp from the infernal chapel, and returned to the third floor, where a frightful spectacle awaited her. Copper vessels filled with blood were ranged the whole length of the walls, bearing labels with a date on each, and in the middle of the room there was a black marble table, on which lay the body of a child murdered quite recently. It was one of these basins which had fallen, and black blood had spread far and wide over the grimy and worm-eaten wooden floor. The two women were now half dead with terror. Madame de Reyes endeavored at all costs to efface the evidence of her indiscretion. She went in search of a sponge and water to wash the boards, but she only extended the stain, and that which at first seemed black became all scarlet in hue. Suddenly, a loud commotion echoed through the castle, mixed with the cries of people calling to Madame de Reyes. She distinguished the awe-striking words, "Here is Monseigneur come back." The two women made for the staircase, but at the same moment they were aware of the trampling of steps and the sound of other voices in the Devil's Chapel. Sister Anne fled upwards to the battlement of the tower. Madame de Reyes went down trembling and found herself face to face with her husband, in the act of ascending, accompanied by the apostate priest and prelati. Gilles de Laval seized his wife by the arm and without speaking dragged her into the infernal chapel. It was then that prelati observed to the marshal, "It is needs must, as you see, and the victim has come of her own accord." "Be it so," answered his master. "Begin the Black Mass." The apostate priest went to the altar, while Gilles de Laval opened a little cupboard fixed therein and drew out a large knife, after which he sat down close to his spouse, who was now almost in a swoon and lying in a heap on a bench against the wall. The sacrilegious ceremonies began. It must be explained that the marshal, so far from taking the road to Jerusalem, had proceeded only to Nantes, where Prelati lived. He attacked this miserable wretch with the uttermost fury and threatened to slay him if he did not furnish the means of extracting from the devil that which he had been demanding for so long a time. With the object of obtaining delay, Prelati declared that terrible conditions were required by the infernal master, first among which would be the sacrifice of the marshal's unborn child after tearing it forcibly from the mother's womb. Gilles de Laval made no reply, but returned at once to Machecoul, the Florentine sorcerer, and his accomplice the priest being in his train. With the rest we are acquainted. Meanwhile, Sister Anne, left to her own devices on the roof of the tower and not daring to come down, had removed her veil, to make signals of distress at chance. They were answered by 2 cavaliers accompanied by a posse of armed men, who were riding towards the castle. They proved to be her 2 brothers who, on learning the spurious departure of the Marshal for Palestine, had come to visit and console Madame de Reyes. Soon after they arrived with a clatter in the court of the castle, whereupon Gilles de Laval suspended the hideous ceremony and said to his wife, "Madame, I forgive you, and the matter is at an end between us if you do now as I tell you. Return to your apartment, change your garments, and join me in the guest room, whither I am going to receive your brothers. But if you say one word, or cause them the slightest suspicion, I will bring you hither on their departure. We shall proceed with the Black Mass at the point where it is now broken off, and at the consecration you will die. Mark where I place this knife." He rose up, led his wife to the door of her chamber, and subsequently received her relations and their suite, saying that his lady was preparing herself to come and salute her brothers. Madame de Reyes appeared almost immediately, pale as a spectre. Gilles de Laval never took eyes off her, seeking to control her by his glance. When her brothers suggested that she was ill, she answered that it was the fatigue of pregnancy, but added in an undertone, "Save me, he seeks to kill me." At the same moment Sister Anne rushed into the hall, crying, "Take us away, save us, my brothers. This man is an assassin," and she pointed to Gilles de Laval. While the Marshal summoned his people, the escort of the 2 visitors surrounded the women with drawn swords, and the Marshal's people disarmed instead of obeying him. Madame de Reyes, with her sister and brothers, gained the drawbridge and left the castle. On the morrow, Duke John V invested Machecoul, and Gilles de Laval, who could count no longer on his men-at-arms, yielded without resistance. The Parliament of Brittany had decreed his arrest as a homicide, the ecclesiastical tribunal preparing in the first place to pronounce judgment upon him as a heretic, sodomite, and sorcerer. Voices of parents, long silenced by terror, rose upon all sides, demanding their missing children. There was universal dole and clamor throughout the province. The castles of Machecoul and Chantilly were ransacked, resulting in the discovery of 200 skeletons of children. The rest had been consumed by fire. Gilles de Laval appeared with supreme arrogance before his judges. To the customary question, "Who are you?" he answered, "I am Gilles de Laval, Marshal of Brittany, Lord of Reyes, Machecoul, Chantilly, and other fiefs. And who are you that dare to question me?" he was answered. "We are your judges, magistrates of the ecclesiastical court." "What, you my judges? Go to, I know you well, my masters. You are simoniacs and obscene fellows who sell your God to purchase the joys of the devil. Speak not therefore of judging me, for if I am guilty, it is you, who owed me good example, that are my instigators. Cease your insults, and answer us. I would rather be hanged by the neck than reply to you. I am surprised that the President of Brittany suffers your acquaintance with matters of this kind. You question that you may gain information, and afterwards do worse than you have done." But this haughty insolence was demolished by the threat of torture. Before the Bishop of Saint Brieuc and the President Pierre de l'Hopital, Gilles de Laval made confession of his murders and sacrileges. He pretended that his motive in the massacre of children was an execrable delight which he sought during the agony of these poor little beings. The President found it difficult to credit this statement and questioned him anew. "Alas," said the Marshal abruptly, "you torment both yourself and me to no purpose." "I do not torment you," replied the President, "but I am astonished at your words and dissatisfied. What I seek and must have is the pure truth." The Marshal answered, "Verily there was no other cause. What more would you have? Surely I have admitted enough to condemn 10,000 men." That which Gilles de Laval shrank from confessing was that he sought the philosophical stone in the blood of murdered children, and that it was covetousness which drove him to this monstrous debauchery. On the faith of his necromancers, he believed that the universal agent of life could be suddenly coagulated by the combined action and reaction of outrage on nature and murder. He collected afterwards the iridescent film which forms on blood as it turns cold. He subjected it to various fermentations, digested the product in the philosophical egg of the Athanor, combining it with salt, sulfur, and mercury. He had doubtless derived his recipe from some of those old Hebrew grimoires which, had they been known at the period, would have been sufficient to call down on jury at large the execration of the whole earth. Persuaded, as they were, that the act of human impregnation attracts and coagulates the astral light in its reaction by sympathy on things subjected to the magnetism of man, the Israelitish sorcerers had plunged into those enormities of which Philo accuses them, as quoted by the astrologer Gaffarel. They caused trees to be grafted by women, who inserted the graft while a man performed on their persons those acts which are an outrage to nature. Wherever black magic is concerned, the same horrors recur, for the spirit of darkness is not one of invention. Gilles de Laval was burned alive in the Pré de la Magdalene, near Nantes. He obtained permission to go to execution with all the pageantry that had accompanied him during life, as if he wished to involve in the ignominy of his punishment the ostentation and cupidity by which he had been so utterly degraded and lost so fatally. Chapter 7. Superstitions relating to the devil. We have borne witness to the sobriety of decisions pronounced by the Church respecting the genius of evil. She has recommended her children not to be in fear concerning him, not to be preoccupied about him, and not even to pronounce his name. This notwithstanding, the propensity of diseased imaginations and weak minds towards the monstrous and the horrible lent, during the evil days of the Middle Ages, a formidable importance and most portentous forms to the darksome being who deserves nothing but oblivion, because he has rejected truth and light forever. This seeming realization of the phantom expressing perversity was an incarnation of human frenzy. The devil became the nightmare of cloisters, the human mind fell a prey to its own fear, and, though supposed to be reasonable, trembled at the chimeras which it had evoked. A black and deformed monster spread its bat wings between heaven and earth, to prevent youth and life from trusting in the promises of the sun and the still peace of the stars. This harpy of superstition poisoned all things with its breath, infected all by its contact. There was dread over eating and drinking, lest the eggs of the reptile should be swallowed. To look upon beauty was to court perhaps an illusion begotten of the monster. To laugh suggested the sneer of the eternal tormentor as a funereal echo. To weep pictured him insulting the mourner's tears. The devil seemed to keep God imprisoned in heaven while he imposed blasphemy and despair upon men on earth. Superstitions lead quickly into absurdity and mental alienation. Nothing is more deplorable and more irksome than the multitudinous accounts with which popular writers on the history of magic have burdened their compilations. Peter the Venerable beheld the devil leering in lavatories. Another maker of chronicles recognized him under the form of a cat, which, however, resembled a dog and skipped like a monkey. A certain lord of Coras was served by an imp named Orthon, which appeared as a sow, but exceedingly emaciated and indeed almost fleshless. The prior of Saint Germain-des-Prés, named William Edeline, testifies that he saw him in the form of a sheep which, as it seemed to him, must be kissed below the tail, as a mark of reverence and honor. Wretched old women confessed that he had been their lover. The Marshal Trivulus died of terror, while protecting himself by cut and thrust against the devils swarming in his room. Hundreds of wretched idiots and fools were burnt on admitting their former commerce with the malignant spirit. Rumors of incubi and succubi were heard on all sides. Judges deliberated gravely on revelations which should have been referred to doctors. Moreover, they were actuated by the irresistible pressure of public opinion, and indulgence towards sorcerers would have exposed magistrates themselves to all the popular fury. The persecution of fools made folly contagious, and the maniacs tore one another to pieces. People were beaten to death, burnt by slow fire, plunged into icy water in the hope of compelling them to break the spells which they had cast, while justice intervened only to complete on the stake what had begun in the blind rage of the multitude. In recounting the history of Gilles de Laval, we have indicated sufficiently that black magic may be not only a real crime, but the gravest of all offenses. Unfortunately, the method of the times confused the diseased with malefactors and punished those who should have been cared for with patience and charity. At what point does man's responsibility begin, and at what point does it end? The problem is one which may well disturb frequently the virtuous depositories of human justice. Caligula, son of Germanicus, appeared to have inherited all the virtues of his father, but his reason was distracted by poison, and he became the terror of the world. Was he in reality guilty, and ought not his crimes to be laid at the doors of those base Romans who obeyed instead of imprisoning him? Father Hilarion Tissot, who has been mentioned previously, goes further than ourselves and would include even voluntary crime in the category of madness. But unfortunately, he explains madness itself as obsession of the evil spirit. We might ask this good ecclesiastic what he would think of the father of a family, who, after shutting his door on a wastrel known to be capable of every kind of evil, should give him leave to frequent, advise, abduct, and obsess his own little children. Let us therefore admit, so as to be truly Christian, that the devil, whomsoever he may be, obsesses only those who give themselves voluntarily to him, and that such are responsible for everything which he may prompt them to do, even as a drunken man is held liable rightly for the disorders of which he may be guilty under the influence of drink. Drunkenness is a transient madness, and madness is a permanent intoxication. Both are caused by a phosphoric congestion of the cerebral nerves, which destroys our etheric equilibrium and deprives the soul of its instrument of precision. The spiritual and personal soul then resembles Moses bound and swaddled in his cradle of rushes and abandoned to the rocking of the Nile waters. It is carried away by the fluidic and material soul of the world, that mysterious water over which the Elohim brooded, when the divine word was formulated by the luminous sentence, "Let there be light." The soul of the world is a force which tends automatically to equilibrium. Either will must predominate over it, or it conquers the will. It is tormented by any incomplete life, as if this were a monstrosity, and it strives therefore to absorb intellectual abortions. Hence maniacs and hallucinated people experience an irresistible yearning for destruction and death. Annihilation seems to them a blessing, and they would not only attain death on their own part, but would delight in witnessing that of others. They realize that life is escaping them. Consciousness stings and even goads them to despair. Their very existence is a perception of death, and it is hell torment. One hears an imperious voice commanding him to kill his son in the cradle. He struggles, he weeps, he flees, but ends by taking a hatchet and slaying the child. Another, and this terrible story is a thing of recent occurrence, is driven by voices crying for hearts. He beats his parents to death, opens their breasts, tears out their hearts, and begins to devour them. Whosoever of his free will is guilty of an evil action offers by that fact an earnest to eternal destruction, and cannot foresee whither this fatal bargain will lead him. Being is substance and life. Life manifests by movement. Movement is perpetuated by equilibrium. Equilibrium is therefore the law of immortality. Conscience is the awareness of equilibrium, which is equity and justice. All excess, when it is not mortal, is corrected by an opposite excess. It is the eternal law of reaction. But if excess subverts all equilibrium, it is lost in the outer darkness and becomes eternal death. The soul of the earth carries with it, in the vertigo of astral movement, all which offers no resistance in virtue of the equilibrated forces of reason. Wherever an imperfect and ill-formed life manifests, this soul directs its energies to destroy it, just as vitality pours in to heal wounds. Hence the atmospheric disorders which occur in the neighborhood of certain diseased persons, hence fluidic commotions, the automatic movement of tables, levitations, stone-throwing, and the visible and tangible projection of astral hands and feet by obsessed persons. It is nature at work on a cancer which it is trying to extirpate, on a wound which it seeks to close, or on some vampire whose death is desired, that it may revert to the common source of life. The spontaneous movement of inert objects can result only from the operation of forces which magnetize the earth. A spirit, or in other words, a thought can raise nothing in the absence of a lever. Were it otherwise, the, so to speak, infinite toil of nature for the creation and perfecting of organs would be without an object. If the spirit freed from the senses could render matter obedient to its will, the illustrious dead would be the first to manifest in accordance with order and harmony. But in place of this, there are only incoherent and feverish activities produced about diseased and capricious beings. These are irregular magnets which derange the soul of the earth. But when the earth is in delirium through the eruption of such abortive beings, it is because it is passing through a crisis on its own part, and through one which will end in violent commotions. There is extraordinary puerility in some who pass for serious. There is, for example, the Marquis de Merville, who refers all inexplicable phenomena to the devil. But, my dear sir, if the devil could intervene in the natural order, would he not demolish everything? By the hypothesis concerning his character, scruples could scarcely influence him. You will reply that God's power restrains, and that it does or does not is obvious. But on the first supposition, the devil is rendered impotent, while on the second, it is he who is master. M. de Merville might say further that God suffers him a little while. Does he mean just enough to deceive poor men, just enough to puzzle their heads, so wooden already, as is known? In this alternative, it is no longer the devil who is master. It is rather God who is. But no, one dares not continue. To go further would be to blaspheme. We do not understand properly the harmonies of being, which follow an ordered sequence, as the illustrious maniac Fourier well said. The spirit acts upon spirits by means of the word. Matter receives the imprints of spirit and communicates therewith by means of a perfect organism. Harmony in forms is related to harmony in ideas, and the light is the common mediator. Light is spirit and life. It is the synthesis of colors, the accord of shadows, the harmony of forms, and its vibrations are living mathematics. But darkness and its fantastic illusions, the phosphorescent errors of slumber and words spoken in delirium, all these create nothing, realize nothing, and in a word do not exist. Such things belong to the limbus of life, are vapors of astral intoxication and delusions of tired eyes. To follow these the wisps is to walk in a blind alley. To believe in their revelations is to worship death. Such is nature's testimony. Incoherence and abuse are the only messages of table turning. They are echoes of the low-life deeps of thought, absurd and anarchic dreams, words which the scum of the people make use of to express defiance. There is a book by Baron de Guldenstubbe, who pretends to conduct a correspondence with the other world. He has had answers, and such answers, obscene sketches, despairing hieroglyphics, and the following Greek signature, which may be translated spirit of death. Such is the last word of the phenomenal revelations according to American doctrine. Such is doctrine itself in separation from sacerdotal authority and in the attempt to establish it independently of hierarchic control. The reality and importance of the phenomena, the good faith of those who believe them, are in no sense denied. But we must warn all who are concerned against the dangers to which they are liable if they do not prefer the spirit of wisdom, communicated divinely and hierarchically to the Church, before all these disorderly and obscure messages, in which the fluidic soul of the earth reflects automatically the mirage of intelligence and the dreams of slumbering reason. Book 2. Formation and Development of Dogmas. Hebrew Beit. Chapter 1. Primitive Symbolism of History. To explain Holy Scripture from the religious and dogmatic standpoint forms no part of our warrant. Subject above all things to the hierarchic order, we surrender theology to the doctors of the Church, and we render to human science whatsoever is included in the domain of experience and reason. Therefore, on those occasions when we may appear to be risking a new application of some biblical passage, it is always with proper respect for ecclesiastical decisions. We do not dogmatize on our own part, and we submit our observations and researches to the lawful authorities. On reading the earliest history of the human race in the sacred work of Moses, that which strikes one at once is the description of the earthly paradise, which is summarized in the figure of a perfect pantacle. It is circular or square, since it is watered equally by 4 rivers arranged in the form of a cross, while in the center are found 2 trees representing knowledge and life, stable intelligence and progressive motion, wisdom and creation. The serpent of Asclepios and Hermes is coiled about the tree. Beneath its shadow are the man and woman, active and passive, intelligence and love. The serpent, symbolizing the primal attraction and the central fire of the earth, tempts her who is the weaker, and she causes the man to succumb, yet to the serpent she yields only in order that she may overcome it subsequently. One day she will crush the head of it by giving a savior to the world. All science is represented in this admirable scene. The man abdicates the realm of intelligence by yielding to the solicitations of the sensitive part. He profanes the fruit of knowledge, which should be the sustenance of the soul, by applying it to the uses of unjust and material satisfaction. He loses in consequence the sense of harmony and of truth. He is clothed thereafter with the skin of a beast, because the physical form takes shape sooner or later, and invariably, in correspondence to moral dispositions. He is cast out of the circle which is watered by the 4 rivers of life, and a cherub, armed with an ever-moving, burning sword, prevents his return into the domain of unity. As we have observed in the doctrine of magic, Voltaire discovered that the Hebrew word for cherub signifies a bull and was highly amused at the story. He might have been less entertained had he recognized in the angel with the head of a bull the image of an obscure symbolism, and in the revolving sword of fire those flashes of ill-understood and illusory truth which provided, after the fall, a pretext to the idolatry of nations. The burning sword typified also that light which man knew no longer how to direct, so that, instead of governing its force, he was made subject to its fatal influence. The great magical work, understood in an absolute sense, is the conquest and direction of the burning sword, and the cherub is the angel or soul of the earth, represented invariably under the figure of a bull in the ancient mysteries. Hence, in Mithraic symbolism, the master of light is seen vanquishing the bull of earth and plunging into his flank that sword which sets free the life, represented by drops of blood. The first consequence of Eve's sin is the death of Abel. By separating love from understanding, she separated it also from power, and this, reduced to blindness and in the bondage of earthly desires, became jealous of love and slew it. The children of Cain perpetuated the crime of their father. The daughters whom they brought into the world were disastrously beautiful, but being void of love, they were born for the damnation of angels and for the scandal of the descendants of Seth. After the deluge, and as a sequel to the prevarication of Ham, some part of the mystery of which has been already indicated, the children of men attempted to realize an insensate project by constructing an universal pantacle and palace. It was a vast experiment in socialistic equality, and the phalansterium of Fourier is a sorry conception in comparison with the Tower of Babel. The latter was an active protestation against the hierarchy of knowledge, a citadel built against floods and tempests, a promontory from the elevation of which the deified people would soar above the atmosphere and its commotions. But one does not ascend to knowledge on ladders of stone. The hierarchic degrees of the spirit are not built with mortar like the stories of a tower. Against such a materialized hierarchy, anarchy itself protested, and men ceased to understand one another. A fatal lesson, and one misinterpreted utterly by those who in our own days have dreamed of another Babel. The negations of equality give answer to doctrines which are hierarchic only in the sense of brutality and materialism. Whenever the human race builds such a tower, the summit will be contested, and the multitude will desert the base. To satisfy all ambitions, the summit must be broader than the base, and the result an unstable edifice which will collapse at the smallest shock. The scattering of men was the first result of the curse pronounced against the profane descendants of Ham, but the race of Canaan bore in a particular manner the burden of the malediction in question, which at a later period made all their posterity anathema. That chastity which is the guardian of the family is also the distinctive character of hierarchic initiations. Profanation and revolt are always unclean. They tend to promiscuity and infanticide. Desecration of the mysteries of birth and destruction of children were the basis of the religions of ancient Palestine, given over to the horrible rites of black magic. The black god of India, the monstrous Priapic Rutram, reigned therein under the name of Belphegor. The Talmudists and the Platonic Jew Philo recite things so shameful respecting the worship of this idol that they appeared incredible to the learned lawyer Seldenus. It is said to have been a bearded image, with gaping mouth and a tongue like a gigantic phallus. The worshippers exposed themselves without shame in the presence of such a visage and presented offerings of excrement. The idols of Moloch and Chamos were murderous machines which sometimes crushed unfortunate little children against their brazen breasts and sometimes consumed them in their red-hot arms. There was dancing to the sound of trumpets and tambourines, so that the cries of the victims were stifled, and these dances were led by the wretched mothers. Incest, sodomy, and bestiality were the authorized practices among these infamous people, and even formed part of the sacred rites. Such is the fatal consequence of doing violence to universal harmony. One does not sin against truth with impunity. In revolt against God, man is driven to the outrage of nature, despite himself. Identical causes ever produce the same effects, and the Sabbath of the sorcerers in the Middle Ages was but a repetition of the festivals of Chamos and Belphegor. It is against such crimes that a decree of eternal death is pronounced by nature itself. Worshippers of black gods, apostles of promiscuity, preachers of public wantonness, enemies of the family and hierarchy, anarchists in religion and politics are enemies of God and humanity. Not to isolate them from the world is to consent that the world shall be poisoned, or such at least was the view of inquisitors. But we are far on our own part from desiring to re-establish the cruel executions of the Middle Ages. In proportion as society shall become more truly Christian, it will realize more fully that we must heal those who are diseased and not destroy them. Now, criminal instincts are surely the most appalling of mental maladies. It must not be forgotten that transcendental magic is called the sacerdotal art and the royal art. In Egypt, Greece, and Rome, it shared the grandeur and decadence of the kingdom and the priesthood. Every philosophy which is at issue with the cultus and its mysteries is baneful to the great political powers, for these, in the eyes of the multitude, lose in grandeur if they cease to be symbols of divine power. Every crown is broken which comes into collision with the tiara. The eternal dream of Prometheus is to steal fire from heaven and cast down the gods therefrom. The popular Prometheus, unbound on Caucasus by Hercules, who typifies labor, will ever bear about with him his rivets and chains. He will carry his undying vulture, fastened on his gaping wound, till he shall learn obedience at the feet of him, who, being born the King of kings and God of gods, has elected in his turn to be nailed in hands and feet and pierced in the side for the conversion of all rebellious spirits. By opening the career of power to intrigue, republican institutions endangered the principles of the hierarchy. The task of forming kings was confided no longer to the hierarchy and was either replaced by right of inheritance, which abandons the throne to the unequal chances of birth, or by popular election, which sets aside religious influence to establish the monarchy on a basis of republican principles. Those governments which presided successively over the triumphs and humiliations of Greek and Roman states were formed in this manner. The science reserved to the sanctuaries fell into neglect, and men of boldness or genius, who had not been accepted by those who dispense initiation, devised another science in opposition to that of the priests, substituting doubt or denial for the secrets of the temple. In the excess of their adventurous imagination, such philosophers were landed quickly in absurdity and laid upon nature the blame which belonged to their own systems. Heraclitus fell a-weeping, Democritus took refuge in laughter, and the one was a fool like the other. Pirhan ended by believing in nothing, which can scarcely exonerate him for the fact that he knew nothing. Into this philosophical chaos Socrates brought a certain light and good sense, by affirming the existence of pure and simple morality. But what does morality profit in the absence of religion? The abstract deism of Socrates was interpreted by the people as atheism. It came about, however, that Plato, the disciple of Socrates, attempted to supply that system of doctrine which was wanting in the latter, and of which indeed he had never dreamed. Illustration: the 21st key of the tarot, surrounded by mystic and Masonic seals. The doctrine of Plato was epoch-making in the history of human genius, but it was not his own invention. For, realizing that there is no truth apart from religion, he went to consult the priests of Memphis and to obtain initiation into their mysteries. He is even credited with a knowledge of the Jewish sacred books. In Egypt, however, his initiation could have been imperfect only, for the priests by that time had forgotten themselves the import of their primeval hieroglyphics, as is indicated by the history of that priest who spent 3 days in deciphering a hieratic inscription found in the tomb of Alcmene and sent by Agesilaus, king of Sparta. Cornuphis, who was doubtless the most learned among the hierophants, consulted the old collections of signs and characters. In the end, he found that the inscription was in the script of Proteus, being the Grecian name of the Book of Thoth, consisting of movable hieroglyphics, capable of variations as numerous as there are possible combinations of characters, numbers, and elementary figures. But the Book of Thoth, being the key of oracles and the elementary work on science, should not have involved such long research before its signs were identified, if Cornuphis had been really proficient in the sacerdotal art. Another proof that primeval truths were obscured at this period is the fact that the oracles which registered their protest on the subject were in a style that was understood no longer. After his return from Egypt, Plato was journeying with Simmias on the confines of Caria when he was met by some men of Delos, who begged him to interpret an oracle of Apollo. It declared that to make an end of the woes in Greece, the cubic stone must be doubled. The attempt had been made with a stone kept in the temple of Apollo, but the work of doubling it on every side resulted in a polyhedron having 25 surfaces. To restore the cubic form, they had to increase it 26 times the original volume of the stone by a process of successive doubling. Plato sent back the emissaries to the mathematician Eudoxus, saying that the oracle had counseled the study of geometry. Whether he did not himself understand the deep sense of the symbol or disdained to unveil it to the ignorant are points which must be left to conjecture. But that which is certain is that the cubic stone and its multiplication explains all secrets of sacred numbers, including the mystery of perpetual motion, hidden by adepts and pursued by fools under the name of squaring the circle. By this cubic agglomeration of 26 cubes about a single central cube, the oracle indicated to the Delians not only the elements of geometry, but the key of creative harmonies, explained by the interrelation of forms and numbers. The plan of all great allegorical temples throughout antiquity is found in the multiplication A of the cube by the cross, B, about which a circle is described, and then C, the cubic cross moving in a globe. These notions, which are rendered more intelligible by a diagram, have been handed on to our own days in Masonic initiations, and they are a perfect justification of the name attributed to the modern societies in question, for they are also the root principles of architecture and the science of building. The Delians thought to answer the geometrical question by reducing their multiplication by half, but they had already obtained 8 times the volume of their cubic stone. For the rest, the number of their experiments may be extended at will, for the story itself is probably a problem set to his disciples by Plato. If the utterance of the oracle has to be taken as a fact, we can find a still deeper meaning in it. To double the cubic stone is to extract the duad from unity, form from idea, action from thought. It is to realize in the world the exactitude of eternal mathematics, to establish politics on the basis of exact sciences, to harmonize religious dogma with the philosophy of numbers. Plato has more eloquence but less depth than Pythagoras. He aspires to reconcile the philosophy of logicians with the immutable dogmas of seers. He does not seek to vulgarize, but would reconstruct science. So was his philosophy destined, at a later date, to provide dawning Christianity with theories prepared beforehand and with vivifying doctrines. Notwithstanding, however, that he based his theorems on mathematics, Plato was poet rather than geometrician. He was rich in harmonious forms and was prodigal of marvelous hypotheses. Aristotle, who was a calculating genius exclusively, referred everything to debate in the schools. He made everything subject to the demonstrations of numeral evolutions and the logic of calculations. Excluding the faith of Platonism, he sought to prove all and likewise to comprehend all in his categories. He turned the triad into syllogism and the binary into enthymeme. For him, the chain of being became a sorites. He reduced everything to an abstraction and reasoned on everything, being itself passed into an abstraction in his process, and was lost amidst the hypotheses of ontology. Plato was destined to inspire the fathers of the church, Aristotle to be the master of medieval scholastics. God knows what clouds gathered about this logic which had no faith in anything, and yet set out to explain all. A second Babel was in plan, and another confusion of tongues was at no far distance. Being is being, and in being is the reason of being. In the beginning is the word, and the word, or logos, is logic formulated in speech or spoken reason. The word is in God, and the word is God himself manifested to intelligence. But this is precisely a truth which exceeds all philosophies, and is that, also precisely, which must be believed, under the penalty of knowing nothing and falling back into the irrational doubt of Pyrrho. As guardian of faith, the priesthood rests entirely on this ground of science, and we are compelled to salute in its teaching the divine principle of the eternal word. Chapter 2. Mysticism. The legitimacy of divine right is so rooted in the priesthood that true priesthood does not exist apart from it. Initiation and consecration are a veritable heritage. So is the sanctuary inviolable on the part of the profane, and so also it cannot be seized by sectarians. For the same reason, the glorious lights of divine revelation are diffused in accordance with supreme reason, because they come down in order and harmony. God does not enlighten the world by means of meteors and flashes, but he causes every planetary system to gravitate about its particular sun. It is this very harmony which vexes certain souls who have grown impatient with duty, and it is thus that people come forward to pose as reformers of morals, having failed in coercing revelation to concur with their vices. Like Rousseau, they exclaim, "If God has spoken, why have I heard nothing?" And then presently they add, "He has spoken, but it is to me." Such is their dream, and they end by believing it themselves. So do the makers of sects begin, and these are fomenters of religious anarchy. We would by no means condemn them to the flames, but it is certainly desirable to intern them as sufferers from contagious folly. It is precisely in this manner that those mystic schools were founded which brought about the profanation of science. We have seen how the Indian fakirs attain their so-called uncreated light, that is to say, by the help of erethism and cerebral congestion. Egypt had also its sorcerers and enchanters, while Thessaly, in the days of Greece, swarmed with conjurations and witchcraft. To enter into direct communication with deities is to suppress the priesthood and subvert the basis of the throne, a fact which is realized keenly by the anarchic instinct of pretended Illuminism. It was by the allurement of license that such conspirators looked to recruit disciples, giving absolution beforehand to every scandal in manners, on the condition of strictness in revolt and energy in protestation against sacerdotal legitimacy. The Bacchantes, who dismembered Orpheus, believed themselves inspired by a god, and they sacrificed the great Hierophant to their deified drunkenness. The orgies of Bacchus were mystical tumults. The apostles of mania have always had recourse to disordered movements, frenetic agitations, and horrible convulsions. From the effeminate priesthood of Bacchus to the Gnostics, from whirling dervishes to epileptics at the tomb of Paris the Deacon, the characteristics of superstition and fanatic exaltation have been always the same. It has been invariably under the pretext of purifying doctrine, and in the name of an exaggerated spiritualism, that the mystics of all times have materialized the symbols of the cultus. It has been the same precisely with those who have profaned the science of the Magi, for transcendental magic, as it is needful to remember, is the primeval priestly art. It condemns all that is done outside the lawful hierarchy, and it justifies the condemnation, though not the torture, of sectarians and sorcerers. The two classes are here connected intentionally, because all heretics have been evokers of spirits and phantoms whom they have foisted upon the world as gods. All have arrogated to themselves the power of working miracles in support of their falsehoods. On these evidences, they were all practicers of Godic, that is to say, of black magic. Anarchy being the point of departure and the Pomeroy characteristic of dissident mysticism, religious concord is impossible between sectarians, and yet they are in astonishing unanimity upon a single point, being the hatred of hierarchic and lawful authority. This, in reality, is the whole root of their religion, as it is the sole bond which links them one to another. It is ever the crime of Ham, contempt of the family principle and outrage offered to the father, whose nakedness and shame they expose with sacrilegious mirth. All the anarchic mystics confuse the intellectual with the astral light. They worship the serpent instead of doing honor to that dutiful and pure wisdom which crushes its head. So are they intoxicated by vertigo, and so fall inevitably into the abyss of folly. All fools are visionaries and may no doubt believe sincerely that they work wonders. Indeed, hallucination is contagious, and things inexplicable occur, or seem to occur, frequently enough in their vicinity. Moreover, the phenomena of the astral light in the excess of its attraction or projection are themselves of a kind to confuse those who are half-educated. It is centralized in bodies, and, as the result of violent molecular distension, it imparts to them so high a degree of elasticity that bones may be twisted and muscles stretched out of all measure. It forms whirlpools and waterspouts, so to speak, which levitate the heaviest bodies and can sustain them in the air for a length of time proportionate to the force of the projection. The sufferers feel on the point of bursting and cry for compression or percussion to relieve them. The most violent blows and the utmost constriction, being counterpoised by the fluidic tension, cause neither bruises nor wounds and relieve instead of crushing the patient. As fools hold physicians in horror, so the hallucinated mystics detest wise men. They flee them in the first place and afterwards persecute them blindly, as if against their own will. In so far as they are mild and indulgent, it is in respect of vices. Towards reason in submission to authority they are implacable. The most tolerant of heretics in appearance will be seized with fury and hatred, if conformity and the hierarchy are mentioned. Hence heresies have led to disturbances invariably. The false prophet must slay if he cannot pervert. He clamors for tolerance towards himself, but takes good care in what sense it shall be extended to others. Protestants were loud in their outcries against the faggots and pyres of Rome at the very time that John Calvin, on the warrant of his private judgment, condemned Servetus to be burnt. The crimes of the Donatists, circumcisionists, and others too many for enumeration, drove Catholic rulers into excess and caused the Church to abandon those who were guilty to the secular arm. Would it not be thought that Vaudois, Albigensians, and Hussites were lambs if one gave heed to the groans of irreligion? Where was the innocence of those darksome Puritans of Scotland and England who brandished the dagger in one hand and their Bible in the other, while preaching the extermination of Catholics? One only church in the midst of so many reprisals and horrors has always postulated, and in principle at least, has maintained its hatred of blood. This is the hierarchic and legitimate church. Now, in admitting the possibility and actuality of diabolical miracles, that church recognizes the existence of a natural force which can be applied for good or evil. And hence it has decided in its great wisdom that although sanctity of doctrine can legalize miracle, the latter of itself can never authorize novelties in religious teaching. To say that God, whose laws are perfect and never falsify themselves, makes use of a natural instrument to produce effects which to us seem supernatural. This is to affirm the supreme reason and immutable power of God. It is to exalt our notion of his providence. And sincere Catholics should realize that such view by no means challenges his intervention in those marvels which operate in favor of truth. The false miracles caused by astral congestions have invariably an anarchic and immoral tendency, because disorder invokes disorder. So also the gods and familiars of heretics are athirst for blood and commonly extend their protection at the price of murder. The idolaters of Syria and Judea drew oracles from the heads of children torn from the bodies of the poor little victims. They dried these heads, and having placed beneath the tongues a golden layman bearing unknown characters, they fixed them in the hollows of walls, built up a kind of body beneath them composed of magical plants secured by bands, lighted a lamp at the foot of the frightful idols, burnt incense before them, and proceeded to their religious consultation. They believed that the heads spoke, and the anguish of the last cries had doubtless distracted their imaginations. Moreover, as said already, blood attracts larvae. The ancients, in their infernal sacrifices, were accustomed to dig a pit, which they filled with warm and smoking blood. Then from all the deep places of the night they beheld feeble and pallid shadows ascending, descending, creeping, and swarming about the cavity. With a sword's point steeped in the same blood, they traced the circle of evocation and kindled fire of laurel, alder, and cypress wood, on altars crowned with asphodel and vervain. The night seemed to grow colder and still more dark. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and they heard the feeble rustling of phantoms crowding about the circle, while dogs howled piteously over the countryside. All must be dared in order to achieve all, such was the axiom of enchantments and their associated horrors. The false magicians were banded together by crime, and believed that they could intimidate others when they had contrived to terrify themselves. The rites of black magic have remained revolting like the impious worships it produced. This was the case indifferently in the association of criminals who conspired against the old civilizations and among the barbaric races. There was always the same passion for darkness. There were the same profanations, the same sanguinary processes. Anarchic magic is the cultus of death. The sorcerer devotes himself to fatality, abjures reason, renounces the hope of immortality, and then sacrifices children. He forswears marriage and is given over to barren debauch. On such conditions he enjoys the plenitude of his mania, is made drunk with iniquity till he believes that evil is omnipotent, and, converting his hallucinations into reality, he thinks that his mastery has power to evoke at pleasure all death and Hades. Barbarian words and signs unknown, or even utterly unmeaning, are the best in black magic. Hallucination is ensured more readily by ridiculous practices and imbecile evocations than by rites or formulae, which keep intelligence in a waking state. Dupotet says that he has tested the power of certain signs on ecstatics, and those which are published in his occult book, with precaution and mystery, are in analogy, if not absolutely identical, with pretended diabolical signatures found in old editions of the Grand Grimoire. The same causes always produce the same effects, and there is nothing that is new beneath the moon of sorcerers, any more than under the sun of sages. The state of permanent hallucination is death or abdication of consciousness, and one is then surrendered to all the chances comprised by the fatality of dreams. Every remembrance begets its own reflection, every evil desire creates an image, every remorse breeds a nightmare. Life becomes that of an animal, but of a peevish and tormented animal. The sense of morality and of time is alike absent. Realities exist no longer. It is a general dance in the whirlpool of insensate forms. Sometimes an hour seems protracted over centuries, and again years may fly with an hour's swiftness. Rendered phosphorescent by the astral light, our brains swarm with innumerable reflections and images. We close our eyes, and it may happen that some brilliant, somber, or terrific panorama will unroll beneath our eyelids. He who is sick of a fever will scarcely close them through the night without being dazzled by an intolerable brightness. Our nervous system, which is a perfect electrical apparatus, concentrates the light in the brain, being the negative pole of that apparatus, or projects it by the extremities, which are points designed for the circulation of our vital fluid. When the brain attracts powerfully some series of images analogous to any passion which has disturbed the equilibrium or the machine, the interchange of light stops, astral respiration ceases, and the misdirected light coagulates, so to speak, in the brain. It comes about for this reason that the sensations of hallucinated persons are of the most false and perverse order. Some find enjoyment in lacerating the skin with thongs and in roasting their flesh slowly. Others eat and relish things unfit for sustenance. Dr. Briere de Boismont has collected a great series of instances, and many of them are extremely curious. All excesses in life, whether through the misconstruction of good or through the non-resistance of evil, may overstimulate the brain and occasion the stagnation of light therein. Overweening ambition, proud pretense of sanctity, a continence full of scruples and desires, the indulgence of shameful passions notwithstanding repeated warnings of remorse, all these lead to syncope of reason, to morbid ecstasy, hysteria, vision, madness. The learned doctor goes on to observe that a man is not mad because he is subject to visions, but because he believes in his visions rather than in ordinary sense. Hence, it is obedience and authority that alone can save the mystics. If they have obstinate self-confidence, there is no cure. They are excommunicated already by reason and by faith. They are the aliens of universal charity. They think themselves wiser than society. They dream of founding a religion, but they stand alone. They believe that they have secured for their private use the secret keys of life, but their intelligence is plunged already in death. Chapter 3. Initiations and Ordeals. That which adepts have distinguished as the great work is not only the transmutation of metals, but also and above all the universal medicine, that is to say, the remedy for all ills, including death itself. Now, the process which produces the universal medicine is the moral regeneration of man. It is that second birth alluded to by our Savior in his discourse to Nicodemus, a doctor of the law. Nicodemus did not understand, and Jesus said, "Are you a master in Israel and know not these things?" As if intending to intimate that they belonged to the fundamental principles of religious science, of which no professor could dare to be ignorant. The great mystery of life and its ordeals is represented in the celestial sphere and in the annual succession of the seasons. The four aspects of the Sphinx correspond to these seasons and to the four elements. The symbolical figures on the shield of Achilles according to the description of Homer, are analogous in their meaning to the 12 labors of Hercules. Like Hercules, Achilles must die, after having conquered the elements and even done battle with the gods. Hercules, on his part, triumphant over all the vices, represented by the monsters whom he fought, succumbs for a moment to love, the most dangerous of all. But he tears from his body the burning tunic of Deianira, though the flesh comes with it from the bones. He leaves her guilty and vanquished, to die on his own part, but as one liberated and immortal. Every thinking man is an Oedipus called to solve the enigma of the Sphinx, or, this failing, to die. Every initiate must become a Hercules, who, achieving the cycle of a great year of toil, shall, by sacrifices of heart and life, deserve the glory of apotheosis. Orpheus is not king of the lyre and of sacrifices till he has successively won and has learned how to lose Eurydice. Omphale and Deianira are jealous of Hercules. One would debase him, the other yields to the counsels of an abandoned rival, and so is induced to poison him who has emancipated the world. But in the act she cures him of a far more fatal poison, which is her own unworthy love. The flame of the pyre purifies his too susceptible heart. He perishes in all his vigor and is seated victorious close to the throne of Jupiter. So also Jacob was not appointed the great patriarch of Israel till he had wrestled with an angel through the length of an entire night. Ordeal is the great word of life, and life itself is a serpent which brings forth and devours unceasingly. We must escape from its folds, we must set our foot upon its head. Hermes duplicated the serpent, setting it against itself, and in an eternal equilibrium, he converted it into the talisman of his power, into the glory of his caduceus. The great ordeals of Memphis and Eleusis were designed to form kings and priests by entrusting science to strong and valiant men. The price of admission to such tests was the surrender of body, soul, and life into the hands of the priesthood. The candidate descended thereafter through dark subterranean regions, wherein he traversed successively among flaming pyres, passed through deep and rapid floods, over bridges thrown across abysses, holding in his hand a lamp which must not be extinguished. He who trembled, he whom fear overcame, never returned to the light, but he who surmounted every obstacle intrepidly was received among the misty, which meant initiation into the lesser mysteries. He had yet to vindicate his fidelity and silence. It was only at the end of several years that he became an epopt, being a title equivalent to that of adept. Philosophy, in competition with the priesthood, imitated these practices and put its disciples to the proof. Pythagoras exacted silence and abstinence for 5 years. Plato opened his schools to none but geometricians and those skilled in music. Furthermore, he reserved part of his instruction to initiates, so that his philosophy had its mysteries. He attributed the creation of the world to demons and represented man as the progenitor of all animals. But the demons of Plato signify the Elohim of Moses, being those powers by the combination and harmony of which the supreme principle created. When he represents beasts as begotten by humanity, he means that they are the analysis of that living form, the synthesis of which is man. It was Plato who first proclaimed the divinity of the word, and he appeared to foresee the approaching incarnation of this creative word on earth. He proclaimed the sufferings and execution of the perfect just man, condemned by the iniquity of the world. This sublime philosophy of the word is part of the pure Kabbalah, whence Plato was in no wise its inventor. He makes no secret of this, and he proclaims that in any science only that must be received which is in harmony with eternal truths and with the oracles of God. Dacier, from whom this quotation comes, adds that, by these eternal truths Plato signified an ancient tradition which he supposes primeval humanity to have received from God and transmitted to later generations. It would be impossible to speak more clearly without actually naming the Kabbalah. It is definition instead of name. In a sense, it is something more precise than the name itself. Plato says otherwise that the root matter of this great knowledge is not to be found in books. We must seek in ourselves by means of deep meditation, discovering the sacred fire in its proper source. This is why I have written nothing concerning these revelations and shall never even speak about them. Whosoever shall undertake to popularize them will find the attempt futile. For, except in the case of a very small number of men who have been endowed with understanding from God to discern these heavenly truths within themselves, it will render them contemptible to some, while filling others with vain and rash self-confidence, as if they were depositaries of marvels which they do not understand all the same. To the younger Dionysius he wrote, I must bear witness to Archedimus concerning that which is far more precious, more divine by far, and that which you desire earnestly to know, having sent him to me expressly. He gives me to understand that in your view I have not explained to you sufficiently what I hold as to the nature of the first principle. I can only write in enigmas, so that if my letter be intercepted on land or water, he who may read it shall understand nothing. All things encompass their king, from whom they draw their being, he being the source of all good things, second for those which are second and third for those which are third. These few words are a complete summary of Sephirotic theology. The king is Ensof, supreme and absolute being. All radiates from the center, which center is everywhere, but we regard it after three especial manners and in three distinct spheres. In the divine world, which is that of the first cause, the king is one and first. In the world of science, which is that of secondary causes, the influence of the first principle is felt, but is conceived only as first of the said causes. Therein the king manifests by the duad, which is the passive creating principle. Finally, in the third world, which is that of forms, he is revealed as perfect form, the incarnate word, supreme goodness and beauty created perfection. The king is therefore at one and the same time the first, second, and third, seeing that he is all in all, center and cause of all. Let us be silent on the genius of Plato, recognizing only the exact knowledge of the initiate. Let it therefore be said no longer that our great apostle St. John borrowed from the philosophy of Plato the proemium of his gospel. It is Plato, on the contrary, who drew from the same sources as St. John, but he had not received that spirit which makes alive. The philosophy of him who expounded the greatest of human revelations might aspire towards the Word made man, but the gospel alone could give that word to the world. The Kabbalah taught by Plato to the Greeks assumed at a later period the name of theosophy and ended by embracing the whole of magical doctrine. It is to this sum total of secret doctrine that all discoveries of research gravitated successively. The ambition was to pass from theory to practice and to find the realization of words in works. The dangerous experiences of divination taught science how it might dispense with the priesthood. The sanctuary was betrayed, and men who had no mission dared to make the gods speak. It is for this reason that theurgy shared in the anathemas pronounced against black magic and was suspected of imitating its crimes, because it could not exculpate itself from a share in its impiety. The veil of Isis is not lifted with impunity, and curiosity blasphemes faith when divine things are concerned. Blessed are those who have not seen and have believed, says the great master. The experiments of theurgy and necromancy are always fatal for those who are abandoned to their practice. To set foot upon the threshold of the other world spells death, and it follows often in a strange and terrible manner. Vertigo supervenes, catalepsy and madness finish the work. It is unquestionable that in the presence of certain persons a disturbance takes place in the air, wainscots split, doors shake and creak. Fantastic signs and even stains, as of blood, seem to impress themselves on virgin parchment or on linen. The nature of these signatures is always the same, and they are classified by experts under the name of diabolical writings. The mere sight of such characters sends sufferers from magnetic hysteria into convulsions or ecstasy. They believe that they behold spirits, and Satan, or the genius of error, is transfigured for them into an angel of light. The pretended spirits require, as the condition of their manifestation, some kind of contact between the sexes, the putting of hand in hand, foot to foot, breathing face to face, and even immodest embraces. Devotees are besotted by this kind of intoxication. They think that they are elected by God, that they are interpreters of heaven, and they regard obedience to the hierarchy in the light of fanaticism. They are the successors of the Indian race of Cain, victims of hashish and fakirs. They profit by no warnings, and they perish by their own act and will. To restore sufferers of this kind, the Greek priests resorted to a species of homeopathy. They terrified the patients by exaggerating the disease itself, and for this purpose they put them to sleep in the cave of Trophonius. The preparation for this experience was by fastings, lustrations, and vigils. The patients were then taken down into the vault and shut up in total darkness. Intoxicating gases, like those in the grotto of the dog near Naples, filled the cavern, and the visionary was overcome speedily. incipient asphyxia induced frightful dreams, from which the victim was rescued in time and carried forth palpitating all over, pale and with hair on end. In this condition, he or she was seated on a tripod and prophetic utterances preceded complete awakening. Experiences of this sort so distracted the nervous system that their subjects never recalled them without trembling and in future did not dare to mention evocations or phantoms. Some of them never smiled again or felt the impulse of gaiety. The general impression was so melancholy that it passed into a proverb, and it was said of anyone who did not unbend, "He has slept in the cave of Trophonius." For the remnants of science and the recovery of its mysteries, we must have recourse to the religious symbolism of antiquity rather than to the works of its philosophers. The priests of Egypt were better acquainted than ourselves with the laws of motion and of life. They could temper or promote action by reaction, and they foresaw without difficulty the realization of effects the cause of which they had postulated. The pillars of Seth, Hermes, Solomon, Hercules symbolized in magical traditions this universal law of equilibrium, while the science of equilibrium led the initiates to that of universal gravitation about centers of life, heat, and light. So in the Egyptian sacred calendars, where it is known that each month was placed under the protection of 3 decani or genii of 10 days, the first decanate in the sign of Leo is represented by a human head with 7 rays. The body has a Scorpio tail, and the sign of Sagittarius is under the chin. Beneath the head is the name of Io, and the figure was called Kh Naubis, an Egyptian word which signifies gold and light. Thales and Pythagoras learned in the Egyptian sanctuaries that the earth gravitated round the sun, but they did not seek to publish the fact generally, because it would have involved the revelation of a great temple secret, being the dual law of attraction and radiation, of fixity and movement, which is the principle of creation and the unfailing cause of life. So also the Christian writer Lactantius, who had heard of this magical tradition, but as an effect in the absence of a cause, scoffed loudly at theurgical dreamers who believed in the motion of the earth and in antipodes, the result of which would be the fact that we walked on our heads with the feet upward, though our heads appeared to be erect. Furthermore, as he added, with the logic of children, in such case we should infallibly fall head downwards through the heaven below us. So philosophers reasoned, while priests, without answering or even smiling at their blunders, continued to write in creative hieroglyphics concerning all dogmas, all forms of poetry, and all secrets of truth. In their allegorical description of Hades, the Greek hierophants concealed the palmary secrets of magic. We find 4 rivers therein, even as in the earthly paradise, plus a 5th, which wound 7 times round the others. There was a river of sorrows and silence called Cocytus, there was a river of forgetfulness or Lethe, and then there was a swift and irresistible river which carried all before it, flowing in an opposite course to yet another river of fire. The 2 last were named Acheron and Phlegethon, one being the negative and one the positive fluid, flowing eternally each in each. The black and icy waters of Acheron smoked with the warmth of Phlegethon, while the liquid flames of the latter were covered with thick vapors by the former. Larvae and lemures, shadowy images of bodies which have lived and of those which have yet to come, issued from these vapors by myriads, but whether they drank or not from the flood of sorrows, all desired the waters of oblivion to bring them youth and peace. The wise alone do not seek to forget, for memory is their reward already, so also they only are truly deathless, since they only are conscious of their immortality. The tortures of Tenaris are truly divine pictures of the vices and their eternal chastisement. The greed of Tantalus, the ambition of Sisyphus, will never be expiated since they can never be satisfied. Tantalus is athirst in the water, Sisyphus rolls a stone towards the top of a mountain, hoping to take his seat thereon, but it falls back continually and drags him down into the abyss. Ixion, unbridled in license, would have violated the Queen of Heaven and was scourged by infernal furies. He did not consummate his crime, for he embraced only a phantom. The phantom may have condescended in appearance to his love and may have ministered to his passion, but when he disowned duty, when his satisfaction was at the price of sacrilege, that which he thought was love proved hatred in a mask of flowers. It is not from beyond the tomb, it is rather in life itself that we must seek the mysteries of death. Salvation or condemnation begin here below, and this earth has also its heaven and hell. Virtue is ever rewarded, vice is ever punished. If the wealth of the wicked incline us at times to think that they enjoy impunity, that instrument of good and evil seeming to be given them by chance, there is woe notwithstanding to the unjust. They may possess the key of gold, but for them it opens only the gate of the tomb and hell. All true initiates have recognized the immense value of toil and suffering. A German poet tells us that sorrow is the dog of that unknown shepherd which leads the flock of humanity. Learn how to suffer and learn also to die, such are the gymnastics of eternity, and such is the immortal novitiate. This is the moral lesson of Dante's Divine Comedy, and it was outlined in the allegorical table of Thebes, which belongs to the time of Plato. An account of it has been preserved, and many painters of the Middle Ages reconstructed the picture therefrom. It is at once a philosophical and magical monument, a perfect moral synthesis, and moreover the most audacious demonstration ever attempted of that great arcanum or secret, the revelation of which must subvert heaven and earth. Our readers will unquestionably expect us to furnish its explanation, but he who has solved this enigma knows that it is inexplicable by its nature, and is a sentence of death to those who take it by surprise, even as to those who reveal it. This secret is the royalty of the sage and the crown of that initiate who is represented coming down as a victor from the Mount of Ordeal in the beautiful allegory of Thebes. The great arcanum has made him master of gold and light, which fundamentally are one thing. He has solved the quadrature of the circle, he directs perpetual motion, and he possesses the philosophical stone. Those who are adepts will understand me. There is neither interruption in the process of nature nor a blank space in its work. The harmonies of heaven are in correspondence with those of earth, and eternal life fulfills its evolutions in accordance with the same laws which rule in the life of a day. The Bible says that God disposes all things according to weight, number, and measure, and this luminous doctrine was also that of Plato. In the Phaedon, he represents Socrates as discoursing on the destinies of the soul in a manner which is quite in conformity with Kabbalistical traditions. Spirits purified by trial are emancipated from the laws of weight, and they soar above the atmosphere of tears. Others grovel in darkness, and are those who manifest to the weak or criminal. All who are liberated from the miseries of material life come back no more to contemplate its crimes or share its errors. Once is truly enough. The care taken by the ancients over the burial of the dead protested strongly against necromancy, and those who disturbed the sleep of the grave were always regarded as impious. To call back, the dead would condemn them to a second death, and the dread of earnest people, belonging to old religions, lest they should remain without burial after death, was in view of the possibility that the corpse might be profaned by striges and used in witchcraft. After death, the soul belongs to God and the body to the common mother, which is earth. Woe to those who dare to invade these asylums. When the sanctuary of the tomb was disturbed, the ancients offered sacrifices to the angry manes, and a holy thought lay at the root of this practice. As a fact, were it permitted anyone to attract, by means of conjurations, the souls floating in darkness but aspiring towards the light, such a person would be begetting retrograde and posthumous children, whom he must nourish with his own blood and with his own soul. Necromancers are makers of vampires, and they deserve no pity if they die devoured by the dead. Chapter 4. The magic of public worship. Forms are the product of ideas, and they in their turn reflect and reproduce ideas. So far as sentiments are concerned, these are multiplied by association in the union of those who share them, so that all are charged with the enthusiasm common to all. It comes about in this manner that if one or another individual be deceived easily on questions of the just and the beautiful, the people at large will, this notwithstanding, continue to exalt in their minds whatsoever things are sublime, and they will do it with a longing which is itself sublime. These two great laws of nature were known to the ancient magi, and led them to see the necessity of a public worship which should be one in its nature, imposed on all, hierarchic and symbolic in character, like all religion, splendid as truth, rich and varied as nature, starry as heaven, odoriferous as earth. A worship, in fact, of the kind established afterwards by Moses, realized in all its glory by Solomon, and once again transfigured. Centralized today in the great metropolis of St. Peter at Rome. Humanity, as a fact, has never known more than one religion and one worship. This universal light has had its uncertain reflections and its shadows, but ever after the dark night of error, we behold it emerge, one and pure like the sun. The magnificence of the cultus is the life of religion, and if Christ chose poor ministers, his sovereign divinity did not demand poor altars. Protestants have failed to understand that ritual constitutes an instruction and that a sordid or negligible God must not be created in the imagination of the multitude. The English, who lavish so much wealth on their own homes, who also affect to prize the Bible highly, would find their particular churches exceedingly cold and bare if they remembered the unparalleled pomp of Solomon's temple. But that which withers their forms of worship is the dryness of their own hearts. And with a cultus devoid of magic, splendor, and pathos, how shall their hearts be ever informed with life? Look at their meeting houses, which resemble town halls, and look at those honest ministers, dressed like ushers or clerks, and who can do otherwise in their presence than regard religion as formalism and God as a justice of the peace. Orthodoxy is the absolute character of transcendental magic. When truth is born into the world, the star of science announces the fact to the Magi, and they come to adore the infant creator of futurity. Initiation is obtained by understanding and respect of the hierarchy, as also by the practice of obedience, and he who is initiated truly will never turn sectarian. The Orthodox traditions were carried from Chaldea by Abraham. In combination with the knowledge of the true God, they reigned in Egypt at the period of Joseph. Kunzu sought to establish them in China, but the imbecile mysticism of India, under the idolatrous form of the faux cultus, was destined to prevail in that great empire. As by Abraham out of Chaldea, so was orthodoxy taken out of Egypt by Moses. And in the secret traditions of the Kabbalah, we find a theology at once complete, perfect, unique, and comparable to our own at its grandest, when seen under the light of its interpretation by the fathers and doctors of the Church. A perfect whole, including lights which it is not given to the world yet to understand. The Zohar, which is the head and crown of the Kabbalistic sacred books, unveils furthermore all depths, and enlightens all obscurities of ancient mythologies and of sciences concealed in the sanctuaries of Eld. It is true that we must know the secret of its meaning in order to make use of it, and it is further true that the keenest intellects which are not acquainted with the secret will find the Zohar beyond all understanding and even unreadable. It is to be hoped that careful students of our works on magic will attain the secret for themselves, that they will come in their turn to decode, and thus be able to read the book which explains so many mysteries. Initiation being the necessary consequence of that hierarchic principle which is the basis of realization in magic. It follows that the profane, after striving vainly to force the doors of the sanctuary, have been driven to raise altar against altar, and to oppose ignorant disclosures of schism to the reticence of orthodoxy. Horrible histories were circulated concerning the Magi. Sorcerers and vampires cast upon them the responsibility of their own crimes. They were represented as feasting on infants and drinking human blood. Such attacks of presumptuous ignorance against the prudence of science have invariably met with success sufficient to perpetuate their use. Has not some miserable creature set forth, in I know not what pamphlet, how he has heard with his own ears, and within the precincts of a club, the author of this book demanding the blood of the wealthy to make it into puddings for the nourishment of starving people? The more monstrous the calumny, the greater the impression that it produces in the minds of fools. Those who slandered the Magi committed themselves the enormities of which they accused them, and were abandoned to all the excesses of shameless sorcery. There was everywhere the rumor of apparitions and prodigies, and the gods themselves came down in visible forms to authorize orgies. The maniacal circles of pretended Illuminati go back to the Bacchantes who murdered Orpheus. Since the days of those fanatical and clandestine circles, where promiscuity and assassination were combined with ecstasies and prayers, a luxurious and mystical pantheism increased continually. But the fatal destinies of this consuming and destroying dogma are recorded in one of the finest fables of Greek mythology. Certain pirates of Tyre surprised Bacchus in his sleep and carried him on board their vessel, thinking that the god of inspiration had so become their slave. But on a sudden in the open sea, their ship was transfigured, the masts became vine stalks, the rigging branches. Satyrs were seen everywhere, dancing with lynxes and panthers. The crew were seized with frenzy, they felt themselves changed into goats and cast themselves into the sea. Bacchus subsequently landed in Boeotia and repaired to Thebes, the city of initiation, where he found that Pentheus had usurped the supreme power. The latter, in his turn, attempted to imprison the god, but the dungeon opened of itself and the captive came forth triumphant. Pentheus was enraged, and the daughters of Cadmus, transformed into Bacchantes, tore him in pieces, thinking that they were immolating a young bull. Pantheism can never form a synthesis, but must be disintegrated by the sciences, which the daughters of Cadmus typify. After Orpheus, Cadmus, Oedipus, and Amphiaraus, the great fabulous symbols of magical priesthood in Greece are Tiresias and Calchas, but the first of these was an undiscerning or faithless hierophant. Meeting on a day with two interlaced serpents, he thought that they were fighting and separated them by a stroke of his wand. He did not understand the emblem of the caduceus, and hence sought to divide the forces of nature, to separate science from faith, intelligence from love, man from woman. He mistook their union for warfare, wounded them in the act of separation, and so lost his own equilibrium. He became alternately male and female, but neither in a perfect way, for the consummation of marriage was forbidden him. The mysteries of universal equilibrium and creative law are revealed fully herein. Generation is in fact a work of the human androgyne. In their division, man and woman remain sterile, as religion without science and conversely, as mildness without force and force apart from mildness, justice in the absence of mercy and mercy divorced from justice. Harmony results from the analogy of things in opposition. They must be distinguished with a view to unite them and not separated, so that we may choose between them. It is said that man shifts incessantly from black to white in his opinions and ever deceives himself. It is so of necessity, for visible and real form is black and white. It manifests itself by an alliance of light and shadow which does not confuse them together. So are all contraries in nature married, and he who would part them risks the punishment of Tiresias. Others say that he was smitten with blindness because he had surprised Minerva naked, that is to say, he had profaned the mysteries. This is another allegory, but it is always the same thing symbolized. Bearing no doubt this profanation in mind, Homer depicts the shade of Tiresias wandering in Cimmerian darkness and seeking amidst other hapless shades and larvae to quench his thirst with blood when Ulysses consulted spirits. Using a ceremonial which was magical and terrific after another manner than the contortions of our own mediums, or the harmless precipitated missives of our modern necromancers. The priesthood is almost silent in Homer. For Calchas, the diviner is neither a sovereign pontiff nor a great hierophant. He seems to be in the service of kings, with an eye to their possible wrath, and he dares not speak unwelcome truths to Agamemnon till he has besought the protection of Achilles. Thus, he sows division between these chiefs and brings disasters on the army. All the narratives of Homer contain important and profound lessons, and he sought in the present case to impress upon Greece the need for divine ministry to be independent of temporal influences. The priestly caste should be responsible only to the supreme pontificate, and the high priest is incapacitated if one crown be wanting in his tiara. That he may be on equality with earthly sovereigns, he must be himself a temporal king. He must be king in understanding and science, king also by his divine mission. Homer seems to tell us in his wisdom that failing such a priesthood, there is something wanting to the equilibrium of empires. Theoclymenes, another diviner who appears in the Odyssey, fills almost the part of a parasite, purchasing a not too friendly hospitality from the suitors of Penelope by a useless warning, and prudently withdrawing before the disturbance which he foresees. There is a gulf between these good and bad fortune-tellers and the sibyls dwelling unseen in their sanctuaries, which are approached in fear and trembling. This notwithstanding, the successors of Circe yield only to daring. Force or subtlety must be used to enter their retreat. They must be seized by the hair, threatened with the sword, and dragged to the fatal tripod. Then, crimsoning and whitening by turn, shuddering and with hair on end, they utter disconnected words, escape in a fury, scribble on the leaves of trees detached sentences forming prophetic verses when collected, and casting these leaves to the wind, they shut themselves up in their refuge and ignore any further calls. The oracle thus produced had as many meanings as the modes of its possible combination varied. Had the leaves borne hieroglyphical signs, instead of words the interpretations would have been multiplied further, while destiny could have been also consulted by their chance combination. A method followed subsequently in the divinations of geomancers by means of numbers and geometrical figures. It is followed also at this day by adepts of cartomancy who make use of the great magical tarot alphabets, for the most part, without being acquainted with their values. In such operations, accident only chooses the signs on which the interpreter depends for inspiration, and in the absence of exceptional intuition and second sight, the phrase is indicated by the combinations of sacred letters or the revelations of the combined figures prophecy according to chance. It is insufficient to combine letters. One must know how to read. Cartomancy in its proper understanding is a literal consultation of spirits, without necromancy or sacrifices, but it postulates a good medium. It is otherwise dangerous, and we do not recommend it to anyone. Is the memory of our bygone misfortunes not enough to embitter the sufferings of today, and must we then overload them with all the anxiety of the future, by partaking in advance of the catastrophes which it is impossible to avoid? Chapter 5. Phenomena of Mediumania. In the year 1772, a certain parishioner of Saint Mende, named Loisiut, being at church, believed that he saw an extraordinary person kneeling close by him. This was a very swarthy man, whose only garment was a pair of coarse worsted drawers. His beard was long, his hair woolly, and about his neck there was a ruddy circular scar. He carried a book, having the following inscription emblazoned in golden letters, Ex Agnus Dei. Loisiut observed with astonishment that no one but himself seemed aware of this strange presence, but he finished his devotions and returned home, where the same personage was awaiting him. He drew nearer to ask who he was and what might his business be, when the fantastic visitor vanished. Loisiut retired to bed in a fever and unable to sleep. The same night he found his room illuminated suddenly by a ruddy glow. He sprang up in bed, believing that the place was on fire. And then on a table in the very center of the room he saw a gold plate, wherein the head of his visitor was swimming in blood, encompassed by a red nimbus. The eyes rolled terribly, the mouth opened, a strange and hissing voice said, "I await the heads of kings, the heads of the courtesans of kings. I await Herod and Herodias." The nimbus faded, and the sick man saw no more. Some days after he had recovered sufficiently to resume his usual occupations, as he was crossing the place Louis Roman 15, a beggar accosted him, and Loisiut, without looking, threw a coin into his hat. "Thank you," said the recipient, "it is a king's head, but here," and he pointed towards the middle place of the thoroughfare, "there will fall another, and it is that for which I am waiting." Loisiut looked with astonishment towards the speaker, and uttered a cry when he recognized the strange figure of his vision. "Be silent," said the mendicant. "They will take you for a fool, as no one but yourself can see me. You have recognized me, I know, and to you I confess that I am John Baptist, the precursor. I am here to predict the punishment which will befall the successors of Herod and the heirs of Caiaphas. You may repeat all that I tell you." From this time forward Loisiut believed that St. John was present visibly at his side, almost from day to day. The vision spoke to him long and frequently on the woes which would befall France and the Church. Loisiut related his vision to several persons, who were not only impressed, but became seers on their own part. They formed among themselves a mystical society which met in great secrecy. It was their custom to sit in a circle, holding hands, and awaiting communications in silence. This might continue for hours, and then the figure of the Baptist would appear in the midst of them. They fell, concurrently or successively, into the magnetic sleep and saw, passing before their eyes, the future scenes of the Revolution, with the restoration which would come thereafter. The spiritual director of this sect or circle was a monk named Domjurl, who became also their leader on the death of Loisiut in 1788. At the epoch of the Revolution, however, having been won over by Republican enthusiasm, Domjurl was expelled by the other members, acting on the inspirations of their chief somnambulist, who was known as Sister Frances Andre. He had a somnambulist of his own, and in a Parisian garret he followed what was then the new craft of a mesmerist. The seeress in question was an old and nearly blind woman named Catherine Theot. She prophesied, and her predictions were realized. She cured many who were sick. And as her forecasts had a political cast invariably, the police of the Comité de Salut Public were not slow in taking up the matter. One evening, Catherine Theot was in an ecstasy, surrounded by her adepts. "Hearken," she exclaimed, "I hear the sound of his footsteps. He is the mysterious chosen one of Providence, the angel of revolution, at once its savior and victim, king of ruins and regeneration. Do you see him? He draws nigh. He also has been encircled by the ruddy nimbus of the precursor. It is he who shall bear all crimes of those who are about to immolate him. Great are thy destinies, O thou who shalt close the abyss by casting thyself therein. Do you not behold him, adorned as if for a festival, carrying flowers in his hands, garlands which are crowns of his martyrdom?" Then sobbing and melting into tears, "How cruel is thine ordeal, my son, and how many ingrates shall curse thy memory through the ages? Rise up and kneel down. He comes, the king comes, he is the king of bloody sacrifices." At this moment the door opened quickly. A man entered enveloped in a cloak and having his hat drawn over his eyes. Those who were present rose up. Catherine Theot stretched forth her arms towards the newcomer and said as her hands trembled, "I knew that you must come, and I have awaited your coming. He who is at my right side, but unseen by you, showed you to me yesterday, when an accusation was lodged against us. We are accused of conspiring for the king, and of a king I have indeed spoken. It is he whom the precursor reveals to me at this present moment, having a crown steeped in blood, and I know over whose head it is placed. Your own, Maximilian." At this name the unknown started, as if a red-hot steel had entered his breast. He cast a swift and anxious glance about him, after which his expression became again impassible. "What would you say? I fail to understand," he murmured in a short and abrupt manner. "I would say," replied Catherine Theot, "that the sun will beam brightly on that day when a man clothed in blue and bearing a scepter of flowers shall be for one moment the king and savior of the world. I would say that you shall be great as Moses and as Orpheus. When trampling on the head of that monster which is ready to devour you, you shall testify to headsmen and to victims that God is. Cease from this masking, Robespierre. Show us rather without paling that valiant head which God is about to cast in the empty scale of his balance. The head of Louis Roman XVI is heavy, and yours can only be its counterpoise." "Do you threaten?" asked Robespierre coldly, letting his cloak fall. "Do you think by this juggling to startle my patriotism and influence my conscience? Do you hope by fanatical measures and old wives' fables to surprise my resolves as you have played the spy on my proceedings? You have looked for me, it would seem, and woe to you because you have looked. Since you compel the curiosity seeker, the anonymous visitor and observer to be Maximilian Robespierre, representative of the people, as such I denounce you to the Committee of Public Weal, and I shall proceed to have you arrested." Having said these words, Robespierre cast his cloak round his powdered head and walked stiffly to the door. No one dared to detain and none to address him. Catherine Theot clasped her hands and said, "Respect his will, for he is king and pontiff of the new age. If he strike us, it is that God wills to strike us. Lay bare the throat before the knife of Providence." The initiates of Catherine Theot waited expecting their arrest through the whole night, but no one appeared. They separated on the following day. 2 or 3 further days and nights elapsed, during which the members of the sect made no attempt at concealment. On the 5th day, Catherine Theot and those who were called her accomplices were denounced to the Jacobins by a secret enemy of Robespierre who insinuated skillfully to his hearers certain doubts against the tribune. A dictatorship had been mentioned. The very name of king was pronounced. Robespierre knew, and how came he to tolerate it? Robespierre shrugged his shoulders, but on the morrow Catherine Theot, Dom Jurel and some others were arrested and consigned to those prisons which, once entered, opened only to furnish his daily task to the headsman. The story of Robespierre's interview with Catherine Theot had transpired, one knows not how. Already the counterpolice of the Thermidorians were watching the presumed dictator, whom they accused of mysticism because he believed in God. Robespierre, notwithstanding, was neither the friend nor enemy of the sect of New Johannites. He went to Catherine Theot that he might take account of phenomena, and dissatisfied at having been recognized, he departed with threats which he did not attempt to fulfill. Those who converted the conventicle of the old monk and ecstatic into a sect of conspiracy, hope to derive from the preceding a doubt or an opportunity for ridicule attaching to the reputation of the incorruptible Maximilian. The prophecy of Catherine Theot was fulfilled by the inauguration of the worship of the Supreme Being and the swift reaction of Thermidor. During this time, the sect which had gathered about Sister Andre, whose revelations were recorded by a seer Dussy, continued their visions and miracles. The fixed notion which they cherished was to preserve the legitimacy by the future reign of Louis Roman XVII. Times out of number, they saved in dream the poor little orphan of the temple, and believed also that they had saved him literally. Old prophecies promised the throne of the lilies to a young man who had been once a captive. So Bridget, St. Hildegard, Bernard Tollard, Lichtenberger, all foretold a miraculous restoration after great disasters. The Neo-Johannites were the interpreters and multipliers of these forecasts. A Louis Roman XVII never failed them. They had 7 or 8 in succession, all perfectly authentic and not less perfectly preserved. It is to the influence of this sect that we owe at a later period the revelations of the peasant Martin de Gallardin and the prodigies of Vintras. In this magnetic circle, as in the assemblies of Quakers or Shakers of Great Britain, enthusiasm proved contagious and was propagated from one to another. After the death of Sister Andre, second sight and the gift of prophecy devolved upon a certain Legros, who was at Charenton when Martin was incarcerated provisionally therein. He recognized a brother in the Beauceron peasant whom he had never seen. All these partisans, by force of willing Louis Roman XVII created him in a certain sense. That is to say, they worked such efficacious hallucinations that mediums were made in the image and likeness of the magnetic type, and believing themselves to be literally the royal child escaped from the temple, they attracted all the reflections of this gentle and frail victim, so even that they remembered circumstances known only to the family of Louis Roman XVI. This phenomenon, however incredible it may appear, is neither impossible nor unheard of. Paracelsus states that if, by an extraordinary effort of will, one can picture oneself as another person, one would know thereby and forthwith the inmost thought of that person, and would attract his most secret memories. Often after a conversation which has placed us in thought affinity with a companion in conversation, we dream reminiscences of his private life. Among the simulators of Louis Roman XVII, we must therefore recognize some who were not impostors, but hallucinated beings. And among these last is the Swiss who is named Nondorf, a visionary like Swedenborg, one indeed so contagious in his conviction that old servants of the royal family have recognized him and cast themselves weeping at his feet. He bore the particular signs and scars of Louis Roman XVII. He recounted his infancy with a startling appearance of truth and entered into minute details, which are decisive for private remembrances. His very features would have been those of the orphan of Louis Roman XVI, had he really lived. One thing only in fine was wanting for the pretender to have been Louis Roman XVII truly, and that is not to have been Nondorf. Such was the contagious magnetic power of this deluded person that even his death did not undeceive any of the believers in his reign to come. We have seen one of the most convinced, to whom we timidly objected, when he spoke of the approaching restoration of what he called the true legitimacy, that his Louis Roman XVII was dead. Is it then more difficult for God to raise him from death than it was for those who preceded us to save him from the temple? Such was the answer given us, and this with a smile so triumphant that almost it seemed disdainful. We had nothing to rejoin on our own part, but were rather compelled to bow in the presence of such a conviction. Chapter 6. The German Illuminati. Germany is the native land of metaphysical mysticism and phantoms. A phantom itself of the old Roman Empire, it seems always to invoke the mighty shade of Hermann, consecrating in his honor the simulacrum of the captive eagles of Varus. The patriotism of young Germany is invariably that of the Germans in elder days. They have no thought of invading the laughing land of Italy. They accept the situation, as it stands, simply as a matter of revenge. But they would die 1,000 times in the defense of their hearths and homes. They love their old castles, their old legends of the banks of the Rhine. They read with the uttermost patience the darksome treatises of their philosophy. They behold in the fogs of their sky, and in the smoke of their pipes 1,000 things inexpressible, by which they are initiated into the marvels of the other world. Long before there was any question of mediums and their evocations in America and France, Prussia had its Illuminati and seers, who had habitual communications with the dead. At Berlin, a great noble built a house destined for evocations. King Frederick William was very curious about all such mysteries and was often immured in this house with an adept named Steinert. His experiences were so signal that a state of exhaustion supervened, and he had to be restored with drops of some magical elixir analogous to that of Cagliostro. There is a secret correspondence belonging to the reign in question, which is cited by the Marquis de Leuchit in his work Against the Illuminati, and it contains a description of the dark chamber in which the evocations were performed. It was a square apartment, divided by a transparent veil. The magical furnace or altar of perfumes was erected in front of the veil, and behind was a pedestal on which the spirit manifested. In his German work upon magic, Eckhart Chaussen describes the whole of the fantastic apparatus, being a system of machines and operations by which imagination was helped to create the phantoms desired, those who consulted the oracle being in a kind of waking somnambulism, comparable to the nervous excitement produced by opium or hashish. Those who are contented with the explanations given by the author just mentioned will regard the apparitions as magic lantern effects. But there is more in it assuredly than this. While the magic lantern was only an accessory instrument in the business and one in no sense necessary for the production of the phenomenon. The images of persons once known on earth and now called up by thought do not appear as reflections of colored glass. The pictures painted by a lantern do not speak, nor do they give answers to question on matters of conscience. The King of Prussia, to whom the house belonged, was well acquainted with all the apparatus and was not therefore duped by jugglery, as the author of the secret correspondence pretends. The natural means paved the way for the prodigy, but did not perform the latter, and the things which occurred were of a kind to surprise and disturb the most inveterate skeptic. Schroepfer, moreover, made use of no magic lantern and no veil, but those who came to him drank a kind of punch which he prepared. The forms which then appeared by his mediation were like those of the American home, that is to say, partially materialized, and they caused a curious sensation in persons who sought to touch them. The experience was analogous to an electric disturbance, making the flesh creep, and there would have been no such sensation if people had moistened their hands before touching the apparition. Schroepfer acted in good faith, as does also the American home. He believed in the reality of the spirits evoked by him, and he killed himself when he began to doubt it. Lavater, who also died violently, was utterly given over to evocations. He had 2 spirits at his command and belonged to a circle which cultivated catalepsy by the help of a harmonica. A magical chain was formed. A species of imbecile served as the spirit's interpreter and wrote under his control. This spirit gave out that he was a Jewish Kabbalist who died before the birth of Jesus Christ, and the things which the medium recorded under his influence were worthy of Cahagnet's somnambulists. There was, for example, a revelation on sufferings in the life beyond. The communicating spirit stating that the soul of the Emperor Francis was compelled to calculate the number and exact condition of all the snail shells which may exist and have existed in the whole universe. He made known also that the true names of the 3 magi were not, as tradition tells us, Gaspar, Melchior, and Balthazar, but on the contrary Vrasopharmion, Melchizedek, and Balathrassarin. It is like reading the names written by our modern process of table turning. The spirit also testified that he was himself doing penance for having threatened his father with the magical sword, and that he felt disposed to make his friends a present of his portrait. Paper, paints, and brushes were placed at his request behind a screen. He was then seen to design on the screen the outline of a small hand. A slight friction was audible on the paper. When it ceased, everyone pressed forward and found rudely painted the likeness of an old rabbi vested in black, with a white ruffle over the shoulders and a black skullcap, a costume altogether eccentric for a personage who was anterior to Jesus Christ. The painting, for the rest, was smudged and ill-drawn, resembling the work of a child amusing himself by daubing with eyes shut. The written instructions of the medium under the inspiration of Gabaldon vie in their obscurity with the characteristics of German metaphysicians. The attribute of majesty must not be conferred lightly, says this authority, For majesty is a derivation from mage, seeing that the magi were pontiffs and kings, they were therefore the primeval majesties. It is against the majesty of God that we offend when we sin mortally. We wound him as Father, casting death into the sources of life. The fountain of the Father is light and life. That of the Son is blood and water, while the splendor of the Holy Spirit is fire and gold. We sin against the Father by falsehood, against the Son by hatred, and against the Holy Spirit by debauchery, which is the work of death and destruction. The good Lavater received these communications like oracles, and when he asked for some further illuminations, Gabladon proceeded as follows. The great revealer of mysteries shall come, and he will be born in the next century. The religion of the patriarchs will then be known on earth. It will explain to mankind the triad of Agenhelion, Tetragrammaton, and the Savior whose body is girt with a triangle shall be shewn on the fourth step of the altar. The apex of the triangle will be red, and the device of mystery thereon will be venite ad paters osphal. One of the auditors demanded the meaning of the last word, and the medium wrote as follows without other explanations. Alpos, M. Aphon, Éliphas Lévi. Certain interpreters have concluded that the magus whose advent was announced in the course of the 19th century would be named Maphon and would be the son of Eliphisma. But this reading may be somewhat speculative. There is nothing more dangerous than mysticism, for the mania which it begets baffles every combination of human wisdom. It is ever the fools who upset the world, and that which great statesmen never foresee is the desperate work of a maniac. The architect of the temple of Diana at Ephesus promised himself eternal glory, but he counted without Erostratus. The Girondins did not foresee Marat. What is needed to alter the equilibrium of the world? Asked Pascal on the subject of Cromwell. The answer is a speck of gravel formed by chance in the entrails of a man. So do the great events come about through causes which in themselves are nothing. When any temple of civilization crashes down, it is always the work of a blind man, like Samson, who shakes the pillars thereof. Some wretched preacher, belonging to the dregs of the people, is suffering from insomnia and believes himself elected to deliver the world from Antichrist. Accordingly, he stabs Henry Roman IV and reveals to France in its consternation the name of Ravaillac. The German thaumaturgists regarded Napoleon as the Apollyon mentioned in the Apocalypse, and one of their neophytes, named Stabs, came forward to kill the military Atlas, who at the given moment was carrying on his shoulders a world snatched from the chaos of anarchy. But that magnetic influence, which the emperor called his star, was more potent than the fanatical impulse of the German occult circles. Stabs could not or dared not strike. Napoleon himself questioned him. He admired his resolution and courage. But, as he understood his own greatness, he would not detract from the new Savola by forgiving him. He showed his estimation indeed by taking him seriously and allowing him to be shot. Karl Sand, who killed Kotzebue, was also an unfortunate derelict child of mysticism, misled by the secret societies, in which vengeance was sworn upon daggers. Kotzebue may have deserved cudgeling, but the weapon of Sand reinstated and made him a martyr. It is indeed grand to perish as the enemy and victim of those who wreak vengeance by means of ambuscades and assassinations. The secret societies of Germany practiced rites which were less or more comparable to those of magic. In the Brotherhood of Mopses, for example, the mysteries of the Sabbath and the secret reception of Templars were renewed in mitigated and almost humorous forms. The Baphometic goat was replaced by a dog, as if Hermanubis were substituted for Pan, or science for nature, the latter being an equivalent change, since nature is known solely by the intermediation of science. The two sexes were admitted by the Mopses, as was the case at the Sabbath. The reception was accompanied by barkings and grimaces, and, as among the Templars, the neophyte was invited to take his choice between kissing the back parts of the devil, the Grand Master or the Mops, which was a small image of cardboard, covered with silk, and representing a dog called Mops in German. The salutation in question was the condition of reception and recalls that which was offered to the goat of Mendes in the initiations of the Sabbath. The Mopses took no pledges other than on their word of honor, which is the most sacred of all oaths for self-respecting people. Their meetings were occasions for dancing and festivity, again like those of the Sabbath, except that the ladies were clothed and did not hang live cats from their girdles or eat little children. It was altogether a civilized Sabbath. Magic had its epic in Germany and the Sabbath its great poet. The epic was the colossal drama of Faust that completed Babel of human genius. Goethe was initiated into all mysteries of magical philosophy. In his youth, he had even practiced the ceremonial part. The result of his daring experiments was to produce in him, for the time being, a profound disgust with life and a strong inclination towards death. As a fact, he accomplished his suicide, not by a literal act but in a book. He composed the Romance of Werther, the fatal work which preaches death and has had so many proselytes. Then, victorious over discouragement and disgust, and having entered the serene realms of peace and truth, he wrote Faust. It is a magnificent commentary on one of the most beautiful episodes in the Gospel, the parable of the prodigal son. It is initiation into sin by rebellious science, into suffering by sin, into expiation and harmonious science by suffering. Human genius, represented by Faust, employs as its lackey the spirit of evil, who aspires to become master. It exhausts quickly all the delight that is attributed by imagination to unlawful love. It goes through orgies of folly. Then, drawn by the charm of sovereign beauty, it rises from the abyss of disillusion to the heights of abstraction and imperishable beauty. Their Mephistopheles is at his ease no longer. The implacable laughter turns sad. Voltaire gives place to Chateaubriand. In proportion as the light manifests, the angel of darkness writhes and tosses. He is bound by celestial angels. He admires them against his will. He loves, weeps, and is conquered. In the first part of the drama, we see Faust separated by violence from Margaret. The heavenly voices cry that she is saved, even as she is being led to execution. But can that Faust be lost who is always loved by Margaret? Is not his heart already espoused to heaven? The great work of redemption in virtue of solidarity moves on to its fulfillment. How should the victim ever be consoled for her sufferings, did she not convert her executioner? Is not forgiveness the revenge of the children of heaven? The love which has first reached the Empyrean draws science after it by sympathy. Christianity uprises in its admirable synthesis. The new Eve has washed the mark from the forehead of Cain with the blood of Abel, and she weeps with joy over her 2 children, who hold her in their joint embrace. To make room for the extension of heaven, hell, which has become useless, ceases. The problem of evil has found its definitive solution, and good, alone necessary and alone triumphant, shall reign henceforth eternally. Hereof is the glorious dream of the greatest of all poets, but the philosopher, by misfortune, forgets the laws of equilibrium. He would swallow up light in a shadowless splendor and motion in an absolute repose, which would signify cessation of life. So long as there is visible light, there will be shadow in proportion therewith. Repose will never be happiness, unless equilibrated by an analogous and contrary movement. So long as there shall be free benediction, blasphemy will remain possible. So long as heaven remains, a hell there will also be. It is the unchangeable law of nature and the eternal will of that justice whose other name is God. Chapter 7. Empire and Restoration. Napoleon filled the world with wonders, and in that world was himself the greatest wonder of all. The Empress Josephine, his wife, curious and credulous as a Creole, passed from enchantments to enchantments. A glory of this kind had, as we are told, been promised her by an old gypsy woman, and the folk of the countryside still believed that she was herself the emperor's good genius. As a fact, she was a sweet and modest counselor who would have saved him from many perils, had he always listened to her warnings, but he was impelled forward by fatality, or rather by providence, and that which was to befall him had been decreed beforehand. In a prophecy attributed to Saint Césaire, but signed Jean de Vatiguero, and found in the Liber Mirabilis, a collection of predictions printed in 1524, there are the following astonishing sentences. The churches shall be defiled and profaned, and the public worship suspended. The eagle shall take flight over the world and overcome many nations. The greatest prince and most august sovereign in all the West shall be put to rout after a supernatural defeat. A most noble prince shall be sent into captivity by his enemies, and shall mourn in thinking of those who were devoted to him. Before peace is restored to France, the same events shall be repeated again and again. The eagle shall be crowned with a triple diadem, shall return victorious to his eyrie, and shall leave it only to ascend into heaven. After predicting the spoliation of churches and the murder of priests, Nostradamus foretells the birth of an emperor in the vicinity of Italy, and says that his reign will cost France a great outpouring of blood, while those who belong to him will betray him and charge him with the spilling of blood. An emperor shall be born near Italy, who shall cost dear to the empire. They shall say, with what people he keepeth company, he shall be found less a prince than a butcher. From a simple soldier he shall come to have the supreme command, from a short gown he shall come to the long one, valiant in arms, no worse man in the church. He shall vex the priests, as water doth a sponge. This is to say that at the moment when the church experiences the greatest calamities, he will overwhelm the priests with benefits. In a collection of prophecies published in 1820, and of which we possess a copy, the following phrase occurs after a prediction concerning Napoleon I. And the nephew will accomplish that which the uncle failed to do. The celebrated Emil. Lenormand had in her library a volume in boards with a parchment back, containing the treatise of Oliverius on prophecies, followed by 10 manuscript pages, in which the reign of Napoleon and his downfall were announced formally. The seeress imparted the contents of this work to the Empress Josephine, having mentioned Emil Lenormand. A few further words may be added about this singular woman. She was stout and extremely plain, emphatic in talk, ludicrous in style, but a waking somnambulist of conspicuous lucidity. She was the fashionable seeress under the First Empire and the Restoration. There is nothing more wearisome than are her writings, but as a teller of fortunes by cards she was most successful. Cartomancy, as restored in France by Éliphas, is literally the questioning of fate by signs agreed on beforehand. These in combination with numbers suggest oracles to the medium, who is biologized by staring at them. The signs are drawn by chance, after having shuffled them slowly. They are arranged according to Kabbalistic numbers, and they respond invariably to the thoughts of those who question them, seriously and in good faith, for all of us carry a world of presentiments within us which any pretext will formulate. Susceptible and sensitive natures receive from us a magnetic shock which conveys to them the impression of our nervous state. The medium can then read our fears and hopes in ripples of water, forms of clouds, counters cast haphazard on the ground, in the marks made on a plate by the grout of coffee, in the lottery of a card game, or in the tarot symbols. As an erudite Kabbalistic book, all combinations of which reveal the harmonies pre-existing between signs, letters, and numbers, the practical value of the tarot is truly and above all marvelous. But we cannot with impunity, by such means, extort from ourselves the secrets of our intimate communication with the universal light. The questioning of cards and tarots is a literal evocation, which cannot be performed apart from danger and crime. By evocations, we compel our astral body to appear before us. In divination, we force it to speak. We provide a body for our chimeras by so doing, and we make a proximate reality of that future which will actually become ours when it is called up by power of the word and is embraced by faith. To acquire the habit of divination and of magnetic consultations is to make a compact with vertigo, and we have established already that vertigo is hell. Emil Lenormand was infatuated with herself, and with her art she thought that the world could not go on without her, and that she was necessary to the equilibrium of Europe. At the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle, the seeress made her appearance with all her properties, did business at all the customs, and pestered all the authorities, so that they were compelled in a sense to concern themselves with her. She was truly the fly on the wheel, and what a fly. On her return, she published her impressions with a frontispiece representing herself surrounded by all the powers, who consulted her and trembled in her presence. The great events which had just come to pass in the world turned all minds towards mysticism. A religious reaction began, and the royalties constituting the Holy Alliance felt the need of attaching their united scepters to the cross. The Emperor Alexander, in particular, believed that the hour was come for Holy Russia to convert the world to universal orthodoxy. The intriguing and turbulent sect of the saviors of Louis Roman XVII sought to profit by this tendency for the foundation of a new priesthood, and it succeeded in introducing one of its seeresses to the notice of the Russian emperor. Madame Bouch was the name of this new Catherine Theot, but she was called Sister Salome by the sect. She spent 18 months at the imperial court and had many secret conferences with Alexander, but he had more of pious imagination than true enthusiasm. He delighted in the marvelous and pretended that it amused him. It came about that his confidence in this class of interests presented him with another prophetess, and Sister Salome was forgotten. Her successor was Madame de Krüdener, an amiable coquette full of piety and virtue, who created but was not herself Valerie. It was, however, her ambition to pass as the heroine of her own book, and when one of her intimate friends pressed her to identify the hero, she mentioned an eminent personality of that period. "Ah then," said her friend, "the catastrophe of your book is not in conformity with the facts, for the gentleman in question is not dead." But Madame de Krüdener replied, "Oh, my dear, he is little better than dead," and the retort was her fortune. The influence of Madame de Krüdener on the somewhat weak mind of Alexander was strong enough to concern his advisors. He was often shut up with her in prayer. But in the end, she was lost by excess of zeal. One day the emperor was taking leave of her when she threw herself before him, conjuring him not to go out and explaining how God had made known to her that he was in great danger, that there was a plot against his life, and that an assassin was concealed in the palace. The emperor was alarmed and summoned the guards. A search followed, and some poor wretch was ultimately discovered with a dagger. In confusion, he finished by confessing that he had been introduced by Madame de Krüdener herself. Was it true, and had the lady played the part of Ladude in the vicinity of Madame de Pompadour? Was it false, and, secreted by the emperor's enemies, was the man's mission, in the event of the murder failing, to destroy Madame de Krüdener? Either way, the poor prophetess was lost, for the emperor, in his shame at being regarded as a dupe, sent her about her business without hearing her, and she had reason to think herself fortunate in escaping so easily. The little church of Louis Roman XVII did not conclude that it was beaten by the disgrace of Madame Bouch, while in that of Madame de Krüdener it beheld a divine punishment. The prophecies continued and were reinforced, as required, by miracles. In the reign of Louis Roman XVIII, they put forward a peasant of La Beauce, named Martin, who declared that he had seen an angel. From the description which he gave, the angel in question was in the guise of a lackey belonging to some good family. He had a long surtout, cut very close at the waist and of a yellow color. He was pale and thin, with a hat which was probably adorned with gold lace. The strange thing is that the seer managed to be taken seriously and obtained an interview with the king, furnishing one more instance of the resources in persistence and boldness. It is said that the king was astonished by revelations concerning his private life, in which there is nothing that is impossible or even of an extraordinary nature, now that the phenomena of magnetism are better authenticated and known. Moreover, Louis Roman XVIII was sufficiently skeptical to be credulous. Doubt in the presence of existence and its harmonies, skepticism in the face of the eternal mathematics and immutable laws of life, by which divinity is manifested everywhere. This assuredly is the most imbecile of superstitions and the least excusable, as it is the most dangerous, of all credulities. Book 3. Divine Synthesis and Realization of Magia by the Christian Revelation. Hebrew Gimel Gimel. Chapter 1. Christ accused of magic by the Jews. At the beginning of the Gospel according to St. John, there is one sentence which is never uttered by the Catholic Church except in the bending of the knees. That sentence is, "The Word was made flesh." The plenary revelation of Christianity is comprised therein. So also elsewhere the evangelist furnishes the criterion of orthodoxy, which is the confession of Jesus Christ manifested in flesh, that is to say, in visible and human reality. After emblazoning in his visions the pantacles and hieroglyphs of esoteric science, after exhibiting wheels revolving within wheels, after picturing living eyes turning to all the spheres, after deploying the beating wings of the four mysterious living creatures, Ezekiel, the most profound Kabbalist of the ancient prophets, beholds nothing but a plain strewn with dry bones. At his word they are covered with flesh, and so is form restored to them. A pitiful beauty invests these remnants of death, but that beauty is cold and lifeless. Of such were the doctrines and mythologies of the elder world, when a breath of love descended upon them from heaven. Then the dead shapes rose up, the wraiths of philosophy gave place to men of true wisdom, the Word was incarnate and alive. It was no longer the day of abstractions, but one of reality. That faith which is proved by works replaced the hypotheses which ended in nothing but fables. Magic was transformed into sanctity, wonders became miracles, the common people, excluded by ancient initiation, were called to the royalty and priesthood of virtue. Realization is thus of the essence of Christian religion, and its doctrine gives a body even to the most obvious allegories. The house of the young man who had great possessions is still shewn in Jerusalem, and it might be in no sense impossible for careful research to discover a lamp which, by a similar tradition, once belonged to one of the foolish virgins. Such ingenuous credulities are fundamentally not very dangerous. Indeed, they prove only the living and realizing power of the Christian faith. The Jews accused that faith of having materialized belief and idealized earthly things. In our doctrine and ritual of transcendental magic, we have recited the scandalous parable of the Sefer Toldos Jeshu, which was invented to support the accusation. It is related in the Talmud that Jesus ben Sabta, or the son of the divorced woman, having studied profane mysteries in Egypt, set up a false stone in Israel and led the people into idolatry. It was acknowledged notwithstanding that the Jewish priesthood did wrong when it cursed him with both hands, and it is in this connection that we find in the Talmud one beautiful precept which is destined hereafter to unite Christendom and Israel. Never curse with both hands, so that one of them may always be free to forgive and to bless. As a fact, the priesthood was guilty of injustice towards that peace-bringing master who counseled his disciples to obey the constituted hierarchy. "They are in the seat of Moses," the Savior said. "Do therefore that which they tell you, but not as they do themselves." On another occasion, he commanded 10 lepers to show their persons to the priests, and they were cured on the road. What touching abnegation in the divine worker of miracles, who thus ascribed to his most deadly enemies the very honor of his miracles. For the rest, were those who accused Christ of setting up a spurious cornerstone acquainted themselves with the true one. Had not the Jews in the days of the Pharisees lost the science of that which is at once the cornerstone, the cubic stone, the philosophical stone, in a word, the fundamental stone of the Kabbalistic temple, square at the base and triangular above like the pyramids? By impeaching Jesus as an innovator, did they not proclaim that they had themselves forgotten antiquity? Was not that light which Abraham saw and rejoiced extinguished for the unfaithful children of Moses? And was it not recovered by Jesus, who made it shine with a new splendor? To be quite certain on the subject, the Gospel and Apocalypse of St. John must be compared with the mysterious doctrines of the Sefer Yetzirah and Zohar. It will then be realized that Christianity, so far from being a heresy in Israel, was the true Orthodox tradition of Jewry, while it was the scribes and Pharisees who were sectarians. Furthermore, Christian orthodoxy is proved by the consent of the world at large and by the suspension of the sovereign priesthood, together with the perpetual sacrifice, in Israel, the two indisputable marks of a true religion. Judaism without a temple, without a high priest, and without a sacrifice survives only as a dissident persuasion. Certain persons are still Jews, but the temple and altar are Christian. There is a beautiful allegorical exposition in the apocryphal Gospels of this criterion of certitude in respect of Christianity. Its evidence is that of realization. Some children were amusing themselves by fashioning birds of clay, and among them was the child Jesus. Each little artist praised his own work, and only Jesus said nothing. But when he had molded his birds, he clapped his hands, telling them to fly, and they flew. So did Christian institutions show their superiority over those of the ancient world. The latter are dead, but Christianity is alive. Considered as the fully realized and vital expression of the Kabbalah, that is to say, of primitive tradition, Christianity is still unknown, and hence that Kabbalistic and prophetic book called the Apocalypse yet remains to be explained, being incomprehensible without the Kabbalistic keys. The traditional interpretation was long preserved by the Johannites or disciples of St. John, but the Gnostics intervened, to the total confusion and loss of everything, as will be made clear at a later stage. We read in the Acts of the Apostles that St. Paul at Ephesus collected all the books which treated of things curious and burnt them in public. The reference is no doubt to the old Gothic texts, or works of necromancy. The loss is regrettable assuredly, since even from the memorials of error there may shine some rays of truth, while information may consequently be derived which will prove precious to science. It is a matter of general knowledge that at the advent of Christ Jesus the oracles were silenced everywhere, and a voice went wailing over the sea, crying, "Great Pan is dead." a pagan writer, who takes exception to the report, declares on his own part that the oracles did not cease, but in a little while no one was found to consult them. The rectification is valuable, for such an attempted justification is more conclusive than the pretended calumny. Much the same thing should be said concerning the works of wonder, which fell into contempt in the presence of real miracles. As a fact, if the higher laws of nature are obedient to true moral superiority, miracles become supernatural like the virtues which produce them. This theory detracts nothing from the power of God. While the fact that the astral light is obedient to the superior light of grace signifies, in reality for us, that the old serpent of allegory places its vanquished head beneath the foot of the Queen of Heaven. Chapter 2. The Witness of Magic to Christianity. Magic, being the science of universal equilibrium, and having the truth, reality, and reason of being for its absolute principle accounts for all the antinomies and reconciles all actualities which are in conflict one with another by the one generating principle of every synthesis. That harmony results from the analogy of opposites. For the initiate of this science religion is not in doubt because it exists, and we do not deny what is. Being is being, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew He. The apparent opposition of religion and reason is the strength of both, establishing each in its distinct domain and fructifying the negative side of each by the positive side of the other. As we have just said, it is the attainment of agreement by the correspondence between things that are contrary. The cause of all religious errors and confusions is that, in ignorance of this great law, it has been sought to make religion a philosophy and philosophy in its turn a religion subjecting matters of faith to the processes of science, which is no less ridiculous than the subjection of science to the blind obedience of faith. It is no more the province of a theologian to affirm a mathematical absurdity or reject the demonstration of a theorem than it is the province of a man of learning, in the name of science, to oppose or maintain the mysteries of dogma. If we inquire of the Academy of Sciences whether it is mathematically true that there are three persons in one God, and whether, on the basis of physiology, it can be certified that Mary, the Mother of God, was conceived immaculate, the Academy of Sciences will decline to judge thereon, and it will be right. Scholarship has no title to pronounce, as the questions belong to the realm of faith. An article of faith is believed or is not believed, but in either case it is not a matter of discussion. It is of faith precisely because it eludes examination by science. When Joseph de Maistre assures us that one of these days we shall speak in terms of wonder about our actual stupidity, he is referring, no doubt, to those people of pretended strong mind who daily inform us that they will believe in the truth of a dogma when it has been proved scientifically. This is equivalent to saying that they will believe when nothing is left for believing, when dogma as such is destroyed, having become a scientific theorem. It is another way of suggesting that we shall confess to the infinite when it has been explained, determined, circumscribed, defined, or, in a word, changed into the finite. We will believe in the infinite when we are quite certain that it does not exist. We will admit the immensity of the ocean when we see it put into bottles. But then, my friends, that which has been proved to you and brought within your comprehension is henceforth a matter of knowledge and not of faith. On the other hand, if you are informed that the Pope has decided that 2 and 2 are not 4, and that the square of the hypotenuse is not equal to the squares drawn on the two other sides of a right-angled triangle, you would be justified in replying that the Pope has not so decided because he has no title. These things do not concern him, and he may not meddle therein. Here a disciple of Rousseau will exclaim that this is all very well, but the Church does require us to believe in things which are in formal opposition to mathematics. All mathematical science tells us that the whole is greater than the part. This notwithstanding, when Jesus Christ communicates with his disciples, he must hold his entire body in his hand and put his head in his own mouth. The miserable pleasantry in question occurs textually in Rousseau. It is easy to answer that the sophist is confounding science with faith, and the natural order with that which is supernatural or divine. Were it claimed by religion that in the communication of the Eucharist our Savior had two natural bodies of the same form and size, and that one was eaten by the other, science would be entitled to protest. but religion lays down that the body of the master is divinely and sacramentally contained under the natural sign or appearance of a fragment of bread. Once more, it is a question of believing or not believing. Whosoever reasons thereon and discusses the thing scientifically deserves to be classed as a fool. Truth in science is proved by exact demonstrations. Truth in religion is proved by unanimity of faith and holiness of works. We have authority in the gospel to recognize that he who could say to the paralytic, "Take up thy bed and walk," had the right to forgive sins. Religion is true if it is the realization of perfect morality. Works are the proof of faith. It is permissible to ask science whether Christianity has constituted a vast association of men for whom the hierarchy is a principle, obedience the rule, and charity a law. If science answers, on the basis of historical documents, that this is the case, but that the association of Christians has failed in the matter of charity, then I take it at its own word, which admits the existence of charity, since it recognizes that there can be deficiency therein. Charity is at once a great word and a great thing. It is a word which did not exist prior to Christianity, and that which it stands for is the sum total of religion. Is not the spirit of charity the divine spirit made visible on earth? Has not this spirit manifested its sensible existence by acts, institutions, monuments, and by immortal works? To be brief, we do not understand how a skeptic, who is a man of good faith, can see a daughter of Saint Vincent de Paul without wishing to kneel and pray. The spirit of charity, this indeed is God, it is immortality in the soul. It is the hierarchy, obedience, the forgiveness of injuries, the simplicity and integrity of faith. The separated sects are death-struck at the root, because in separating they were wanting in charity, while in trying to reason on faith they were wanting in simple good sense. It is in the sects that dogma is absurd because it is pseudo-reasonable. As such, it must be a scientific theorem or nothing. Now, in religion we know that the letter kills and that the spirit alone gives life. But what is the spirit in question, unless it be that of charity? The faith which moves mountains and withstands martyrdom, the generosity which gives all, the eloquence which speaks with the tongue of men and angels. All this, says St. Paul, is nothing without charity. He adds that knowledge may vanish away and prophecy may cease, but charity is eternal. Charity and its works, hereof is the reality in religion. Now true reason never denies reality, for it is the demonstration of that being which is truth. It is in this manner that philosophy extends a hand to religion, but without ever wishing to usurp its domain, and, on this condition, religion blesses, encourages, and enlightens philosophy by its loving splendors. Charity is the mysterious bond which, according to the dream of Greek initiates, must reconcile Eros and Anteros. It is that coping of the door of Solomon's temple which unites the two pillars Jachin and Bose. It is the common guarantee between rights and duties, between authority and liberty, between the strong and weak, between the people and the government, man also and woman. It is the divine sentiment which is requisite for life in human science. It is the absolute of good, as the triple principle being reality reason is the absolute of the true. These elucidations have been necessary for the proper interpretation of that beautiful symbol of the Magi adoring the Savior in the manger. The kings are three, one white, one tawny, and one black. They offer gold, frankincense, and myrrh. The reconciliation of opposites is expressed by this double triad, and it is precisely that which we have just been seeking to explain. Christianity, as expected by the Magi, was in effect the consequence of their secret doctrine. But this Benjamin of ancient Israel caused, by the fact of its birth, the death of its mother. The magic of light, that of the true Zoroaster, of Melchizedek and Abraham, came to an end with the advent of the great fulfiller. Henceforth, in a world of miracles, mere prodigies could be nothing more than a scandal, and magical orthodoxy was transfigured into the orthodoxy of religion. Those who dissented could be only Illuminati and sorcerers. The very name of magic could be interpreted only according to its evil sense, and it is under this inhibition that we shall follow hereafter its manifestations through the centuries. The first arch-heretic mentioned in the traditions of the Church was Simon the Magician. His legend embodies a multitude of marvels. It is an integral part of our subject, and we shall endeavor to separate its basis from the cloud of fables by which it is surrounded. Simon was by nationality a Jew and is believed to have been born in the Samaritan town of Gittin. His master in magic was a sectarian named Disitheus, who gave out that he was sent by God and was the Messiah foretold by the prophets. Under his tuition, Simon not only acquired the illusory arts, but also certain natural secrets which belong really to the tradition of the Magi. He possessed the science of the astral fire and could attract great currents thereof, making himself seem impassible and incombustible. He had also the power to rise and remain in the air. Feats of this kind have been performed frequently, in the absence of science, and, so to speak, accidentally, by enthusiasts intoxicated with astral light, as for example the convulsionaries of Saint Maynard, and the phenomena recur at the present day in the mediumistic state. Simon magnetized at a distance those who believed in him and appeared to them under various figures. He produced images and visible reflections, e.g. everyone, on a certain occasion, thinking that they could see fantastic trees in a bare country. Moreover, objects which are normally inanimate were moved in his vicinity, as furniture is now moved within the atmosphere of home, the American. And finally, when he intended to enter or leave a house, the doors creaked, shook, and ended by opening of their own accord. Simon performed these wonders before the chief people of Samaria, and as his actual achievements were in due course exaggerated, the thaumaturgist passed for a divine being. It came about also that, as he owed his power to states of excitement by which reason is disturbed, so he came to regard himself as such an exceptional being that he did not hesitate to claim divine honors and dreamed modestly of usurping the worship of the whole world. His crises or ecstasies produced extraordinary physical results. Sometimes he appeared pale, withered, broken, like an old man at the point of death. Sometimes the luminous fluid revitalized his blood, so that his eyes shone, his skin became smooth and soft, and he appeared regenerated and renewed suddenly. The Easterns have great capacity for the amplification of wonders. They claim to have seen Simon passing from childhood to decrepitude, and again at his, while returning from decrepitude into childhood. His miracles were noised abroad everywhere, till he became not only the idol of Jewish Samaria, but also of the neighboring countries. However, the worshippers of marvels are generally hungry for new emotions, and they did not fail to get weary of that which at first had astonished them. The apostle Saint Philip having reached Samaria, to preach the gospel therein, a new current of enthusiasm was thus started, with the result that Simon lost all his prestige. He was conscious, moreover, that his abnormal states had ceased, as he thought through loss of power. He believed that he was surpassed by magicians more learned than himself, and the course which he took was to attach himself to the apostles in the hope of studying, discovering, or buying their secret. Simon was certainly not an initiate of transcendental magic, which would have told him that wisdom and sanctity are needful for those who would direct the secret forces of nature without being broken thereby, that to play with such terrible weapons without understanding them was the act of a fool, and that swift and terrible death awaits those who profane the sanctuary of nature. Simon was consumed by an unquenchable thirst, like that of a drunkard. The suspension of his ecstasy was the loss of all his happiness, and made ill by past excesses, he thought to regain health in renewed intoxication. One does not willingly come back to the state of a simple mortal after posing as a god. To recover that which he had lost, Simon submitted therefore to all the rigors of apostolic austerity. He watched, he prayed, he fasted, but the wonders did not return. Then he reflected that between Jews it might be possible to reach an understanding, and he offered money to St. Peter. The chief of the apostles drove him indignantly away, and he who received so willingly the contributions of his disciples was now at the end of his resources. He abandoned forthwith the society of men who had shewn such disinterestedness, and with the money which St. Peter disdained, he purchased a female slave named Helena. Mystical vagaries are always akin to debauch. Simon became passionately enamored of his servant. That passion, at once weakening and exalting, restored his cataleptic states and the morbid phenomena which he termed his gift of wonders. A mythology full of magical reminiscences, combined with erotic dreams, issued fully armed from his brain. He undertook pilgrimages like the apostles, carrying Helena with him, dogmatizing and showing himself to those who were willing to worship and doubtless also to pay him. According to Simon, the first manifestation of God was by means of a perfect splendor which produced its reflection immediately. He was himself this son of souls, and the reflection was Helena, whom he affected to call Selene, being the name of the moon in Greek. Now the moon of Simon came down at the beginning of the ages on that earth, which the Magus had mapped out in his perpetual dreams. There she became a mother, impregnated by the thought of his son, and she brought into the world angels, whom she reared by herself without speaking of them to their father. The angels rebelled against her and imprisoned her in a mortal body. It was then that the splendor of God was compelled to descend in its turn that it might redeem Helena, and so the Jew Simon was manifested on earth. There he had to overcome death and carry his Helena through the air, followed by the triumphant choir of the elect, while the rest of mankind was abandoned on earth to the eternal tyranny of the angels. Thus the arch-heretic, imitating Christianity, but in the reverse sense, affirmed the eternal reign of revolt and evil, represented the world as created or at least completed by demons, destroyed the order and the hierarchy, to pose alone with his concubine as the way, the truth, and the life. Here was the doctrine of Antichrist, and it was not to perish with Simon, for it has been perpetuated to our own days. Indeed, prophetic traditions of Christianity speak of his transitory reign and triumph to come as heralding the most terrible calamities. Simon claimed the title of saint, and by a curious coincidence, the chief of a modern Gnostic sect which recalls all the sensuous mysticism of the first arch-heretic, the inventor of the free woman, is also named Saint Simon. Cainism is the name which might be given to all the false revelations issued from this impure source. They are dogmas of malediction and of hatred against universal harmony and social order. They are disordered passions affirming license in the place of duty, sensual love instead of chaste and devoted love, the prostitute in place of the mother, and Helena, concubine of Simon, in place of Mary, the mother of the Savior. Simon became a notoriety and repaired to Rome, where the emperor, attracted by all extraordinary spectacles, was disposed to welcome him. This emperor was Nero. The illuminated Jew astonished the crowned fool by a trick which is common in jugglery. He was decapitated, but afterwards saluted the emperor, his head being restored to his shoulders. He caused furniture to move and doors to open. In a word, he acted as a veritable medium and became sorcerer in ordinary at the orgies of Nero and the banquets of Trimalcion. According to the legend makers, it was to rescue the Jews of Rome from the doctrine of Simon that St. Peter himself visited that capital of the world. Nero, by means of his inferior spies, was informed speedily that a new worker of Israelitish wonders had arrived to make war on his own enchanter, and he resolved to bring them together for his amusement. Petronius and Tigellinus were perhaps at this feast. "May peace be with you," said the Prince of Apostles on entering. "We have nothing to do with your peace," answered Simon. "It is by war that truth is discovered. Peace between adversaries is the victory of one and the defeat of the other." Illustration: disputation between Simon the magician and SS, Peter and Paul. St. Peter answered, "Why do you reject peace? The vices of men have created war, but peace ever abides with virtue." "Virtue is power and skill," said Simon. "For myself I face the fire, I rise in the air, I restore plants, I change stones into bread. And you, what do you do?" "I pray for you," said St. Peter, "that you may not perish the victim of your enchantments. Keep your prayers, they will not ascend to heaven as quickly as myself." And behold the magician passing out by a window and rising in the air outside. Whether this was accomplished by means of some aerostatic apparatus concealed under his long robes, or whether he was lifted up, like the convulsionaries of Paris the Deacon, owing to an exaltation of the astral light, we are unable to say. But during this phenomenon, St. Peter was praying on his knees, and Simon fell suddenly with a great cry, to be raised with his thighs broken. Nero imprisoned St. Peter, who seemed a far less diverting magician than Simon. The latter died of his fall. The whole of this history, which belongs to the popular rumors of the period, is now relegated, though perhaps wrongly, to the region of apocryphal legends. On such account, it is not less remarkable or less worthy to be preserved. The sect of Simon did not end with himself, and his successor was one of his disciples, named Menander. He did not pose as a god, being contented with the role of a prophet, but when he baptized proselytes, a visible fire came down upon the water. He also promised immortality of soul and body as the result of this magical immersion, and in the days of Saint Justin, there were still followers of Menander who firmly believed themselves immortal. The deaths which occurred among them by no means disabused the others, for those who died were excommunicated forthwith, on the ground that they had been false brethren. For these believers' death was an actual apostasy, and their immortal ranks were filled up by enrolling new proselytes. Those who understand the extent of human folly will not be surprised to hear that in this present year, being 1858, there exists in America and France a fanatical sect in continuation of that of Menander. The qualification of magician added to the name of Simon rendered magic a thing of horror to Christians, but they did not on this account cease to honor the memory of the Magi kings who adored the Savior in his cradle. Book 4. Magic and Civilization. Hebrew Dalet Daleth. Chapter 1. Magic among barbarians. Black magic retreated before the light of Christianity. Rome was conquered by the cross, and prodigies took refuge in that dark circle with which the barbarous provinces enringed the new Roman splendor. Among a large number of extraordinary phenomena, there is one which was verified in the reign of the Emperor Hadrian. At Tralles in Asia, a young and noble girl named Philinium, originally of Corinth and daughter of Demostrates and Charito, was captivated by Machits, a youth of mean condition. Marriage was impossible, for, as it has been said, Philinium was noble, being, moreover, an only daughter and a rich heiress. Machates was a man of the people and kept a tavern. The passion of Philinium was increased by difficulties. She escaped from her father's home and took refuge with Machates. An illicit intercourse began and continued for 6 months, when the girl was discovered by her parents, rescued by them, and sequestered carefully. Measures were now projected for leaving the country and removing her to Corinth, but Philinium, who had visibly wasted since separation from her lover, was seized thereupon with a languishing disorder, neither smiling nor sleeping, and refusing all nourishment. It came to pass, in fine, that she died. The parents then relinquished their determination to depart and purchased a vault, where the young girl was deposited, clothed in her richest garments. The sepulchre was situated in an enclosure belonging to the family, and no one entered therein after the burial, for pagans did not pray at the tombs of the departed. The noble family were so anxious to avoid all scandal that all the arrangements took place in secret, and Machates had no idea as to what had become of his mistress. But on the night following the entombment, when he was about to retire, the door opened slowly, and coming forward with lamp in hand, he beheld Philinium magnificently apparelled, but pallid, cold, and fixing him with a dreadful stare in the eyes. Machates ran to meet her, took her in his arms, asked 1,000 questions amidst as many caresses, and they passed the night together. Before daybreak, Philinium rose up and disappeared, while her lover was still plunged in profound sleep. Now the girl had an old nurse who loved her tenderly and wept bitterly at her loss. She may have been an accomplice in her misconduct, and since the burial of her beloved, being unable to sleep, she rose frequently at night in a kind of delirium and wandered round the dwelling of Machates. It came about in this manner that a few days after the episode just narrated, she observed a light in the young man's chamber. Drawing nearer and looking through the chinks of the door, she recognized Philinium seated beside her lover, looking at him in silence and yielding to his embraces. In a state of distraction, the poor woman ran back to awaken the mother and gave account of what she had seen. It was regarded at first as the raving of a visionary, but in the end, persuaded by her entreaties, the mother rose and repaired to the house of Machates. All were asleep therein, and there was no answer to knocking. The lady looked through the chinks of the door. The lamp was extinguished, but a moonbeam lighted the chamber, and the mother saw on a chair the draperies of her daughter and could distinguish 2 persons asleep in the bed. She was seized with fright, returned home trembling, not daring to visit the sepulchre of her child, and passed the rest of the night in agitation and tears. On the morrow she sought the lodging of Machates and questioned him gently. The young man confessed that Philinium visited him every night. "Why refuse her to me?" he said to the mother. "We are affianced before the gods." Then opening a coffer he showed Charito the ring and girdle of her daughter, adding, "She gave me these last night, pledging me never to belong to anyone but her. Seek therefore to separate us no longer, since we are united by a mutual promise." "Will you therefore in your turn go to the grave in search of her?" said the mother. Philinium has been dead for these 4 days, and it is doubtless a sorceress or a strige who has assumed her likeness to deceive you. You are the spouse of death, your hair will whiten tomorrow, and the day after you also will be buried. In this manner do the gods avenge the honor of an outraged family. Machates turned white and trembled at this language. He began to fear on his own part that he was the sport of infernal powers. He begged Charito to bring her husband that evening, when he would hide them near his room, and at the time of the phantom's arrival, would give a signal to warn them of the fact. They came, and at the allotted hour came also Philinium to Machates, who was in bed, but fully clothed and only pretending to sleep. The girl undressed and placed herself beside him. Machates gave the signal. The parents entered with torches and uttered a great cry on recognizing their daughter. Philinium, with pallid face, rose from the bed to her full height and said in a hollow and terrible voice, "O my father and my mother, why have you been jealous of my happiness, and why have you pursued me even beyond the grave? My love had compelled the infernal gods. The power of death was suspended, 3 days only, and I should have been restored to life. But your cruel curiosity makes void the miracle of nature. You are killing me a second time." After these words she fell back, an inert mass, upon the bed. Her countenance faded. A cadaverous odor filled the chamber, and there was nothing now but the disfigured remains of a girl who had been 5 days dead. On the morrow, the whole town was in commotion over this prodigy. People crowded to the amphitheater, where the history was recounted in public, and the crowd then visited the mortuary vault of Philinium. There was no sign of her presence, but they came upon an iron ring and a gilded cup, which she had received as presents from Machates. The corpse was in the room of the tavern, but the young man had vanished. The diviners were consulted, and they directed that the remains should be interred without the precincts of the town. Sacrifices were offered to the Furies and to the terrestrial Mercury. The celestial manes were conjured, and there were offerings to Jupiter Hospitalis. Phlegon, a freedman of Adrian, who was the ocular witness of these facts, and relates them in a private letter, adds that he had to exercise his authority to calm a place disturbed by so extraordinary an event, and he finishes his story with the following words: "If you think fit to inform the emperor, let me know, that I may send some of those who have been witnesses of these things." The history of Philinium is therefore well authenticated. A great German poet has made it the subject of a ballad, which everyone knows under the title of The Bride of Corinth. He supposes that the girl's parents were Christians, and this gives him the opportunity to make a powerful poetic contrast between human passions and the duties of religion. The medieval demonographers have not failed to explain the resurrection, or possibly the apparent death of the young Greek lady, as a diabolical obsession. On our own part, we recognize an hysterical coma accompanied by lucid somnambulism. The father and mother of Philinium killed her by their rough awakening, and public imagination exaggerated all the circumstances of this history. The terrestrial Mercury, to whom sacrifices were ordained by diviners, is no other than the astral light personified. It is the fluidic genius of the earth, fatal for those who arouse it without knowing how to direct. It is the focus of physical life and the magnetized receptacle of death. This blind force, which the power of Christianity enchained and cast into the abyss, meaning into the center of the earth, made its last efforts and manifested its final convulsions by monstrous births among barbarians. There is scarcely a district in which the preachers of the gospel did not have to contend with animals in hideous forms, being incarnations of idolatry in its death throes. The vuivers, greuiles, gargoyles, tarasques are not allegorical only. It is certain that moral disorders produce physical deformities, and do, to some extent, realize the frightful forms attributed by tradition to demons. The question arises whether these fossil remains from which Cuvier built up his mammoth monsters belong really in all cases to epochs preceding our creation. Is also that great dragon merely an allegory which Regulus is represented as attacking with machines of war, and which according to Livy and Pliny lived on the borders of the river Bagrata? His skin, which measured 120 feet, was sent to Rome and was there preserved until the period of the war with Numantia. There was an ancient tradition that, when the gods were angered by extraordinary crimes, they sent monsters upon earth, and this tradition is too universal not to be founded upon actual facts. It follows that the stories concerning it belong more frequently to history than mythology. In all memorials of barbarian races, At that epoch, when Christianity conquered them with a view to their civilization, we find a. the last traces of high magical initiation spread formerly throughout the world, and b. proofs of the degeneration which had befallen such primitive revelation, together with the idolatrous vileness into which the symbolism of the old world had lapsed. In place of the disciples of the Magi, diviners, sorcerers, and enchanters reigned everywhere. God was forgotten in the deification of men. The example was given by Rome to its various provinces, and the apotheosis of the Caesars familiarized the whole world with the religion of sanguinary deities. Under the name of Irminsul, the Germans worshipped and sacrificed human victims to that Arminius or Hermann who caused Augustus to mourn the lost legions of Varus. The Gauls referred to Brennus the attributes of Tyrannes and of Teudas, burning in his honor colossi built of rushes and filled with Romans. Materialism reigned everywhere, idolatry being synonymous therewith, as is also the superstition which is ever cruel because it is always base. Providence, which predestined Gaul to become the most Christian land of France, caused, however, the light of eternal truths to shine forth therein. The original Druids were true children of the Magi, their initiation deriving from Egypt and Chaldea, or in other words, from the purest sources of primitive Kabbalah. They adored the Trinity under the names of Isis or Ilsis, being supreme harmony, Belen or Bel meaning the Lord in Assyrian, and having correspondence with the name Adonai, Camel or Camel, a name which personifies divine justice in the Kabbalah. Beneath this triangle of light they postulated a divine reflection, also consisting of three personified emanations, being Teudas or Teuth, identical with the Thoth of the Egyptians, and the word or formulated intelligence, then strength and beauty, the names of which varied like the emblems. Finally, they completed the sacred septenary by a mysterious image representing the progress of dogma and its developments to come. The form was that of a young girl, veiled and bearing an infant in her arms. They dedicated this symbol to the Virgin who shall bear a child. The ancient Druids lived in strict abstinence, preserved the deepest secrecy concerning their mysteries, studied the natural sciences, and only admitted new adepts after prolonged initiations. There was a celebrated Druidic college at Autun, and, according to Saint Foy, its armorial bearings still exist in that town. They are azure, with serpents argent couchant, surmounted by mistletoe, garnished with acorns vert, to distinguish it from other mistletoe, it being the oak and not the mistletoe which naturally bears the acorns. Mistletoe is a parasitic plant which has fruit particular to itself. The Druids built no temples, but worked the rites of their religion on dolmens and in forests. The mechanical means by which they raised such colossal stones to form their altars is even now a matter of speculation. These erections are still to be seen, dark and mysterious, under the clouded sky of Armorica. The old sanctuaries had secrets which have not come down to us. The Druids taught that the souls of ancestors watched over children, that they were made happy by their glory and suffered in their shame, that protecting genii overshadowed trees and stones of the fatherland, that the warrior who died for his country expiated all his offenses, fulfilled his task with dignity, was elevated to the rank of a genius, and exercised henceforth the power of the gods. It followed that for the Gauls patriotism itself was a religion. Women and even children carried arms, if necessary, to withstand invasion. Joan of Arc and Jean Hachette of Beauvais only carried on the traditions of these noble daughters of the Gauls. It is the magic of remembrances which cleaves to the soil of the fatherland. The Druids were priests and physicians, curing by magnetism and charging amulets with their fluidic influence. Their universal remedies were mistletoe and serpents, eggs, because these substances attract the astral light in an especial manner. The solemnity with which mistletoe was cut drew down upon this plant the popular confidence and rendered it powerfully magnetic. It came about in this manner that it worked marvelous cures, above all when it was fortified by the Druids with conjurations and charms. Let us not accuse our forefathers of over-great credulity herein. It may be that they knew that which is lost to us. The progress of magnetism will some day reveal to us the absorbing properties of mistletoe. We shall then understand the secret of those spongy growths which draw the unused virtue of plants and become surcharged with tinctures and savors. Mushrooms, truffles, gall on trees, and the different kinds of mistletoe will be employed with understanding by a medical science which will be new because it is old. We shall cease to ridicule Paracelsus, who collected moss usnea from the skulls of hanged men, but one must not move quicker than science, which recedes that it may advance the further. Chapter 2. Influence of Women. In imposing upon woman the severe and tender duties of motherhood, Providence has entitled her to the protection and respect of man. Made subject by nature itself to the consequence of affections which are her life, she leads her masters by the chains which love provides, and the more fully that she is in conformity with the laws which constitute and also defend her honor, the greater is her sway, and the deeper that respect which belongs to her in the sanctuary of the family. To revolt is for her to abdicate, and to tempt her by a pretended emancipation is to recommend her divorce by condemning her beforehand to sterility and disdain. Christianity alone has the power to emancipate woman by calling her to virginity and the glory of sacrifice. Numa foresaw this mystery when he instituted the Vestals, but the Druids forestalled Christianity by giving ear to the inspirations of virgins and paying almost divine honors to the priestesses of the island of Seine. In Gaul, women did not prevail by their coquetry and their vices, but they ruled by their counsels. Apart from their concurrence, neither peace nor war were made. The interests of the hearth and family were thus pleaded by mothers, and the national pride shone in the light of justice when it was tempered by the maternal love of country. Chateaubriand calumniated Veleda by representing her as yielding to the love of Eudorus. She lived and died a virgin. When the Romans invaded Gaul, she was already advanced in years and was a species of Pythia who prophesied amidst great solemnities and whose oracles were preserved with veneration. She was clothed in a long black vestment having no sleeves. Her head was covered by a white veil, which came down to her feet. She wore a vervain crown, and a sickle was placed in her girdle. Her scepter was in the form of a distaff. Her right foot was shod with a sandal, and her left foot wore a kind of chaussure à poulain. At a later period, the statues of Veleda were taken for those of Berthe au Grand Pied. The high priestess bore, as a fact, the insignia of the protecting divinity of the female Druids. She was Hertha, or Wertha, the youthful Gaulish Isis, the queen of heaven, the virgin who must bring forth a child. She was depicted with one foot on the earth and the other on the water, because she was queen of initiation and presided over universal science. The foot set upon the water was usually supported by a ship, analogous to the bark or conch of the ancient Isis. She held the distaff of the Fates wound about with a thread, part black, part white, because she presided over all forms and symbols, and it was she who wove the vestment of ideas. She was also given the allegorical form of the sirens, half woman and half fish, or the torso of a beautiful girl whose legs were serpents, signifying the flux of things and the analogical alliance of opposites in the manifestation of all occult forces of nature. Under this last form, Hertha took the name of Melusine or Melusina, the musician, the singer, that is to say, the siren who reveals harmonies. Such is the origin of the legends concerning Queen Bertha and the fairy Melusine. The latter came, it is said, in the 11th century to a lord of Lusignan. She was loved by him, and their espousals took place on the condition that he did not seek to penetrate certain mysteries of her existence. That promise was given, but jealousy begot curiosity and led to perjury. He spied upon Melusine and surprised her in one of her metamorphoses, for once every week the fairy resumed her serpent legs. He uttered a cry which was answered by one far more despairing and terrible. Melusine disappeared, but still returns, making lamentation whenever a member of the House of Lusignan is at the point of death. The legend is imitated from the fable of Psyche and refers, like this, to the dangers of sacrilegious initiations or profanation of the mysteries of religion and of love. It is borrowed from the traditions of the ancient bards and derives evidently from the learned school of the Druids. The 11th century took possession of it and brought it into prominence, but it existed from the far past. In France, it would seem that inspiration was attributed more especially to women. Elves and fairies preceded saints, and the French saints have almost invariably something of the fairy character in their legend. Saint Clothilde made us Christians, and Saint Genevieve kept us French, repelling, by the force of her virtue and her faith, the threatening invasion of Attila. Joan of Arc is, however, rather of the fairy family than the hierarchy of holy women. She died like Hypatia, the victim of marvelous natural gifts and the martyr of her generous character. We shall speak of her later on. Saint Clothilda still performs miracles along the countryside. At Anley's, we have seen a crowd of pilgrims thronging about a piscina in which the statue of the saint is immersed annually, and according to popular belief, the first diseased person who goes down into the water, subsequently, is cured at once. Clothilda was a woman of action and a great queen, but she went through many sorrows. Her elder son died after his baptism, and the fatality was ascribed to witchcraft. The second fell ill and reached the point of death. The fortitude of the saint did not yield, and Sicamber, when standing one day in need of more than human courage, remembered the God of Clothilda. She became a widow after converting and practically founding a great kingdom, and she saw the 2 children of Clodomir butchered practically under her eyes. In such sorrows do queens on earth resemble the Queen of Heaven. After the great and brilliant figure of Clothilda, history presents us with a hideous offset in the baleful personality of Fredegond, the woman whose glance was witchcraft, the sorceress who slew princes. She accused her rivals of magic and condemned them to tortures which she alone merited. Chilperic had one remaining son by his first wife. This young prince, who was named Clovis, was attached to a daughter of the people whose mother passed for a sorceress. Mother and daughter were both accused of disturbing the reason of Clovis by means of philters and with murdering the 2 children of Fredegond by magical spells. The unhappy women were arrested. The daughter, Clodswinthe, was beaten with rods, her beautiful hair cut off, and this was hung by Fredegond on the door of the prince's chamber. Subsequently, Clodswinthe was brought up for sentence. Her firm and simple answers astonished the judges, and the chronicle says that it was proposed to submit her to the test of boiling water. A consecrated ring was placed in a tub set over a great fire, and the accused, clothed in white, after having confessed and communicated, had to plunge her arm in the tub in search of the ring. Her unchanged features made everyone cry out that a miracle had taken place, but there was another cry, which was one of reprobation and horror, when the unhappy child drew forth her arm frightfully burnt. She then asked permission to speak and said to her judges and the people, "You demanded a miracle from God to establish my innocence. God is not to be tempted, and he does not suspend the laws of nature in response to the caprice of men, but he gives strength to those who believe in him, and for me has performed a greater wonder than that which he refused to you. This water has burned me, yet have I plunged my whole arm into it and have brought forth the ring. I have neither cried, whitened, nor quivered under this horrible torture. Had I been a magician, as you say, I should have resorted to witchcraft so that I might not be burnt. But I am a Christian, and God has given me grace to prove it by the constancy of martyrs." Such logic was not of the kind that they understood at that barbarous epoch. Clodswinthe was sent back to prison, there to await execution, but God took pity upon her, and the chronicle from which the account is drawn says that he called her to himself. If it be a legend only, it must be allowed that it is beautiful and deserves to be kept in memory. Fredegond lost one of her victims, but not the other 2. The mother was put to the torture, and overcome by her sufferings, she confessed whatever was required, including the guilt of her daughter and the complicity of Clovis. Armed with these admissions, Fredegond obtained the surrender of his son by the ferocious Chilperic. The young prince was arrested and stabbed in prison, Fredegond declaring that he had escaped from remorse by suicide. The corpse of the unhappy Clovis was shewn to his father, with the dagger still in the wound. Chilperic looked on coldly. He was entirely under the rule of Fredegond, who dishonored him with effrontery among the officers of the palace, taking so little pains at concealment that the evidence was before his eyes, almost despite himself. Instead of slaying the queen and her accomplice, he departed on a hunt in silence. He might have concluded to suffer the outrage, through his fear of displeasing Fredegond, but the latter was ashamed on his account, and did him the honor of believing in his wrath that she might have a pretext for his assassination. He had glutted her with crimes and meanness. She killed him out of disgust. Fredegond, who destroyed on the pretext of sorcery the women whose sole guilt was to have displeased her, experimented herself in black magic and protected some of those whom she thought were skilled therein. Ageric, Bishop of Verdun, had a pythoness arrested who made a great deal of money by recovering stolen objects and identifying the thieves. She was probably a somnambulist. The woman was examined, but the demon refused to go out of her as long as she was chained. If the pythoness were left in a church, unguarded and unwatched, he agreed to leave her. They fell into the trap. It was the woman herself who went out, to take refuge with Fredegond, who hid her in the palace and ended by saving her from being further exorcised, as also probably from the stake. On this occasion, therefore, she did good without meaning it, yet it was rather through her pleasure in evil. Chapter 3. The Salic Laws Against Sorcerers. Under the rule of the first French kings, the crime of magic did not entail death save for those of exalted position, while there were some who were proud to die for an offense by which they were raised above the vulgar crowd and became formidable even in the sight of kings. There was the General Mummel, for example, who, on the rack by the orders of Fredegond, declared that he experienced nothing, who provoked more frightful tortures and died braving the executioners, while the latter were moved to forgive him at the sight of such extranatural fortitude. Among the Salic laws, supposed to have been enacted in 474 and attributed to Pharamond by Sigebert, the following ordinances are found. If anyone shall testify that another has acted as a Heriburge or Strioport, titles applied to those who carry the copper vessel to the spot where the vampires perform their enchantments. And if he shall fail to convict him, he shall be condemned hereby to a forfeit of 7,500 deniers, being 180 sous. If anyone shall charge a free woman as a vampire or as a prostitute, and shall fail to prove his words, he shall forfeit 2,500 deniers, being 62 sous. If a vampire shall devour a man and be found guilty, she shall forfeit 8,000 deniers, being 200 sous. It will be seen that in those times cannibalism was possible on terms, and moreover, that the market price of human flesh was not at a premium. It cost 180 sous to slander a man, but for a modicum above that sum, he could be killed and eaten, which was at once more honest and thorough. This remarkable legislation recalls an equally curious Talmudic recital, being one which was interpreted after a memorable manner by the famous Rabbi Jechiel in the presence of a certain queen who is not named in the book. It was most likely Queen Blanche, for Rabbi Jechiel lived in the reign of St. Louis. He had been called upon to answer the objections of a converted Jew named Duin, who had received at baptism the Christian name of Nicholas. After various discussions on texts of the Talmud, they came to the following passage: "If anyone shall offer any blood of his children to Moloch, let him die the death." The Talmud annotates thus: "He therefore, who shall offer not a modicum of blood alone, but the whole blood and the whole flesh of his children, does not come under the judgment of the law, and no penalty is declared against him." Those who took part in the debate clamored at a construction which passed all understanding. Some laughed in pity, some quivered with indignation. Rabbi Jechiel could scarcely obtain a hearing, and when he succeeded at last, there was every mark of disfavor, to indicate that he was condemned beforehand. "With us," said he, "the penalty of death is an atonement and consequently a reconciliation, not an act of vengeance. All who die by the law of Israel die in the peace of Israel, they partake of peace in death, and they sleep with their fathers. No malediction descends with them into the grave, they abide in the immortality of the house of Jacob. Death is therefore a crowning grace, it is the cure of a poisoned wound by the hot iron. But we do not apply the iron to those who are past cure. We have no jurisdiction over those the extent of whose transgression has cut them off forever from Israel. Such are as now dead, and it is not therefore for us to shorten the term of their reprobation on earth. They are delivered over to the wrath of God. Man is warranted to wound only that he may heal, and we do not apply remedies to those who are beyond recovery. The father of a family punishes only his children and is content to shut the door against strangers. Those great criminals upon whom our law pronounces no sentence are thereby excommunicated forever, which is a penalty greater than death." The explanation of Rabbi Jechiel is admirable and breathes all the patriarchal genius of ancient Israel. Truly, the Jews are our fathers in science, and if we, in place of their persecution, had sought to understand them, they would not have been at this day so far alienated from our faith. The above Talmudic tradition shows the Jewish antiquity of belief in the immortality of the soul. What is this reintegration of the guilty in the family of Israel by an expiatory death, unless it be a protest against death itself, and a sublime act of faith in the perpetuity of life. Comte Joseph de Maistre understood this doctrine well when he raised the executioner's sanguinary mission into a kind of peculiar priesthood. The anguish of punishment supplicates, said this great writer, and blood in its outpouring still remains a sacrifice. Were capital punishment other than a plenary absolution, it would be nothing but retaliation on murder. The man who suffers his sentence fulfills all his penance and enters by death into the immortal society of the children of God. The Salic laws were those of a people still in the state of barbarity, where everything is redeemed by a ransom, as in time of war. Slavery still obtained, and human life had a debatable and relative value. That must be always purchasable, which there is a right to sell, and only money is due for the destruction of an object which has a price in money. The one efficacious legislation of the period was that of the Church, and its councils took the most stringent measures against the vampires and poisoners who went under the name of sorcerers. The Council of Agde in Lower Languedoc, held in 506, pronounced excommunication against them. The First Council of Orleans, convened in 541, condemned divinatory operations. That of Narbonne, in 589, not only visited sorcerers with the greater excommunication, but ordained that they should be sold as slaves for the benefit of the poor. The same council decreed public whipping for amateurs diaboli, meaning no doubt those who were concerned about him, feared him, evoked him, and attributed to him power which was in any wise like that of God. We offer our congratulations sincerely to the disciples of M. Leconte de Merville that they did not live in such days. While these events were passing in France, an Eastern visionary was engaged in founding a religion which was also an empire. Was Mahomet an impostor, or was he hallucinated? For the Moslems he is still a prophet, and for Arabic scholars the Quran will be always a masterpiece. An unlettered man, a simple camel driver, he created notwithstanding the most perfect literary monument of his country. His success might pass as miraculous, and the martial fervor of his successors threatened for a moment the liberty of the whole world. But the day came when Asia broke under the iron hand of Charles Martel. That rough soldier tarried little for prayer when there was fighting to be done. When he wanted money, he looted monasteries and churches, and even sold ecclesiastical benefices to his warriors. As the priesthood, for these reasons, could not suppose that his arms were blessed by God, his victories were ascribed to magic. Indeed, religious feeling was so stirred up against him that Saint Eucher, the venerable Bishop of Orleans, learned in a vision from an angel that the saints whose churches he had spoliated or profaned forbade him to enter into heaven, and even disinterred his body, which they plunged with his soul into the abyss. Saint Eucher communicated the revelation to Boniface, Bishop of Mayence, and to Fulfad, Arch-Chaplain of Pepin the Short. The tomb of Charles Martel was opened, the body proved to be missing. The inner side of the stone was blackened as if by burning, a foul smoke exhaled, and a great serpent came out. An authentic report of the opening was sent by Boniface to Pepin the Short and Carloman, who were the sons of Charles Martel, praying them to take warning by the dreadful example and to respect holy things. Yet there was little of that virtue on the part of those who violated the grave of a hero on the faith of a dream, and attributed a destruction which had been completely and rapidly accomplished by death itself to the work of hell. Some extraordinary phenomena, occurring publicly in France, characterized the reign of Pepin the Short. The air seemed to be alive with human shapes. Heaven reflected illusory scenes of palaces, gardens, tossing waves, ships in full sail, and hosts in battle array. The atmosphere was like a great dream, and the details of these fantastic pageants were visible to everyone. Was it an epidemic attacking the organs of vision, or an aerial perturbation, projecting illusions on condensed air? Was it not more probably a general delusion occasioned by some intoxicating and pestilential effluvium diffused throughout the atmosphere? The likelihood of the latter explanation is increased by the fact that these visions provoked the populace, who in their imagination beheld sorcerers in the clouds scattering unwholesome powders and poisons with open hands. The country was smitten with sterility, cattle died, and the mortality extended also to human beings. The occurrences offered an opportunity to circulate a story, the success and credit of which was in proportion to its extravagance. At that time, the famous Kabbalist Zedekias had a school of occult science, where he taught not indeed the Kabbalah, but the entertaining speculations arising therefrom, and forming the exoteric part of a science which has been ever hidden from the profane. With mythology of this kind, Zedekias diverted the minds of his hearers. He told how Adam, the first man, originally created in an almost spiritual estate, abode above our atmosphere, in a light which gave birth at his pleasure to the most wonderful vegetation. He was served by choirs of beautiful beings, fashioned in the likeness of male and female, of whom they were animated reflections, formed from the purest substance of the elements. They were sylphs, salamanders, undines, and gnomes. But in his unfallen condition, Adam reigned over the gnomes and undines only by the agency of the salamanders and sylphs, who alone had the power of ascending to his aerial paradise. There was nothing to equal the felicity of our first parents amidst the ministry of the sylphs. They were perishable spirits, but they had incredible skill in building and weaving the light, causing it to flower in 1,000 forms, more varied than the most brilliant and fruitful imagination can now conceive. The earthly paradise, so named because it reposed upon the earthly atmosphere, was therefore a domain of enchantments. Adam and Eve slept in palaces of pearls and sapphires, roses sprang up around them and formed a carpet for their feet. They glided over waters in seashells drawn by swans, birds communed with them in delicious speech of music, flowers stooped to caress them. But all this was lost by the fall, which cast our progenitors down on earth, and the material bodies which clothed them henceforth are those skins of beasts mentioned in the Bible. They were alone and naked, where no one obeyed their caprice of thought. They forgot their life in Eden, or viewed it only as a dream scene through the glass of memory. But the realms of paradise still and forever extend above the earthly atmosphere, inhabited by sylphs and salamanders, who are thus constituted guardians of man's domain, like mournful retainers still in the house of a master whose return they expect no more. Imaginations were fired by these astonishing fictions when the visions of the air began to be seen in the full light of day. They signified unquestionably the descent of sylphs and salamanders in search of their former masters. Voyages to the land of sylphs were talked of on all sides, as we talk at the present day of animated tables and fluidic manifestations. The folly took possession even of strong minds, and it was time for an intervention on the part of the Church, which does not relish the supernatural being hawked in the public streets, seeing that such disclosures, by imperiling the respect due to authority and to the hierarchic chain of instruction, cannot be attributed to the spirit of order and light. The cloud phantoms were therefore arraigned and accused of being hell-born illusions, while the people, anxious to get something into their hands, began a crusade against sorcerers. The public folly turned to a paroxysm of mania. Strangers in country places were accused of descending from heaven and were killed without mercy. Imbeciles confessed that they had been abducted by sylphs or demons. Others who had boasted like this previously either would not or could not unsay it. They were burned or drowned, and according to Garanet, the number who perished throughout the kingdom almost exceeds belief. It is the common catastrophe of dramas in which the first parts are played by ignorance or fear. Such visionary epidemics recurred in the reigns following, and all the power of Charlemagne was put in action to calm the public agitation. An edict, afterwards renewed by Louis the Pious, forbade sylphs to manifest under the heaviest penalties. It will be understood that in the absence of the aerial beings, the judgment fell upon those who made a boast of having seen them, and hence they ceased to be seen. The ships in air sailed back to the port of oblivion, and no one claimed any longer to have journeyed through the blue distance. Other popular frenzies replaced the previous mania, while the romantic splendors of the great reign of Charlemagne furnished the makers of legends with new prodigies to believe and new marvels to relate. Chapter 4. Legends of the Reign of Charlemagne. Charlemagne is the real prince of enchantments and the world of fairy. His reign is like a solemn and brilliant pause between barbarism and the Middle Ages, while he himself is a grand and majestic apparition, recalling the magical pageant of Solomon's sway. He is at once a resurrection and a prophecy. In him the Roman Empire, overleaping Frankish and Gaulish origins, reappeared in all its splendor. In him also, as in a symbol, evoked and manifested by divination, there is delineated beforehand the perfect empire of the ages of mature civilization, the empire crowned by priesthood and establishing its throne beside the altar. The era of chivalry and the marvelous epos of romances begin with Charlemagne. The chronicles of his period are like the four sons of Iman, or Oberon, king of Faerie. Birds utter speech and direct the French army when the path has been lost in the forest. Brazen colossi appear in mid-ocean and indicate to the emperor a free way eastward. Roland, first of the paladins, wields a magic sword, baptized like any Christian and bearing the name of Durandal. The hero addresses this sword, which seems to understand him, and nothing can resist its supernatural onset. Roland has also an ivory horn, contrived so skillfully that the lightest breath wakens a response within it, and that answer is heard for 20 leagues around, causing even mountains to quiver. When the paladin falls at Roncesvalles, overwhelmed rather than conquered, even then he uprises like a giant beneath some avalanche of trees and rolling rocks. He winds his horn, and the Saracens take refuge in flight. Charlemagne, at a distance of more than 10 leagues, hears the signal and would speed to his aid, but he is prevented by the traitor Gainlon, who has sold the French army to the barbaric horde. Finding himself abandoned, Roland for the last time embraces his Durandal, and then, summoning all his strength, strikes it with both hands against a mountain block, hoping to shatter the weapon, lest it fall into the hands of infidels. But the block itself is cloven, the sword is not even indented. Hereat Roland clasps it to his breast, and yields up his spirit with so high and proud a mien that the Saracens do not dare to approach, but, still shaking, direct a cloud of arrows against their conqueror, who is no more. To be brief, Charlemagne, bestowing a throne upon the papacy and receiving from its hands the empire of the world in return, is the most imposing of all personalities in French history. We have spoken of the Enchiridion, that minute work which combines the most secret symbols of the Kabbalah with the most beautiful Christian prayers. A cult tradition attributes its composition to Leo Roman III and affirms that it was presented by this pontiff to Charlemagne as the most precious of all offerings. Any king who owned it and knew how to use it worthily could become master of the world. This tradition is not perhaps to be cast aside lightly. It assumes, 1, the existence of a primitive and universal revelation, explaining all secrets of nature and harmonizing them with the mysteries of grace, conciliating reason with faith, since both are daughters of God and concur to illuminate intelligence by their double life. 2, the necessity, which imposes itself, of concealing this revelation from the multitude, lest the same be abused by those who do not understand it, and lest they turn against faith not only the power of reason, but that of faith itself, to the confusion of reason, which is never too well within the comprehension of the vulgar. 3, the existence of a secret tradition, reserving the knowledge of these mysteries for the sovereign priesthood and the temporal masters of the world. 4, the perpetuity of certain signs or panticles, expressing the said mysteries in a hieroglyphical manner which is understood only by adepts. The Enchiridion, from this point of view, should be regarded as a collection of allegorical prayers, and its secret Kabbalistic panticles are keys thereto. Some of the chief figures may be described as follows. The first, which appears on the cover of the work itself, represents a reversed equilateral triangle inscribed within a double circle. The two words, which are written within the triangle in the form of a cross, are Elohim and Tzabbioth, meaning the God of armies, the equilibrium of natural forces, and the harmony of numbers. On the three sides of the triangle are the three great names, Jehovah, Adonai, Eglah. Above the name of Jehovah is the Latin word formatio, above that of Adonai is reformatio, and above Eglah is transformatio. Thus creation is ascribed to the Father, redemption or reform to the Son, and sanctification or transmutation to the Holy Spirit, in consonance with the mathematical laws of action, reaction, and equilibrium. Furthermore, Jehovah is to be understood as the genesis and formation of dogma in accordance with the elementary significance of the four letters comprised in the sacred tetragram. Adonai is the realization of this dogma in human form, that is to say, in the Lord manifest, who is Son of God or perfect man. And Eglah, as we have explained fully elsewhere, expresses the synthesis of all dogma and all Kabbalistic science, seeing that the hieroglyphics of which this name is formed exhibit in a clear manner the triple secret of the great work. The second panticle is a head, having 3 faces, crowned by a tiara and issuing from a vessel filled with water. Those who are initiated into the mysteries of the Zohar will understand the allegory which is presented by this head. The third pantacle is the double triangle, known as the Star of Solomon. The fourth is the magical sword, bearing the device, Dio Duce, Kamite Pharaoh. It is an emblem of the great arcanum and the omnipotence of the adept. The fifth is the problem of the human form attributed to the Savior, as resolved by the number 40. It is the theological number of the Sephiroth multiplied by that of natural realities. The sixth is the pantacle of the Spirit, represented by bones, duplicating the letter E and the mystic Tau, or T. The seventh and most important is the great magical monogram, interpreting the keys of Solomon, the tetragram, the sign of the labarum, and the masterword of adeptship. This pantacle is read by its revolution wheelwise and is pronounced Rhoda Taro or Torah. The letter A is frequently replaced in this seal by the number 1, which is its equivalent. The pantacle in question contains also the form and value of the 4 hieroglyphical emblems of the tarot suits, being the wand, cup, sword, and denier. These elementary hieroglyphics recur everywhere on the sacred monuments of Egypt, while Homer also depicts them on the shield of Achilles, placing them in the same order as the author of the Enchiridion. The proofs of these explanations, if offered in the present place, would divert us from our immediate subject and would moreover demand a special study which we hope to undertake and make public at some future time. The magical sword or dagger depicted in the Enchiridion seems to have been the particular symbol of the secret tribunal or company of free judges. It is in the form of a cross and is concealed or enveloped by the device which surrounds it. God alone wields it, and he who strikes therewith is responsible to none for his actions. As such, it is terrible in its menace, and so also in its privilege. We know that the Vamic dagger smote in the dark those who were guilty, their crime itself often remaining unknown. What are the facts respecting this appalling justice? The answer involves an excursion into realms of shadow, which history has failed to enlighten, and recourse to traditions and legends for light, which science cannot give. The free judges were a secret association opposed, but in the interests of order and of government, to anarchic and revolutionary societies, which were secret in like manner. We know that superstitions die hard, and that degenerated Druidism had struck its roots deeply in the savage lands of the north. The recurring insurrections of Saxons testified to a fanaticism which was A. always turbulent, and B. incapable of repression by moral force alone. All defeated forms of worship, Roman paganism, Germanic idolatry, Jewish rancor conspired against victorious Christianity. Nocturnal assemblies took place. Thereat the conspirators cemented their alliance with the blood of human victims, and a pantheistic idol of monstrous form, with the horns of a goat, presided over festivals which might be called agape of hatred. In a word, the Sabbath was still celebrated in every forest and wild of yet unreclaimed provinces. The adepts who attended them were masked and otherwise unrecognizable. The assemblies extinguished their lights and broke up before daybreak. The guilty were to be found everywhere, and they could be brought to book nowhere. It came about, therefore, that Charlemagne determined to fight them with their own weapons. In those days, moreover, feudal tyrants were in league with sectarians against lawful authority. Female sorcerers were attached to castles as courtesans. Bandits who frequented the Sabbaths divided with nobles the blood-stained loot of rapine. Feudal courts were at the command of the highest bidder, and the public burdens weighed with all their force only on the weak and poor. The evil was at its height in Westphalia, and faithful agents were dispatched thither by Charlemagne entrusted with a secret mission. Whatsoever energy remained among the oppressed, whosoever still loved justice, whether among the people or among the nobility, were drawn by these emissaries together, bound by pledges and vigilance in common. To the initiates thus incorporated they made known the full powers which they carried from the emperor himself, and they proceeded to institute the tribunal of free judges. They were a kind of secret police, having the right of life and death. The mystery which surrounded their judgments, the swiftness of their executions, helped to impress the imagination of people still in barbarism. The holy vame assumed gigantic proportions. Men shuddered in describing apparitions of masked persons, of summonses nailed to the doors of nobles in the very midst of their watchguards and their orgies, of brigand chiefs found dead with the terrible cruciform dagger in their breasts, and on the scroll attached thereto an extract from the sentence of the holy vame. The tribunal affected most fantastic forms of procedure. The guilty person, cited to appear at some discredited crossroad, was taken to the assembly by a man clothed in black, who bandaged his eyes and led him forward in silence. This occurred invariably at some unseemly hour of the night, for judgment was never pronounced except at midnight. The criminal was carried into a vast underground vault, where he was questioned by one voice. The hoodwink was removed, the vault was illuminated in all its depth and height, and the free judges sat masked and wearing black vestures. The sentences were not capital invariably, for those who judged were familiar with the circumstances of the crime, though nothing transpired concerning them, as death would have overtaken the revealer instantly. Sometimes these formidable assemblies were so crowded that they were comparable to an army of avengers. One night the emperor himself presided over the secret tribunal, and more than 1,000 free judges sat in a circle round him. In the year 1400, 10,000 members existed in Germany. People with a bad conscience suspected their own relations and friends. William of Brunswick is reported to have said on a certain occasion, "If Duke Adolphus of Schleswig should pay me a visit, I must infallibly hang him, as I do not wish to be hanged." Frederick of Brunswick, a prince of the same family who was emperor for a moment, refused to obey a citation of the free judges, and from that time forward he went armed from head to foot and surrounded by guards. One day, however, he fell a little apart from his suite and had occasion to loosen some part of his armor. He did not return, and his guards entered the copse where he had sought retirement for a moment. The unfortunate man was in the act of expiring, with the dagger of the holy vame in his body and his sentence attached to the weapon. Looking round in all directions, they could distinguish a masked man retreating at a slow pace, but no one dared to follow him. The code of the Vamic court was found in the ancient archives of Westphalia and has been printed in the Reichstheater of Müller, under the following title: Code and Statutes of the Holy Secret Tribunal of Free Counts and Free Judges of Westphalia, established in the year 772 by the Emperor Charlemagne, and revised in 1404 by King Robert, who made those alterations and additions requisite for the administration of justice in the tribunals of the illuminated, after investing them with his own authority. A note on the first page forbade any profane person to glance at the book under penalty of death. The word illuminated, here given to the associates of the secret tribunal, unfolds their entire mission. They had to track down in the shadows those who worshipped the darkness. They counterchecked mysteriously those who conspired against society in favor of mystery. But they were themselves the secret soldiers of light, who cast the light of day on criminal plottings, and it is this which was signified by a sudden splendor illuminating the tribunal when it pronounced sentence. The public provisions of the law under Charlemagne authorized this holy war against the tyrants of the night. The records may be consulted to ascertain the penalties inflicted on sorcerers, diviners, enchanters, knowers d'aiguillette, and those who administered poison in the guise of love philters. The same laws made it penal to trouble the air, raise tempests, construct characters and talismans, cast lots, practice witchcraft and magical charms, whether on men or cattle. Sorcerers, astrologers, diviners, necromancers, occult mathematicians are declared execrable and made subject to punishment in the same way as thieves and assassins. Such severity will be understood by recalling all that has been said on the horrible rites of black magic and its infant sacrifices. The danger must have been grave indeed when its repression assumed forms at once so severe and numerous. Another institution which is referable to the same root was that of knight-errantry. The knights-errant were a species of free judges who appealed to God and their spears against all the oppressions of castellans and all the malice of necromancers. They were armed missionaries who protected themselves with the sign of the cross and then clove miscreants asunder. After such manner did they earn the remembrance of some noble dame, sanctifying love by the martyrdom of a life which was one of utter self-devotion. We are far removed already from those pagan courtesans to whom slaves were offered in sacrifice, and for whom the conquerors of the ancient world burnt cities. For the ladies of Christendom, other sacrifices were requisite. Life must have been risked in the cause of the weak and oppressed, captives must have been set free, punishment meted out to the profaners of holy affections, and then those lovely and white ladies, whose skirts were embroidered with heraldic badges, whose hands were pale and delicate. Those living Madonnas, proud as lilies, who came back from church, with books of hours under their arms and rosaries at their girdles, would remove a veil broidered with gold or silver and give it as a scarf to the knight who knelt before them, praying to them and dreaming of God. Let us forget Eve and her errors. They are forgiven 1,000 times and are more than atoned for by this ineffable grace of the noble daughters of Mary. Chapter 5. Magicians. That fundamental dogma of transcendental science, which consecrates the eternal law of equilibrium, attained its plenary realization in the constitution of the Christian world. Two living pillars, the Pope and Emperor, supported the structure of civilization. But the empire suffered partition when it slipped from the feeble hands of Louis the Pious and Charles the Bald. The temporal power, abandoned to the chances of conquests or intrigue, lost the providential unity which kept it in harmony with Rome. The Pope had often to intervene as grand justiciary, and, at his proper risk and peril, he restrained the ambitions and audacity of many competitive sovereigns. Excommunication was at that time a terrible penalty, for it was sanctioned by universal belief, and it produced phenomena which awed the crowd, being mysterious effects of the magnetic current of condemnation. There is the example of Robert the Pious, who, having incurred this terrible penalty by an unlawful marriage, became the father of a monstrous child, similar to those effigies of demons which medieval art represented in such ridiculous aspects of deformity. The melancholy fruit of a forbidden union bore witness at least to the tortured conscience and frightful dreams by which the mother was possessed. Robert accepted the event as a proof of the wrath of God and submitted to the papal judgment. Renouncing a marriage which the Church declared incestuous, he repudiated Bertha to espouse Constance of Provence, and it remained for him to recognize in the questionable morals and arrogant character of his new bride a second chastisement of heaven. The makers of chronicles at the period were enamored of diabolical legends, but their records exhibit more of credulity than of good taste. Every monkish malady, every unhealthy nightmare of nuns, is looked upon as a case of veridic apparition. The result is repellent phantasmagoria, stupid allocutions, impossible transfigurations, to which the artistic spirit of Cyrano de Bergerac is the one thing wanting to render them entertaining creations. From the reign of Robert to that of St. Louis, there is nothing, however, which seems to deserve recounting. The famous Rabbi Jechiel, great Kabbalist and truly remarkable physician, lived in the reign of St. Louis. All that is told of his lamp and magical nail goes to prove that he had discovered electricity, or was at least acquainted with its most important uses. Ancient as that of magic, the knowledge of this force was transmitted as one of the keys of the greater initiation. When the night came, a radiant star appeared in the lodging of Jechiel, the light being so brilliant that no eye could gaze thereon without being dazzled, while the beam that it darted was tinted with rainbow colors. It was never known to fail, and it was never replenished with oil or other combustible substance extant at that time. When importunity or ill-intentioned curiosity sought to intrude on Jechiel by knocking persistently at his door, the rabbi struck a nail fixed in his cabinet, producing simultaneously a blue spark on the head of the nail and the door-knocker. The ill-advised person was shaken in such a manner that he cried for mercy, believing that the earth was opening under his feet. One day a hostile mob swarmed about the entrance, uttering murmurs and menaces, while they stood with interlaced arms to resist the commotion and supposed quaking of the ground. The boldest among them plied furiously at the knocker, but Jechiel pressed his nail. In a moment the assailants were tumbled one over another and fled crying out like people who have been burnt. They were quite sure that the earth had opened and swallowed them as far as the knees. They knew not how they got out, but nothing would persuade them to return and renew the attack. The sorcerer thus earned quietude by the terror which he diffused. St. Louis, great Catholic as he was also a great king, and wishing to know Jechiel, he summoned him to his court, had several conversations with him, was satisfied fully by his explanations, protected him from his enemies, and during the rest of his life never failed to testify esteem for him and to act benevolently towards him. Albertus Magnus lived at the same period, and he still passes among the people as Grand Master of all magicians. Historians of the time affirm that he possessed the philosophically stone, and that after studying for 30 years he had succeeded in solving the problem of the android. In other words, that he had fabricated an artificial man who was endowed with life and speech, who could, in fact, answer questions with such precision and subtlety that St. Thomas Aquinas, infuriated at being unable to silence the image, broke it with a blow of his stick. Such is the popular fable. Let us now see what it signifies. The mystery of the formation of man and of his primitive appearance on earth have continually absorbed seekers after the problems of nature. Man, as a fact, appears last in the world of fossils, and the Mosaic days of creation have deposited their successive remains, bearing witness that those days were in reality long periods of time. How then was humanity formed? Genesis testifies that God made Adam from the slime of the earth and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, a statement the truth of which we do not question for a moment, but we repudiate notwithstanding the heretical and anthropomorphic idea of a deity molding clay with his fingers. God, being a pure spirit, has no hands, and he causes his creatures to develop one from another by the power which he has imparted to nature. If therefore the Lord made Adam from the dust of the earth, we must understand that man came out of that earth under the divine influence, and yet after a natural manner. The name Adam in Hebrew signifies red earth, but what is this earth actually? It is that which the alchemists sought, and it follows that the great work was not the secret of metallic transmutation, a trivial and accessory result, but the universal secret of life. It was the quest for the middle point of transformation, at which light becomes matter and condenses into an earth containing within itself the principle of motion and of life. It was the generalization of the phenomenon which tinges the blood red by the creation of those innumerable corpuscles, which are magnetic even as the worlds and are alive like animals. For disciples of Hermes, the metals were the coagulated blood of earth, passing, like that of man, from white to black and from black to crimson, following the work of the light. To set this fluid in motion by means of heat and impart thereto the tinging fructification of light by the aid of electricity, such was the first part of the work of wisdom. The end was more arduous and sublime. It was a question of recovering the Adamic earth, which is the coagulated blood of the vital earth. And the supreme dream of philosophers was to accomplish the work of Prometheus by imitating the work of God, that is to say, by producing a man who should be the child of science, as Adam was child of divine omnipotence. The dream was insensate, perhaps, and yet it was sublime. Black magic, which ever apes the magic of light, but takes it, as it were, backwards, was also concerned with the android, that it might be used as an instrument of passion and an oracle of hell. For this object, it was requisite to outrage nature and obtain a species of venomous fungus, full of concentrated human malice, the living realization of all crime. For this reason, magicians sought the mandragora beneath a gibbet from which some corpse was suspended. They caused it to be torn up by a dog tied to the plant, a mortal blow being inflicted on the animal. The eradication was effected by the convulsions of the agonized beast. The dog's soul passed into the plant and also attracted thereto that of the hanged man. Enough of these horrors and absurdities. Those who are curious in such knowledge may consult the common grimoire known along the countryside under the name of Little Albert. They will find further the method of making a mandragora in the form of a cock with a human face. Stupidity and impiety vie one with another in all such processes, for nature cannot be outraged willfully without at the same time reversing the laws of reason. Albertus Magnus was neither infanticide nor deicide. He was neither guilty of the crime of Tantalus nor that of Prometheus, but he had succeeded in creating and arming at all points that purely scholastic theology, outcome of the categories of Aristotle and the sentences of Peter Lombard, that logic of syllogism consisting of argumentation in place of reasoning, and of finding an answer for everything by subtleties concerning the terms. It was less a philosophy than a philosophical automaton, replying in an arbitrary manner and unrolling its theses like the revolution of machinery. It was in no sense the human logos, but the unvaried cry of a mechanism, the inanimate speech of an android. It was the fatal precision of machinery, in place of the free application of rational necessities. St. Thomas Aquinas, with one blow, shattered this scaffolding of words when he proclaimed the eternal empire of reason in that magnificent sentence which has been cited already so often. A thing is not just because God wills it, but God wills it because it is just. The approximate consequence of this proposition, in arguing from the greater to the lesser, was, a thing is not true because Aristotle has said it, but Aristotle could not say it reasonably unless it were true. Seek first therefore truth and justice, and the science of Aristotle shall be added unto you. Aristotle, galvanized by scholasticism, was the veritable android of Albertus Magnus, while the master's wand of St. Thomas Aquinas was the doctrine of the Summa Totius Theologiae, a masterpiece of power and reason which will again be studied in our theological schools when it is proposed to return seriously to sane and healthy subjects. As for the philosophical stone bequeathed by St. Dominic to Albert, and by the latter to St. Thomas Aquinas, we must understand it as the philosophical and religious basis of ideas prevalent at the period. Had St. Dominic been able to accomplish the great work, he would have secured for Rome that empire of the world about which he was so jealous for the Church, and would have diverted the fire which consumed so many heretics to the heating of his own crucibles. St. Thomas changed all that he touched into gold, but this is a figure of speech only, gold being in this case an emblem of truth. It is opportune at this point to say a few further words concerning that Hermetic science cultivated from the first Christian centuries by Ostanes, Romarius, Queen Cleopatra, the Arabian Geber, Alpharabius and Salmanes, by Morion, Artephius and Aristeus. Understood in an absolute manner, this science may be called the Kabbalah in realization, or the magic of works. It has therefore three analogous degrees: religious realization, philosophical realization, and physical realization. The first is the solid basis of empire and priesthood. The second is the establishment of an absolute doctrine and an hierarchic instruction. The last is the discovery and application, within the measures of the microcosm or lesser world, of that creative law which peoples incessantly the greater universe. The law in question is one of movement combined with substance, of the fixed with the volatile, humid with solid. Its principle is divine impulsion. Its instrument the universal light, ethereal in the infinite, astral in stars and planets, metallic, specific or mercurial in metals, vegetable in plants, vital in animals, magnetic or personal in men. This light is the quintessence of Paracelsus and is either latent or active in all created substances. Such quintessence is the true elixir of life, and it is extracted from earth by cultivation, from metals by incorporation, rectification, exaltation, and synthesis, from plants by distillation and coction, from animals by absorption, from men by generation, from the air by respiration. In this sense, we are told by Aristeus that air must be derived from air. By Conrath that living mercury must be obtained from the perfect man formed by the androgyne. By practically all the sages, that the medicine of metals must be derived from metals, and that this medicine, though fundamentally one in all kingdoms, is graduated and specified according to forms and species. Its use is threefold: by sympathy, repulsion, or equilibrium. The graduated quintessence was only the auxiliary of forces. The medicine of each kingdom must be derived from the kingdom itself, with the addition of basic mercury, terrestrial or mineral, and of synthetic living mercury, or human magnetism. Such is the rapid and summary sketch of this science, which is vast and profound as the Kabbalah, mysterious as magic, real as the exact sciences, but too long and too often discredited by the frustrated greed of false adepts and by the obscurities with which true sages have surrounded their theories and their processes. Book 5. The Adepts and the Priesthood. Hebrew Heti. Chapter 1. Priests and popes accused of magic. We have explained that owing to the profanations and impieties of Gnostics, the Church proscribed magic. The condemnation of the Knights Templar completed the rupture, and from this time forward, compelled to seek concealment and plan revenge in the shadows, magic ostracized the Church in turn. More prudent than those arch-heretics who opposed altar to altar in public day, and thus entailed denunciation and the headsman's axe on themselves, the adepts dissimulated their resentment as well as their doctrines. They bound themselves together by dreadful oaths, and, realizing the importance of first securing a favorable view at the tribunal of public opinion, they turned back on their accusers and judges the sinister rumors by which they were pursued themselves, and denounced the priesthood to the people as a school of black magic. So long as his convictions and beliefs are not rooted in the irremovable foundation of reason, man ardently and indifferently desires both truth and falsehood. On either side, he finds that there are cruel reactions. Who shall put an end to this warfare? Only the spirit of him who has said, "Render not evil for evil, but overcome evil by good." The Catholic priesthood has been charged with the spirit of persecution, though its mission is that of the Good Samaritan, for which reason it superseded the unpitying Levites who continued their way without extending compassion to him who had fallen among thieves. It is in the exercise of humanity that priests prove their divine consecration. Hence, it is a supreme injustice to cast upon sacerdotalism at large the crimes or certain men who are unfortunately sealed with the priesthood. For a man, as such, it is always possible to be wicked, but a true priest is, on the contrary, always charitable. Now, the false adepts did not look at the question from this standpoint. For them, the Christian priesthood was made void and was hence in usurping power since the proscription of the Gnostics. What, said they, is a hierarchy whose degrees are no longer regulated by conscience? The same ignorance of the mysteries and the same blind faith drive into the same fanaticism or the same hypocrisy the prime leaders and lowest ministers of the sanctuary. The blind are leaders of the blind. The supremacy between equals is no longer anything but the result of intrigue and chance. The pastors consecrate the sacred elements with a gross and disordered faith. They are jugglers in bread and eaters of human flesh. They are no longer thaumaturgists, but sorcerers. Such was the sectarian verdict. To support the calumny, they invented fables, affirming, for example, that the popes had been given over to the spirit of darkness ever since the 10th century. The learned Gerbert, who was crowned as Sylvester Roman II, made confession, as it is said, to this effect on his deathbed. Honorius Roman III, being he who confirmed the order of St. Dominic and preached the Crusades, was himself an abominable necromancer, author of a grimoire which still bears his name and is reserved exclusively to priests. The same false adepts paraded and commented on this grimoire, seeking in such manner to turn against the Holy See the most terrible of all popular prejudices at that period, the mortal hatred of those who, wrongly or rightly, passed publicly for sorcerers. Some malevolent or credulous historians have favored these lying inventions. Thus Platina, a scandalous chronicler of the papacy, reproduces from Martinus Polonus the calumnies against Sylvester Roman II. According to this fable, Gerbert, who was proficient in mathematical science and the Kabbalah, performed an evocation of the devil and required his assistance to attain the pontificate. The fulfillment of his ambition was not only promised by the demon, but it was affirmed further that he should not die except at Jerusalem, to which place it will be understood readily that the magician determined inwardly that he would never go. He became pope as promised, but on a certain day, when he was saying Mass in a church at Rome, he felt seriously ill, and remembering suddenly that the chapel wherein he was officiating was dedicated to the Holy Cross of Jerusalem, he realized what had come to pass. He caused a bed to be put up in the chapel, and summoning his cardinals, confessed publicly that he had engaged in commerce with demons. He ordained further that his dead body should be placed upon a chariot of green wood and should be drawn by 2 virgin horses, one black and the other white, that they should be started on their course, but neither led nor driven, and that his remains should be interred wherever a halt was made. The chariot proceeded in this manner across Rome and stopped in front of the Lateran. Loud cries and groans were heard for a few moments, after which there was silence and the burial took place. So ends a legend the proper place of which is in the Hawker's chapbooks. Martinus Polonus, on the faith of whom Platina repeats such reveries, had borrowed them on his own part, A. from a certain Galfridus and B. from Gervase, a maker of chronicles, whom not A. terms the greatest forger of fables and the most notorious liar that ever took pen in hand. From sources of similar value, the Protestants have derived a scandalous and obviously apocryphal story concerning a pretended Pope Joan, who is also a sorceress, as we have all heard. Indeed, she is one to whom books on black magic are still attributed. We have glanced at a memoir of this female pope by a Protestant historian and have taken note of 2 very curious engravings contained therein. They are assumed to be portraits of the heroine, but are in reality ancient tarots representing Isis crowned with a tiara. It is well known that the hieroglyphic figure on the second tarot card is still called the female pope, being a woman wearing a tiara on which are the points of the crescent moon or the horns of Isis. One example in the Protestant book is even more remarkable. The hair of the figure is long and scanty. There is a solar cross on the breast. She is seated between the two pillars of Hercules, and behind her flows the ocean, with lotus flowers blooming on the surface of the water. The second portrait represents the same divinity, with attributes of the sovereign priesthood and holding her son Horus in her arms. As Kabbalistic documents, the two pictures are of singular value, but they are little to the purpose of those who are concerned with Pope Joan. To dispose of the accusation of sorcery in respect of Gerbert, supposing that it could be taken seriously, it would be enough to mention that he was the most learned man of his century, and having been preceptor of two sovereigns, he owed his election to the gratitude of one of his august pupils. He had extraordinary proficiency in mathematics, and his knowledge of physics may have exceeded that of his epoch. In a word, he was a man of universal erudition and great ability, as the letters which he left bear witness, though he was not a denouncer of kings like the terrible Hildebrand. He chose to instruct princes rather than excommunicate them, and enjoying the favor of 2 French kings and 3 emperors, he had no need, as Naudé has judiciously pointed out, to sell himself to the devil for the archbishoprics of Rheims and Ravenna, or for the papacy in succession to these. It is true that he attained the successive positions, to some extent in spite of his merit. It was an age when able politicians were taken for possessed people and those who were learned for enchanters. Gerbert was not only a great mathematician, as we have said, and a distinguished astronomer, but he excelled also in mechanics. And according to William of Malmesbury, he erected at Rheims such wonderful hydraulic machines that the water itself executed symphonies and played most enchanting airs. Moreover, according to Dittmar, he adorned the town of Magdeburg with a clock which registered all the motions of heaven and the times when the stars rose and set. Finally, by the evidence of Naudé, whom we cite once again with pleasure, he made that test of brass which was devised so ingeniously that the before-mentioned William of Malmesbury was himself deceived thereby and referred it to magic. Further, Onufrius states that he saw in the Farnese library a learned book on geometry composed by this same Gerbert. And for myself, I estimate that, without adjudicating on the opinion expressed by Erfurdiensis and some others, who regard him as the maker of timepieces and of arithmetic as these exist now among us, all these evidences are sufficiently valid to warrant the conclusion that those who had never heard of cube, parallelogram, dodecahedron almacanter, valsagora, almagrippa, cathaltsum, and other names, familiar enough in these days to such as understand mathematics, conceived that they were those of the spirits invoked by Gerbert, and that such a multitude of things, so rare, could not emanate from a single personality in the absence of extraordinary advantages, from the possession of which it followed therefore that he must have been a magician. To indicate the lengths of impertinence and bad faith reached by makers of chronicles, it remains to say that Platina, that maliciously naive echo of all Roman pasquinades, affirms that the tomb of Sylvester Roman II itself turned sorcerer, weeping prophetically at the approaching downfall of each pope, and that the reprobate bones of Gerbert shook and rattled together when one of them was about to die. An epitaph engraved on the tomb lends color to these wonders, so adds unblushingly the librarian of Sixtus Roman IV. Such are the proofs which pass among historians as sufficient to certify the existence of a curious historical document. Platina was librarian of the Vatican. He wrote his history of the popes by order of Sixtus Roman IV. He wrote also at Rome, where nothing could be easier than to verify the truth or falsehood of such an assertion, which notwithstanding the pretended epitaph never existed outside the imagination of the authors from whom Platina borrowed with incredible lack of caution, a circumstance which moves justly the indignation of honest Naudé, whose further remarks shall follow. It is a pure imposture and manifest falsehood, both in respect of the experience, being the pretended prodigies at the tomb of Sylvester Roman II, the same having never been witnessed by anyone, and of the alleged inscription on the tomb, that inscription, as it exists really, having been composed by Sergius Roman IV, and so far from supporting the supposed magical fables, is, on the contrary, one of the most excellent testimonies that could be desired to the good life and integrity of Sylvester. It is truly a shameful thing that so many Catholics should be abettors of a slander concerning which Marianus Scotus, Glaber, Dittmar, Helgandus, Lambert, and Hermann contract, who were his contemporaries, make no mention. Proceeding now to the grimoire of Honorius, it is to the third bearer of that name, or to one of the most zealous pontiffs of the 13th century, that this impious book is attributed. Assuredly, Honorius Roman III was eminently likely to be hated by sectarians and necromancers, and well might they seek to dishonor him by representing him as their accomplice. Cencius Savelli, crowned pope in 1216, confirmed that order of Saint Dominic which proved so formidable to Albigensians and Vaudois, those children of Manicheans and sorcerers. He established also the Franciscans and Carmelites, preached a crusade, governed the church wisely, and left many decretals. To charge with black magic a pope so eminently Catholic is to cast similar suspicion on the great religious orders which he instituted, and the devil thereby could scarcely fail to profit. Some old copies of the grimoire of Honorius bear, however, the name of Honorius Roman II, but it is impossible to make a sorcerer of that elegant Cardinal Lambert, who, after his promotion to the sovereign pontificate, surrounded himself either with poets, to whom he gave bishoprics for elegies, as in the case of Hildebert, Bishop of Mans, or with learned theologians like Hugh de Saint Victor. But it so happens that the name of Honorius Roman II is for us as a ray of light pointing to the true author of the frightful grimoire in question. In 1061, when the empire began to take umbrage against the papacy and sought to usurp the sacerdotal influence by fomenting troubles and divisions in the Sacred College, the bishops of Lombardy, impelled by Gilbert of Parma, protested against the election of Anselm, Bishop of Lucca, who had been raised to the papal chair as Alexander Roman II. The Emperor Henry Roman IV took the part of the dissentients and authorized them to elect another pope, promising to support them. They chose Cadulus or Cadalus, an intriguing bishop of Parma, a man capable of all crimes and a public scandal in respect of simony and concubinage. He assumed the name of Honorius Roman II and marched at the head of an army against Rome. He was defeated and condemned by all the prelates of Germany and Italy. Returning to the charge, he gained possession of part of the Holy City and entered St. Peter's. He was expelled and took refuge in the castle of St. Angelo, whence he only obtained leave to retire on the payment of a heavy ransom. It was then that Otho, Archbishop of Cologne, the emperor's envoy, dared to reproach Alexander Roman II in public for having usurped the Holy See. But a monk named Hildebrand took up the cause of the lawful pontiff with such force of eloquence that the emperor drew back in confusion and asked pardon for his own criminal attempts. The Hildebrand in question was already in the sight of Providence that fulminating Gregory Roman VII who was to come, and who thus inaugurated the work of his life. The anti-pope was deposed by the Council of Mantua, and Henry Roman IV obtained his pardon. Cadalus returned into obscurity, and it is then probably that he decided to become the high priest of sorcerers and apostates, in which capacity, and under the name of Honorius Roman II, he composed the grimoire that passes under this name. What is known of the anti-pope's character lends color to an accusation of the kind. He was daring in the presence of the weak, groveling in that of the strong, debauched and intriguing, devoid of faith and morals, seeing nothing in religion but an engine of impunity and rapine. For such a person, the Christian virtues were obstacles and faith in the clergy was a difficulty which had to be overcome. He would therefore make priests after his own heart, or capable, that is to say, of all crimes and sacrileges. Now, this would seem to have been the purpose in chief of the grimoire called that of Honorius. The work in question is not without importance for those who are curious in the science. It appears at first sight to be a mere tissue of revolting absurdities, but for those who are initiated in the signs and secrets of the Kabbalah, it is literally a monument of human perversity, for the devil appears therein as an instrument of power. To utilize human credulity and to turn the bugbear which dominates it to the account of the adept and his caprices, such is the secret of the work. It aspires to make darkness darker before the eyes of the multitude by usurping the torch of science, which at need, and in bold hands, may become that of butchers and incendiaries. To identify faith with servitude, reserving power and liberty for oneself, is indeed to imagine the reign of Satan on earth. and it should not be surprising if the authors of such a conspiracy against public good sense and religion should hope to manifest, and, in a sense, to incarnate on earth the fantastic sovereign of the evil empire. The doctrine of this grimoire is the same as that of Simon and the majority of the Gnostics. It is the substitution of the passive for the active principle. A pantacle which forms a frontispiece to the work gives expression to this doctrine, being passion as predominant over reason, sensualism deified, and the woman in priority to the man, a tendency which recurs in all anti-Christian mystic systems. The crescent moon of Isis occupies the center of the figure, and it is encompassed by 3 triangles, one within another. The triangle is surmounted by a crux ansata with double crossbar. It is inscribed within a circle, and within the space formed by the 3 segments of the circle there is on one side the sign of the spirit and the Kabbalistic seal of Solomon, on the others the magic knife and the initial letter of the binary, below a reversed cross forming the figure of the lingam, and the name of God Hebrew Aleph Hebrew Lamed equals Al, also reversed. About the circle is written, "Obey your superiors and be subject unto them, for they will see that you do." Rendered into a symbol or profession of faith, this pantacle is therefore textually as follows: fatality reigns by virtue of mathematics, and there is no other God than nature. Dogmas are aids to sacerdotal power and are imposed on the multitude to justify sacrifices. The initiate is above any religion and makes use of all, but that which he says is the antithesis of that which he believes. The law of obedience prescribes and does not explain. Initiates are made to command, and those who are profane to obey. All who have studied the occult sciences know that the old magicians never expressed their doctrine in writing, but formulated it by the symbolical characters of pantacles. On the second page of the book, there are 2 circular magical seals. In the first is the square of the tetragram with an inversion and substitution of names. Instead of Hebrew Aleph Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod Hebrew He equals I, Hebrew Yod Hebrew He, Hebrew Vav Hebrew He equals Jehovah. Hebrew Aleph Hebrew Dalet Hebrew Nun Hebrew Yod equals Adonai. Hebrew Aleph Hebrew Gimel Hebrew Lamed Hebrew Aleph equals Agla, the 4 sacred words signifying. The absolute being is Jehovah, the Lord in 3 persons, God and the hierarchy of the church. The author of the grimoire has substituted Hebrew Yod Hebrew He, Hebrew Vav Hebrew He, Jehovah. Hebrew Aleph Hebrew Dalet Hebrew Nun Hebrew Yod, Edni, Hebrew Dalet Hebrew Resh Hebrew Aleph Hebrew Resh, Durar. Hebrew Aleph Hebrew He, Hebrew Yod Hebrew He, Aye, which signifies Jehovah, the Lord, is none other than the fatal principle of eternal rebirth, personified by this same rebirth in the absolute being. About the square within the circle is the name of Jehovah in its proper form, but also reversed. On the left is that of Adonai, and on the right are the 3 letters Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew He, Hebrew Vav, Ech, followed by 2 points, the whole meaning. Heaven and hell are each the reflection of each. That which is above is as that which is below. God is humanity, humanity being expressed by the letters Ech, which are the initials of Adam and Eve. On the second seal is the name Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Aleph, Ararita, and below it is Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Shin, Rash, encircling 26 Kabbalistic characters. Below the seal are 10 Hebrew letters, given in the following order: Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Beit, Hebrew Tate, Hebrew Beit, Hebrew He, Hebrew Beit, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Resh. The whole is a formula of materialism and fatality, which is too long, and, it may be, too perilous for explanation in this place. The prologue of the grimoire comes next in order and may be given at full length. The Holy Apostolic Chair, unto which the keys of the kingdom of heaven are given by those words that Christ Jesus addressed to Saint Peter. I give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and unto thee alone the power of commanding the prince of darkness and his angels, who, as slaves to their master, do owe him honor, glory, and obedience, by virtue of those other words of Christ Jesus addressed to Satan himself. Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Hence, by the power of these keys, the head of the church has been made the Lord of hell. But seeing that, until this present, the sovereign pontiffs have alone had the charge of evoking and commanding spirits, His Holiness Honorius Roman II, being moved by his pastoral care, has desired benignly to communicate the science and power of evocations and of empire over spirits to his venerable brethren in Jesus Christ, with the conjurations which must be used in such case. Now therefore the whole is contained in the bull which here follows. Here in all truth is the pontificate of hell, that sacrilegious priesthood of anti-popes, which Dante seems to stigmatize in the raucous cry uttered by one of his princes of perdition. Pope Satan, Alep. Let the legitimate pontiff continue as Prince of Heaven. It is enough for the anti-pope Cadalus to be the sovereign of hell. Be he the God of good, for God of evil am I. We are divided, but my power is equal. The bull of the infernal pontiff follows, and the mystery of darksome evocations is expounded therein with a terrific knowledge concealed under superstitious and sacrilegious forms. Fastings, watchings, profanation of mysteries, allegorical ceremonies, and bloody sacrifices are combined with artful malice. The evocations are not deficient in poetry or in enthusiasm, mingled with horror. For example, the author ordains that an operator should rise at midnight on the Thursday in the first week of evocations, should sprinkle his room with holy water and light a taper of yellow wax, prepared on the previous day and pierced in the form of a cross. By the uncertain light of this candle, he must enter a church alone and read the office of the dead in a low voice, substituting in place of the 9th lesson at matins the following rhythmic invocation, which is here translated from the Latin, preserving its strange form and its refrains, which recall the monotonous incantations of old-world sorcerers. O Lord, deliver me from the infernal terrors, exempt my spirit from sepulchral larvae, to seek them out I shall go down to their hell unaffrighted. I shall impose my will for a law upon them. I will call upon night and its darkness to bring forth splendor, rise up, O sun, and moon, be thou white and brilliant, to the shades of hell I will speak and confess no terror. I shall impose my will for a law upon them. Dreadful in aspect are they, their forms in appearance fantastic. I will that the demons shall once again become angels. Whence to their nameless distortion I speak, never fearing, I shall impose my will for a law upon them. These shades are illusions evoked by the eye-affrighted eye, and I only can heal their loveliness blasted, and into the deeps of hell I plunge unaffrighted. I shall impose my will for a law upon them. After many other ceremonies, there comes the night of evocation. In a sinister place, in the light of a fire kindled with broken crosses, a circle is traced with the embers of a cross, reciting while so doing a magical hymn containing versicles of several psalms. It may be rendered as follows. O Lord, the King rejoices in thy power. Let me finish the work of my birth. May shadows of evil and specters of night be as dust blown before the wind. O Lord, hell is enlightened and shines in thy presence. By thee do all things end and all begin by thee. Jehovah, Sabaoth, Elohim, Eloi, Helion, Helios, Jodheva, Shaddai. The Lion of Judah rises in his glory. He comes to complete the victory of King David. I open the 7 seals of the dread book. Satan falls from heaven like summer lightning. Thou hast said to me, be far from the hell and its tortures, they shall not draw to thy pure abodes. Thine eyes shall withstand the gaze of the basilisk. Thy feet shall walk fearlessly on the asp. Thou shalt take up serpents, and they shall be conquered by thy smile. Thou shalt drink poisons, and they shall in no ways hurt thee. Elohim, Elohab, Sabaoth, Helios, Aye, Iezere, Otheos, Tsieros. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. He hath established it over the gaping abyss. Who shall go up unto the mountain of the Lord? The innocent of hands and clean of heart. He who hath not held truth in captivity, nor hath received it to let it remain idle. He who hath conceived the height in his soul, and hath not sworn by a lying word. The same shall receive strength for his domain, and hereof is the infinite of human birth, generation by earth and fire, the divine bringing forth of those who seek God. Princes of nature, enlarge your doors, yoke of heaven, I lift thee. Come to me, ye holy cohorts, behold the King of glory. He hath earned his name, he holds in his hand the seal of Solomon. The Master hath broken the black bondage of Satan and hath led captivity captive. The Lord alone is God, and he only is King. To thee only be glory, O Lord, glory and glory to thee. One seems to hear the somber Puritans of Walter Scott or Victor Hugo accompanying, with fanatic psalmody, the nameless work of sorcerers in Faust or Macbeth. In a conjuration addressed to the shade of the giant Nimrod, the wild huntsman who began the Tower of Babel, the adept of Honorius menaces that ancient reprobate with the riveting of his chains, and with torture increased daily, should he fail in immediate obedience to the will of the operator. It is the sublimity of pride in delirium. And this antipope, who could only understand a high priest as a ruler of hell, seems to yearn after the usurped and mournful right of tormenting the dead eternally, as if in revenge for the contempt and rejection of the living. Chapter 2. Appearance of the Bohemian nomads. At the beginning of the 15th century, hordes of unknown swarthy wanderers began to spread through Europe. Sometimes denominated Bohemians because they claimed to come from Bohemia, sometimes Egyptians because their leader assumed the title of Duke of Egypt, they exercised the arts of divination, larceny, and marauding. They were nomadic tribes, bivouacking in huts of their own construction. Their religion was unknown. They gave themselves out to be Christians, but their orthodoxy was more than doubtful. Among themselves, they practiced communism and promiscuity, and in their divinations they made use of a strange sequence of signs, allegorical in form, and depending from the virtues of numbers. Whence came they? Of what accursed and vanished world were they the surviving waifs? Were they, as superstitious people believed, the offspring of sorceresses and demons? What expiring and betrayed savior had condemned them to roam forever? Was this the family at large of the wandering Jew, or the remnants of the 10 tribes of Israel, lost sight of in captivity and long enchained by Gog and Magog in unknown regions? Such were the doubting questions at the passage of these mysterious strangers, who seemed to retain only the superstitions and vices of a vanished civilization. Enemies of toil, they respected neither property nor family. They dragged their women and children after them. They pestered the peace of honest house-dwellers with their pretended divinations. However all this may be, their first encampment in the vicinity of Paris is told by one writer as follows. In the next year, 1427, on the Sunday after the middle of August, being the 17th of the month, there came to the environs of Paris 12 so-called penitentiaries, a duke, earl, and 10 men, all on horses, saying that they were good Christians, originally of Lower Egypt. They stated further that in former times they were conquered and turned to Christianity, those refusing being put to death, while those who consented to baptism were left as rulers of the country. Sometime subsequently the Saracens invaded them, and many who were not firm in the faith made no attempt to withstand or defend their country, as in duty bound, but submitted, became Saracens, and abjured our Savior. The Emperor of Germany, the King of Poland, and other rulers, having learned that the people renounced their faith so easily, becoming Saracens and idolaters, fell upon them and conquered them again easily. It appeared at first as if they had the intention to leave them in their country, so that they might be led back to Christianity. But after deliberation in council, the emperor and the rest of the kings ordained that they should never own land in their native country without the consent of the Pope, to obtain which they must journey to Rome. Thither they proceeded in a great body, the young and the old, involving great suffering for the little ones. They made confession of their sins at Rome, and the Pope, after considering with his advisers, imposed on them, by way of penance, a 7 years wandering through the world, sleeping in no bed. He ordained further that every bishop and crosiered abbot should give them, once and for all, 10 livres of the tour's currency as a contribution towards their expenses. He presented them with letters to this effect, gave them his benediction, and for 5 years they had been wandering through the world. Some days afterwards, being the day of the martyrdom of Saint John the Baptist, or August 29, the general horde followed and were not permitted to enter within Paris, but were lodged at the Chapelle Saint-Denis. They numbered about 120 persons, including women and children. They stated that when they left their own country, they consisted of 1,000 or 1,200 souls. The others had died on the road, their king and queen among them. The survivors were still expecting to become possessors of worldly goods, for the Holy Father had promised them good and fertile lands when their penance was finished. While they were at the chapel, there was never so great a crowd at benediction, for the people flocked to see them from St. Denis, Paris, and the suburbs. Their children, both boys and girls, were the cleverest tricksters. Nearly all had their ears pierced, and in each ear were 1 or 2 silver rings, which they said were a sign of good birth in their own country. They were exceedingly dark and with woolly hair. The women were the ugliest and blackest ever seen. Their faces were covered with sores, their hair was black as the tail of a horse. Their clothes consisted of an old floss or skyavina tied over the shoulder by a cord or morsel of cloth, and beneath it a poor shirt. In a word, they were the most wretched creatures who had ever been seen in France, within the memory of the oldest inhabitant. Their poverty notwithstanding, they had sorceresses among them who inspected the hand, telling what had happened to the person consulting them in their past life and what awaited them in the future. They disturbed the peace of households, for they denounced husband to wife and wife to husband. And what was still worse, while talking to people about their magic art, they managed to fill their purses by emptying those of their hearers. One citizen of Paris who gives account of these facts adds that he himself talked to them 3 or 4 times without losing a halfpenny. But this is the report of the people everywhere, and the news reached the Bishop of Paris, who went thither taking a Minorite friar called the Little Jacobin. And he, by the bishop's command, preached a great sermon and excommunicated all, male and female, who had told fortunes and all who had shewn their hands. The horde was ordered away and departed accordingly on September 8, proceeding towards Pontus. It is not known whether they continued their journey north of the capital, but their memory has survived in a corner of the department du Nord. As a fact, in a wood near the village of Hamel, 500 feet from a druidic monument consisting of 6 stones, there is a fountain which is called the Sorcerer's Kitchen, and it is there, according to tradition, that the Karamaras rested and quenched their thirst. Now these were assuredly the Karasmer, namely, the Bohemians, or wandering sorcerers and diviners, to whom ancient Flemish charters granted the right to be fed by the inhabitants. They left Paris, but others came in their place, so that France was exploited as much as other countries. There is no record of their landing in England or in Scotland, but before very long the latter kingdom numbered more than 100,000. They were called seared and cared, as much as to say artisans, craftsmen, for the Scotch word is derived from the Sanskrit k plus r, whence comes the verb to do, the curaben of the gypsies, and the Latin surdo or bungler, which they are not. If there was no trace of them at the same period in northern Spain, where the Christians took refuge against the Moslem domination, it was doubtless because the Arabs in the south were more to their liking. However, under John Roman II, the gypsies were clearly distinguished from these latter, though no one knew whence they came. To sum up, it came about that, from the time in question forward, they were generally known over the whole European continent. One of the bands of King Sindel appeared at Ratisbon in 1433, while Sindel himself, accompanied by his reserve, camped in Bavaria in 1439. He seemed to have come from Bohemia, for the Bavarians, unaware that in 1433 the tribe had given themselves out as Egyptians, termed them Bohemians, under which name they reappeared in France and so have been known therein. Willy-nilly, they were tolerated. Some perambulated the mountains, seeking gold in the rivers, some forged shoes for horses and chains for dogs. Others, more marauders than pilgrims, crept about, ferreting everywhere, and everywhere thieved and pilfered. A few of them, weary of shifting and fixing their tents continually, came to a stand and hollowed out hovels, square huts of 4 to 6 feet, underground and covered with a roof of green branches, the ridge of which, set across 2 stakes in the form of a Y, rose scarcely more than 2 feet above the soil. It was in this den, of which little more than the name has remained in France, that the whole family was huddled together pell-mell. In such a lodging, with no opening but the door and a hole for the smoke, the father hammered, the children crouched round the fire, blew the bellows, and the mother boiled the pot, which contained only the spoil of poaching. Among old clothes, a bridle and a knapsack hung from long wooden nails, with no other furniture than an anvil, pincers, and hammer. There met credulity and love, maid and knight, lady of the manor and page. There they showed their bare white hands to the penetrating glance of the Sibyl. Their love was purchased, happiness was sold, and lying found its recompense. Thence came mountebanks and card-sharpers, the star-spangled robe and peaked hat of the magician, the vagrants and their slang, street dancers and daughters of joy. It was the kingdom of idleness and truffery, of villain manners and free meals. They were people who were continually busy in doing nothing, as a simple storyteller of the Middle Ages terms it. A scholar who is equally modest and distinguished, M. Valent, author of a history of the Ram-Muni or Bohemians, some of whose pages we have cited, gives no more flattering portrait, though he ascribes to the gypsies great importance in the sacerdotal history of the ancient world. He recounts how these strange Protestants of primitive civilization, traveling through the ages with a malediction on their foreheads and rapine in their hands, excited curiosity at first, then mistrust, finally prescription, and hatred on the part of medieval Christians. It will be readily understood what dangers might attach to this people without a fatherland, parasites, or the whole world and citizens of nowhere. They were Bedouins who perambulated empires like deserts. They were nomadic thieves who glided about everywhere and remained nowhere. It came to pass speedily that the people regarded them as sorcerers, even as demons, casters of lots, stealers of children, and there was some ground for all this. Moreover, the nomads began to be accused everywhere of celebrating frightful mysteries in secret. They were held responsible for all unknown murders, for all mysterious abductions, as the Greeks of Damascus accused the Jews of killing one of their fraternity and drinking his blood. It was affirmed that they preferred boys and girls from 12 to 15 years old. Here was an effectual way to ensure that they should be held in horror and avoided by the young, but it was odious all the same, for the child and the common people are only too credulous, while as fear begets hatred, so also it tends to breed persecution. It was this which came to pass. They were not only avoided and fled from, but they were refused fire and water. Europe became like India in their respect, and every Christian was a Brahmin armed against them. In some countries, if a young girl approached one of them to give alms out of charity, her distracted governess would warn her to beware, for the gypsy was a katkion, an ogre, who would suck her blood when she was asleep in the night. The girl drew back trembling. If a boy passed near enough for his shadow to fall on the wall near which they were seated, and where perhaps a whole gypsy family was eating or basking in the sun, his master would cry, "Keep off, child. These vampires will steal your shadow, and your soul will dance at their Sabbath through all eternity." So did Christian hatred resuscitate the Lemures and goblins, the vampires and ogres as a ground of their impeachment. They were descended from Mambers, whose miracles competed against those of Moses. They were sent by the king of Egypt to spy everywhere on the children of Israel and render their lot intolerable. They were the murderers made use of by Herod to exterminate the firstborn of Bethlehem. They were pagans indeed for others, but they did not understand a single word of Egyptian, their language comprising, on the contrary, a good deal of Hebrew, and they were therefore the refuse of that abject race who slept in the tombs of Judea after devouring the corpses which they contained. They were otherwise those miscreant Jews who were tortured, chased and burned in 1348 for having poisoned our wells and cisterns, and they had returned once again to the work. As a final alternative, whether Jews or Egyptians, Essenians or Chusians, Pharaohenians or Caphtorians, Assyrian Balistari or Philistines of Canaan, they were renegades, and it was testified in Saxony, France, and everywhere that they were fit only for burning and hanging. The proscription which came upon them fell also on that strange book in which they used to consult destiny and to obtain oracles. Its colored cards bearing incomprehensible figures are undoubtedly the monumental summary of all ancient revelations, the key to Egyptian hieroglyphics, the keys also of Solomon, the primeval scriptures of Enoch and Hermes. The author to whom we refer gives proof here of uncommon sagacity, speaking of the tarot as a man who as yet does not understand it perfectly, but has made it a profound study. What he says is as follows. The form, disposition, arrangement of these tablets, and of the figures which they depict, though considerably modified by time, are so manifestly allegorical, while the allegories correspond so closely to the civil, philosophical, and religious doctrine of antiquity, that one is compelled to regard them as a synthesis of the matter of faith among ancient peoples. We have sought to make evident already that the tarot is a deduction from the sidereal book of Enoch, who is Hanakiah, that it is modeled on the astral wheel of Ather, who is Astaroth, that, like the Indian Attara, which is the polar bear or Arctura in the northern hemisphere, it is the force major Teri, on which rests the solidity of the world and the sidereal firmament of earth. Consequently, like the polar bear, which is regarded as the chariot of the sun, the chariot of David and of Arthur, it is the Greek fortune, the Chinese destiny, the Egyptian hazard, the lot of the Romanes. And that, in their unceasing revolution about the polar bear, the stars pour down on earth those auspices and fatalities, that light and shadow, cold and heat, whence flow the good and evil, the love and hatred which make up human happiness. If the origin of this book is so lost in the night of time that no one knows where or when it was invented, everything leads us to believe that it is of Indo-Tartaric origin, and that, variously modified among ancient nations, according to the phases of their doctrines and the characteristics of their wise men, it was one of their books of occult science, possibly even one of their Sibylline books. We have sufficiently indicated the road by which it has reached us. We have seen that it must have been known to the Romans, and that it came to them not only from the first days of the empire, but of the Republic itself, by the intervention of those numerous strangers of Eastern origin, who were initiated into the mysteries of Bacchus and of Isis, and who brought their knowledge to the heirs of Numa. Vaillant does not say that the 4 hieroglyphical signs of the tarot, being wands, cups, swords and deniers or golden circles, are found in Homer, sculptured on the shield of Achilles, but according to him, the cups are the arcs or arches of time, the vessels or ships of heaven. The deniers are the constellations, fixed and movable stars. The swords are fires, flames, rays. The wands are shadows, stones, trees, plants. The Ace of Cups is the vase of the universe, the arch of celestial truth, the principle of earth. The Ace of Deniers is the sun, the great eye of the world, the sustenance and element of life. The Ace of Swords is the spear of Mars, whence come wars, misfortunes, and victories. The Ace of Wands is the serpent's eye, the pastoral crook, the cowherd's goad, the club of Hercules, the emblem of agriculture. The Two of Cups is the cow, Io or Isis, and the bull Apis or Nevis. The Three of Cups is Isis, the moon, lady and queen of night. The Three of Deniers is Osiris, the sun, lord and king of day. The Nine of Deniers is the messenger Mercury or the angel Gabriel. The Nine of Cups is the gestation of good destiny, whence comes happiness. Finally, M. Vaillant tells us that there is a Chinese diagram consisting of characters which form great oblong compartments of equal size and precisely that of the tarot cards. These compartments are arranged in 6 perpendicular columns, the first 5 consisting of 14 compartments each, making 70 in all, whilst the 6th is only half filled and contains 7 compartments. Moreover, this diagram is formed after the same combination of the number 7. Each complete column is of twice 7 or 14 compartments, while the half column contains 7 compartments. It is so much like the tarot that the 4 suits of the latter occupy the 4 first columns. In the 5th column are the 21 trumps, while the 7 remaining trumps are in the 6th column, the last representing the 6 days constituting the week of creation. Now, according to the Chinese, this diagram goes back to the first epoch of their empire, being the drying up of the waters of the deluge by Io. The conclusion is, therefore, that this is either the original tarot or a copy thereof, that in any case the tarot is anterior to Moses, is referable to the beginning of the ages or the epoch of the formulation of the zodiac, and that its age is consequently 6,600 years. Such is the Romany tarot from which by transposition the Hebrews have made the word Torah, signifying the law of Jehovah. So far then from being a game, as it is at the present day, it was a book, and a serious book, the book of symbols and of emblems, of analogies or the relations between stars and man, the book of destiny, by the aid of which the sorcerer unveiled the mysteries of fortune. Its figures, their names, their number, and the oracles drawn from these made it naturally regarded by Christians as the instrument of a diabolical art, a work of magic. It will be hence understood with what severity they prescribed it, the moment it became known to them, by that abuse of confidence which the rashness of the Sagi committed on public credulity. In this manner, faith being lost in its message, the tarot became a game, while its pictures underwent modification according to the taste of nations and the successive spirit of centuries. It is to the work in this trivial form that we owe our modern playing cards, the combinations of which are comparable to those of the tarot in the same way as the game of draughts is comparable to the game of chess. It follows that the origin of cards is attributed wrongly to the reign of Charles Roman VI, and it may be noted further that the initiates of the Order of the Belt, established before 1332 by Alphonse X, King of Castile, pledged themselves not to play cards. Lesage tells us that, in the days of Charles V, Saint Bernard of Siena condemned cards to be burnt, and that they were then called triumphals after the game of triumph, played in honor of the victorious Osiris or Ormuzd, represented by one of the tarot cards. Furthermore, that king himself proscribed cards in 1369, and the reason that little Jean de Saint-Tray was honored by his favor was because he did not play. In those days, cards were termed napes in Spain and nabai in Italy, the nabai being she-devils, sibyls, and pythonesses. M. Valent, from whom we have been again quoting, considers therefore that the tarot has been modified and altered, which is true for the German examples bearing Chinese figures, but not for those of Italy, which have only been altered in details, nor for those of Besançon, in which traces remain of primitive Egyptian hieroglyphics. In the doctrine and ritual of transcendental magic, we have shewn how untoward in their results were the labors of Attila or Aliette in respect of the tarot. This illuminated hairdresser, after working for 30 years, only succeeded in producing a bastard set, the keys of which are transposed, so that the numbers no longer answer to the signs. In a word, it is a tarot suited to Attila and to the measure of his intelligence, which was not of great extent. We are scarcely in agreement with M. Valent when he suggests that the gypsies were the lawful proprietors of this key to initiations. They owed it doubtless to the infidelity or imprudence of some Kabbalistic Jew. The gypsies originated in India, or their historian has at least shown the likelihood of this theory. Now, the extant tarot is certainly that of the gypsies and has come to us by way of Judea. As a fact, its keys are in correspondence with the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and some of its figures reproduce even their forms. What then were the gypsies? As a poet has said, they were the debased remnant of an ancient world. They were a sect of Indian Gnostics, whose communism caused them to be proscribed in every land. As they may be said to admit practically, they were profaners of the great arcanum, overtaken by a fatal malediction. A horde misled by some enthusiastic fakir, they had become wanderers through the world, protesting against all civilizations in the name of a pretended natural law which dispensed them from almost every duty. Now the law which seeks to prevail in violation of duty is aggression, pillage, and rapine. It is the hand of Cain raised against his brother, and society in defending itself seems to be avenging the death of Abel. In 1840, certain mechanics of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, weary, as they put it, of being hoodwinked by journalists and of serving as tools for the ambition of ready speechmakers, resolved to found and to edit a journal of pure radicalism and of logic apart from evasion or circumlocution. They combined, therefore, and deliberated for the firm establishment of their doctrines. They took as their basis the republican device of liberty, equality, and the rest. But liberty seemed to them incompatible with the duty of labor, equality with the law of property, and they therefore decided on communism. One of them, however, pointed out that in communism, the sharpest would preside over the division and would get the lion's share. It was decreed thereupon that no one should have the right to intellectual superiority. But it was further remarked that even physical beauty might constitute an aristocracy, so they decreed that there should be an equality in ugliness. Finally, as those who till the ground are yoked to the ground, it was settled that true communists could not follow agriculture, must have only the world for their fatherland and humanity itself for their family, whence it became them to have recourse to caravans and go round the world eternally. We are not relating a parable. We have known those who were present at the convention in question, and we have read the first number of their journal, which was entitled The Humanitarian and was suppressed in 1841. As to this, the press reports of the period may be consulted. Had the journal continued, and had the incipient sect recruited proselytes for the Icarian emigration, as the old attorney Cabot was doing at the same period, a new race of Bohemians would have been organized, and vagabondage would have counted one race the more.